The nigga in the Benz with the top back. If you lying on your dick, nigga, stop that. You wanna fuck me for free, nigga, freeze that. Show me where them bees at, little mama need that. I need a nigga who gon' lick on the clip, who gon' pay all my bills, who gon' chip on my wrist. Well, damn, little mama, can you swallow a dick? Can you put that pussy poppin' like a bottle of Chris? Hell yeah, cause you know my mama about it for sure, cause I'm class, my motto, my motto. If you got plenty cash in your Chanel, baby, you off class. Little mama, you off class. If you a high price bitch with that nice ring, your bitch, you off class. What? Little mama, you off class. In the back of the club, pop it pussy for them, you off class. What? Little mama, you off class. If you get plenty bread and you got that fire, you off class. Little mama, you off class. Your mama got it going on like you can't be wrong. Off class in the club with no panties on. I don't know, no mama, it's just something about you that make a nigga wanna fuck your dog shit out you. Your bad little mama don't twerk the bitch. With this pop, see what you work with. And that see-through shit. Bitch, we live. That shit got a nigga dick tripping hard.
What they call you?
There's something about me. It takes a real nigga to bring that freak up about me. Turn out the lights and speak up about me. Ain't there what? Damn, little mama, can you swallow a dick? Can you keep that pussy popping like a bottle of Chris? Hell yeah, cause you know the dollar about it for sure. Cause I'm class, my motto, my motto. You got plenty cash in your Chanel, baby, you off class. Little mama, you off class. You a high price bitch with that ice round your wrist, you off class. Little mama, you off class. In the back of the club, I'm a pussy for the push, you off class.
Bitch, you always fuck banging. Oh, hungry asshole.
You like the way I bounce that strip back.
I dropped my phone.
Make this pussy grip back. Niggas crying like they broke.
I ain't with that. You better break the bitch off like a Kit Kat.
I know you like the way
Little mama Matt work.
that work.
I'ma fuck it to you. What?
Getting friends on
You don't know man hoe.
gotta stay pretty down.
To the fin zone.
I know you like the way I throw that, slang that.
In my age, that's where I got my game at. I'm the baddest bitch, can't nothing change that. Every nigga I done
What?
what?
Well, damn, little mama, can you swallow a dick? Can you keep that pussy popping like a bottle of
What?
Chris? Hell yeah, cause you know the mama got it for sure.
Bitch, I'm hungry.
Y'all don't know nothing about that 1999 hoeing. That's that 1999 hoeing, bitch. You don't know nothing about that. Not even a little bit.
Well, I'm hungry.
What you know about it, Reckless? What you know about that good old Deep South 1999 thought?
I've been reincarnated by old hoe.
You get it from your grandma. What's going on, Conscious crew? How are you guys doing? On this wonderful Thursday, child, I told y'all that we will be back like Jack to get off into some things. Now, tonight was going to be a whole show dedicated to spirituality and Christianity. But then some other things popped off, girl. Like Miss Smollett, honey. You know, she being convicted to death row and shit, bitch. Then we got Miss Leandria Johnson. She singing to the brat and things, honey. So, you know, we got to get into all that. And then from there, we're going to segue into the church and all of that good jazz. So I hope you guys are ready. I will be dropping the link to let you guys sound the fuck off. If you are new here, go ahead and subscribe, because if I like it, bitch, you're going to love it. Everybody need to go ahead and give me a nasty piece of thumbs up. Y'all already know how this goes, honey. Thumbs up and at the least, honey. If you don't do nothing else for the kingdom, girl, you don't share, you don't sign up to Patreon, you don't Cash App, you don't PayPal, the least you can do is hit that old nasty thumbs up, because this helps with YouTube's algorithm, honey. Okay, this directly helps support the channel and get the word out to all other YouTube patrons, okay, that the king is kinging in these hours. So scroll on up, give me a thumbs up. Everybody needs to make sure that they have their notification bell set to all. And everybody notification bell, oh yeah, need to be set to all, girl. So I'm gonna run this whole nasty piece of intro, honey, and we're just gonna deep dive right off into our topics for tonight. Okay.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Bring back my old handy dandy co-host, Reckless. How you doing tonight?
Gary, I'm doing good. I'm just hungry, but I'm doing good.
You know what's so funny? Let me tell you how spiritual and synchronistic things are. How is it that we both rocking blue in our crown chakra area? You got on a blue do-rag, and I'm rocking half blue bundles.
Something.
You can't make this kind of stuff up. Just the synchronicity of it all. Matter of fact, your shirt is blue as well, isn't it?
Yes, madam.
Amen.
And
now,
this episode is dedicated and sponsored by Coca-Cola.
Okay, first of all, Millennials retired soda for 2022.
I ain't there yet.
It's all about apple juice, tea, your man's nut to the face.
Yes,
but damn sure not soda, honey. We don't do soda.
I'm still in process.
Oh, okay.
Pray for me.
Now, before we get off into this, y'all, I want to say to everybody who's been emailing me, DMing me, who enjoyed not last night's, but night before last commentary, the Pharaoh commentary. That commentary rocked a lot of y'all's worlds, honey. I may have to even read some of these emails, honey, because I just did not know that the things that got touched on in that commentary were going to hit the way it hit. So if you guys did not get a chance to check out the Young Pharaoh's commentary, make sure that you guys check that out. Me and Reckless went live on Tuesday, got into all things Young Pharaoh, Hoteps, spirituality, domestic violence. It was a full show. And it was good, honey. So I will be responding to everybody's emails. And I just want to say, amazing feedback. Now, with no further ado, let's start off with Miss Smollett, child.
Yeah.
Have you heard the breaking news about our fellow Black LGBT brother or sis?
Same gender loving
brother. Have you heard what happened?
He got convicted, prosecuted.
Basically. So, you guys know that breaking news, honey. The Smollett family was in court for 5.5 hours. They read everything from letters sent by Colin Powell, Dr. Martin Luther King on Jussie Smollett's behalf, honey. I even think they got a damn letter in there from goddamn Rosa Parks' bitch who wrote in to testify on behalf of Jussie Smollett's positive and uplifting character, girl. They even dragged Grandma Smollett, 102-year-old Grandma Smollett, baby, who came in there and let the courts have it about her grandbaby, baby. Okay? And she said, Sugar, if y'all lock him up, Judge, I want you to send my ass to the male prison with him because I got to keep these big dick incriminated criminal law-breaking ass niggas out of my grandson's pussy. He gonna need grandma love in there, baby. Because grandma say lock your ass, Jussie Smollett. Grandma say lock your ass while you in prison, sugar. So, baby, they pulled out the works and the production for Miss Smollett because they did not want her to endure no type of prison time. Not a damn none.
Ain't nothing like a big dick thug, bitch.
Now we gonna read through some of the details, but before do you want to give some of your perspective now, or should we read some and then
read some?
Okay, let's read some, honey. So we're gonna pull up, girl. Matter of fact, hold on. Let's get into it, y'all. I want y'all to sound off on Miss Smollett and her shenanigans, honey. Hold on. Good. I don't think I'm gonna read all of this.
Hey, Monica.
Well, but we're gonna read most of it. Hold on. Okay. Now this is from Daily Mail. And the judge was not playing with Miss Smollett, not even a little bit. So, girl, this is from Daily Mail, you guys, and it's already captioned off as Jussie Smollett described as profoundly arrogant, selfish, and narcissistic by the judge as he is sentenced to 150 days in jail and fined $25,000 for faking a racist, homophobic attack in Chicago in 2019. Okay, now here's some of the clip notes, girl. Jussie Smollett is to be sentenced today for 5 counts of felony for disorderly conduct for lying to police. He faced a maximum of 3 years in prison on all counts, but has asked the judge to spare him jail time. Smollett declined to make a statement in his defense during the sentencing hearing. The actor showed up to court 10 minutes after everyone else, late for the scheduled 1 p.m. start because, baby, I mean, if you know you're going to jail, bitch, what is the point of arriving early or on time, bitch? Because I'm going to be honest, honey. They might as well should have slapped my black ass on the America's Most Wanted list because they would have had to drag my bitch ass into prison, girl, in the back of the paddy wagon, honey. I would have been more than 10 minutes late, bitch. I would have been about 10 days, 10 weeks, 10 months, 10 years late, bitch. He did good by being 10 damn minutes late. But that's another story. His attorneys then spent an hour arguing that the trial was unfair and claiming that the judge chose jurors unfairly to the advantage of the prosecution. The judge revealed that Smollett's team asked for 42 of the 57 seats in the courtroom, which would barely have allowed for the jury to be present. Girl, that was family strategy, bitch. Okay. Do you hear what these folks complaining about, Reckless? This is strategy, bitch. The Augustuses better come through like this, hoe. I need all 57 Augustus relatives to pile up the courts so that the defense attorney team can't get up in this motherfucker. The jury can't get up in this bitch. Security ain't got nowhere to sit, bitch. We about to claim every seat in the courtroom. Are you kidding me? Jussie understood the assignment, bitch, by being late and making sure that every seat was accounted for. No, ma'am. They also claim that he unfairly prejudiced against by the media and by the Chicago Police Department. Judge James Lynn rejected their motion and said there was nothing unconstitutional about the trial. Smollett's 92-year-old grandmother, Molly, gave an impassioned statement slamming media coverage. Smollett's older brother, Joel, filmed at prosecutors for their treatment of the family and also told the court the trial was the reincarnation of the Al Capone's trial. My God, today. He has asked another 3 people to speak on his behalf, but he is not scheduled to make a statement himself, girl. Now let's get into the nuance of this here, girl. Jussie Smollett cried in court as his family begged a judge not to jail him, claiming that the world is going through enough with the war in Ukraine and Miss Carisha 19, but saying it's not his fault. That's right, Jussie. You remind these people that there are more important things than to be sentencing your ass to prison and holding you responsible for your illegal behavior, baby. There is wars and baby dyings. There is EBT fraud going on all across the goddamn country, girl. There are other priorities. What about the Flint, Michigan water crisis, girl? What about the earthquake in Haiti, bitch? What about restitution, girl? There is some elementary child's crayon box that is crayonless this morning, girl. There are other things that should require significance, but certainly not sending my black ass to jail should be tip-top priority, bitch. Smollett is in court awaiting sentencing for lying to police by claiming he was attacked by 2 white Trump supporters in January 2019 when he had in fact hired 2 black friends to rough him up in an alleged attempt to raise his celebrity profile. The actor, 39, faces 3 years behind bars on 5 Class 4 felony counts of disorderly conduct. He was convicted in December. On Thursday, he showed up with a large entourage of family members 10 minutes after his sentencing hearing was due to begin. His attorneys made a 11th hour appeal to the judge to have his conviction thrown out, arguing that Smollett did not get a fair trial because of the intense media coverage, police prejudice, and even claiming the judge unfairly selected jurors. Their motion was dismissed and denied swiftly and professionally by a frustrated Judge James Lynn, who said there was nothing unconstitutional about Smollett's trial. Among those who spoke in his defense on Thursday was his oldest brother, Joel, who fumed that prosecutors lectured the judge on racism and refused to take the witness stand to speak, instead standing at a goddamn podium, honey. The brother was protesting right there loud, live, and in color in the courtroom, bitch, boycotting Judge James Lynn. He said his brother's trial was the reincarnation of Al Capone's trial. He turned to the black assistant prosecutor, telling him, quote, "Try to understand that my brother is on trial. This might just be a level 4 to many of you, but this is the reincarnation of Al Capone's trial." Quote, "My mom's 69 years old. She was born in 1952 in Texas. She knows the thing about racism. She doesn't need a lecture, and neither does an African-American gay man." He then told the judge, quote, "The crime he has been accused of is not even considered a felony in most states. We are currently living in a time where we are enduring a vicious pandemic, a major conflict in Eastern Europe. As human beings, we are worn down, but Jussie Smollett is not at the source of the socioeconomic problems on earth." Whoa, oh, baby, that was trying to record. Baby. They might as well should have got in court and said, "Girl, we need to just drop this silly stuff with Jussie Smollett because he ain't got nothing to do with Lucifer falling from heaven, girl, and a third of the angels being cast down with him. He ain't got nothing to do with the dinosaurs going extinct, bitch. The honeybees are also losing traction, girl." I mean, they went off. Talk about epic professional deflection, girl. I ain't never read nothing like this and seen nothing like this and never heard nothing like this in my life. Reckless, have you?
Hell no.
I mean, hell, to his family's point, they might as well open the goddamn gates and let every incarcerated motherfucker out of prison because, in your words, the car that goes forward goes backwards, baby. Smollett, 92-year-old Grandma Molly, turned to the journalists in the courtroom as she took the stand and admonished them for not doing enough investigative work. So Grandma said, "Bitch, despite all the surveillance y'all put from every block, despite y'all interrogating the cashier and putting receipts from the twins or the brothers buying the noose and the Clorox, despite y'all subpoenaing my grandson's phone records and investigating text messages, despite y'all getting firsthand accounts from the Nigerian brothers, despite y'all investigating the letter that Jussie Smollett claimed was mailed to his house that was a terroristic threat, girl, that despite y'all even working with my grandson at times that he was uncooperative with investigation, sending in redacted call logs and all, bitch, despite the hundreds of thousands of dollars that were spent in tax-paying dollars that contributed to this investigation, bitch, y'all ain't did a damn enough.
Listen on it.
Look at her, bitch, clenching her invisible pearls, baby. 92-year-old, 102-year-old Grandma Smollett, baby. He taught all that shit just to end her Malcolm X speech with, "But it's nice to be in Chicago. Thank you for letting me appear to speak, Judge." So cute. The Jussie I know, she says, and love does not match up to the media's portrayal. You have not done a good job of investigative reporting. Quote, "Y'all got to do better. I challenge you to do more. I went through the McCarthy period," she said. She then turned to the judge and asked him to send her to jail with Smollett if he imposes an incarceration sentence. Earlier, Judge James Lynn rejected Smollett's attorney last ditch effort to get his conviction thrown out. You know what's funny about this?
Yeah.
Grandma really thought she came up in there with her light-skinned, white-skinned, pale, privileged girl and thought that she was going to test and try and lay her life down on the front line and tell that judge that to send her with Jussie Smollett. And she really thought that was going to move the judge. And the fact that he sentenced Jussie any damn way, you know what I would have did?
Ooh, I'm sitting her ass right now.
I would, after I sentenced him to his 150 motherfucking days, I would have turned right to her ass and asked her where would she like to be sentenced to next. Cause bitch, I'm gonna call your motherfucking bluff. Oh, I would have sent that hoe right to motherfucking prison too, and dare her to contest the judgment. See why he didn't pull her bluff just to be petty. She know damn well she was about to roll her ass in and do nobody's goddamn prison sentence. She know she was not about to deal with big lip Brenda who want to eat that cooter bitch at even 92 years old, girl. She was not ready for that type of lesbian sexual assault up in the women's prison, baby. But I damn sure would have caught her motherfucking bluff, Miss Smollett. Which motherfucking woman's prison would you like to share alongside your baby boy? Sure woulda called her on her shit. Moving along. I do believe at the end of the day, Mr. Smollett received a fair trial and was proven guilty beyond reasonable doubt by the jury, he said. On January 29, 2019, Smollett claimed he was attacked by two white thugs wearing red hats who called him a F-word and a N-word at around 2 a.m. as he walked home from collecting a sandwich from Subway. He was initially hesitant to talk to police about it, refused to hand over his cell phone for weeks, and then launched a narrative that he was targeted because he is a gay black male. He went on to Good Morning America and incarcerated himself even further and performed music shows where he spoke proudly of fighting back and claiming that he was the homosexual, high-powered bottom version of Tupac Shakur, bitch. At trial, a jury ruled that none of it was true and that he had, in fact, hired his two black friends, Abel and Ola Osundario, a pair of brothers with Nigerian heritage, to stage the attack as a way of raising his celebrity profile. Prosecutors told how he never intended for the stunt to be reported to police and that he simply wanted to get attention and possibly a raise from Empire, the show he was acting in, that was also in its last season at the time. Smollett maintained his innocence and still does. Two friends spoke, Richard Daniels, the music director from Empire, and Sharon Gelman, the former director of a charity that Jussie worked for, an assistant. They told the court about his work ethic, his commitment to the community, and his musical talent, and he was still sentenced to all 150 motherfucking days in the federal penitentiary, girl. Now, I'm not going to read all of this because it goes through and through, but we get the point, baby, that this was not a good day. His appeal was overthrown. They wrote 70,000 billion goddamn letters, everything from the NAACP to Black Lives Matter. Even Suge Knight wrote in a goddamn integrity letter on behalf of goddamn Smollett, girl. And the white judge was not here for it. As you guys see captioned up above, honey. The judge called Jussie Smollett a profoundly arrogant, selfish, narcissistic ass nigga who should be ashamed of his damn self, and he will be spending 150 days in the motherfucking prison alongside a $25,000 fine and apparently $130,000 in restitution. Now we got to get into this. Hold on, let me, you know what? I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop the link in increments. What do you think I should do? I want to, because we can like drop the link and let folk chime in on each story.
Make sure you know when to drop a hoe.
Hold on. Now, while I'm getting this together, Give me your thoughts. First of all, tell me, what did you initially, before you jump to the end, take me back to the beginning. What were your initial thoughts when this story broke out in 2019?
Initially, I was like, oh my God, well, what happened? I want to see how this story plays out. I actually believed him, and I was actually concerned because I was like, damn, what the hell happened? Especially since he got a lot of this fame, he got a lot of this attention, and with that also comes people that may want to attack you because they think that you have new money. So I was like, okay, I can see it being believable. I can see him becoming a target because he is black. My bad, he is melanated, he is gay, homosexual, same gender loving, and also on top of that, he just recently got a lot of attention. So kind of puts an X on your back. But then, as time went on, I started to notice some things weren't adding up. Like, it was a lot of things going on. And then, for me, I try to be that person to try to give people a fair chance. I was like, you know what? I'm not going to say nothing now, but however, we just going to wait and see how this plays out. The same thing I'm trying to do with Megan Thee Stallion and Tory Lanez. But however, as time went on, I was like, okay, player, things are not really looking good in your favor. Okay, so I want to say this with the whole grandmother. I don't know why people do this, but it's the whole thing of we come in, we defend our family members, knowing damn well they done did it, knowing damn well that they were at fault for what may have happened. And another thing too, and I understand this is grandmother coming in trying to defend him, speaking on behalf of his character. But this is another thing I need for all family members to know. You don't know every single person in your family, or you don't know every aspect of the personality in their character. To keep in mind, there's always a face that you see, and there's always a face that you don't see. Not saying that he's an evil person, not saying etc. But what I will say is that, yeah, to you, it probably something like, oh my God, my grandson would never do this. He needs a fair trial. But however, let's add a little bit of fame and let's add a little bit of money and attention in there, and let's see what his true morals and character is. I do believe what having that white woman up in that goddamn courtroom was a tactic. And I'm not gonna lie, it kind of shocked me. I was like, oh my God, that's a white woman, forgetting that he is light skinned.
But he's mixed race.
Yes. So I don't know why I don't know, that really just caught me off guard. So I was like, oh, okay. But then the whole thing talking about everything was, all the seats were taken up by his family, and the people girl, they showed the fuck out in that goddamn courtroom. They was like, fuck this shit, bitch. Everybody come. He was flying out motherfucking
they came through like Russia, the way they supposed to come.
Bitch, he was over there flying out cousins. He was flying out motherfucking aunties, the bitches that he can't stand. He was flying out goddamn fucking uncles, the motherfuckers that be calling him homophobic slurs. And let's be very clear, some of the motherfuckers probably just came to see what was gonna happen with him, so they can know how to divide up his shit. Now, but let me say this. Now, I'm gonna be for real because I was just joking, But however, when it comes down to Smollett, this is an example of how fame and money can really test and really show who you really are, as in your character. Because when you're not under pressure, it's easy for us to say, I would never do this, I would never do that, blah blah blah. But then, since this is a spiritual thing, I'm gonna get just tab it. It also goes to the whole thing of the power of the tongue. For me, I never say I would never. Only being is because when you say I would never, it always seems to come to you. Case in point, I had a friend. She had a situation where within our friend group, we had another friend cheating on her boyfriend.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm. But however, we knew, we knew about it and stuff, but we was trying to not put her on blast. But at the same time, we kept coming to her like, you need to stop that. You need to let him know he's a good guy. Blah, blah. It was kind of one of the situations of good guys come last, just about. So with the whole thing with that, friend number one, she gave friend number 2 a lot of judgment. And I was telling her, and come on, and she gave friend number 1 gave friend number 2 a lot of judgment. And the whole thing behind it, I was letting her know, I understand that's probably something that you probably don't agree with, but however, I would be careful with that judging and stuff. And she was like, I would never do blah, blah, blah. Let's fast forward a couple of months later.
The universe for that everlasting work.
Exactly. And the whole thing behind it is that the reason why I brought that up is just to say this, is that yes, I understand some things you may not agree with and it may not be part of your character, or what you think may not be part of your character, but I never say never, because what that does, that sends a verification and an authorization on exactly what you said you would never do, but however it edits it to your liking. As in, she was like, oh, I would never do da-da-da. But however, when the universe, God, or whoever you believe in, decided to send her a big, giant, tall, light-skinned nigga that was just her type and she couldn't resist, and considering the circumstances of them having a long-distance relationship, she didn't pass up the offer. And so this is coming from the very friend that said that she would never. Now, at the end of the day, when I found out, I didn't have no issue with it. I was like, okay, but she was like, why didn't you come and tell me? And I was like, be quite honest, I already knew that was going to happen. Because when you said I would never, it happened. So with the whole thing, when it comes to that money and that fame, you got to be careful. And like Conscious said, the last couple lives, or the last live, it's a rite of passage. So with that being said, you're going to be tested. Okay, so another thing that I thought about with Jussie Smollett, the Hoteps ate this up, bitch. They ate this shit.
Even a wrong clock gets to be right twice a day.
I know, bitch. When I tell you, around this time, that's when I had to dodge some panels, bitch.
Hold on. But pause right there before you get to the Hoteps. Did you so you believed this initially?
I would say initially, as in when we first heard the story, but as stuff went on, I was like, and then once I felt like he was lying, I kind of just stopped following.
Did you believe him going out for a sandwich at 2 a.m. in the morning in -6 degree weather? When we're talking about so cold that when they saw his jacket, he had white residue on his sweater or his jacket. Or the garment he's wearing. What? No. What it was the two brothers had tossed bleach on him after they had sucker punched his ass to the floor and tried to strangle his ass to goddamn death with the noose. But it was so cold in Detroit that the right residue was frozen bleach. Frozen bleach. That's how fucking cold that bleach froze mid-air. Turned into fucking snowflakes on his ass.
Now, I'm gonna be honest. I didn't know all of that. And okay, and that was another thing too. When I first got the story, I didn't know about all of the I heard about the subway and stuff, but I didn't know about the bleach and all the extra. Mm-hmm. Bleach is hot as hell, so that it had to be cold as shit. No one really thought this through. They deserve their ass whooped. I'm sorry.
Chicago, not Detroit. Chicago.
Oh, Chicago.
I mean, both of them are third world countries inside of America. Detroit, Chicago, ain't the same damn difference to me. But yes, Chicago. Now, then it was him keeping the noose on and calmly walking home, because surveillance showed him after the attack. Ooh. Walking to his place calmly. He wasn't running. He didn't seem frantic. It was freezing, and he had the noose around his neck until police got there, because body cam footage showed the police in Jussie's hotel or wherever the fuck, his brothel, whatever the hell he was. Okay, the bathhouse where he caught the police to, and he had took off the jacket and had on his regular outfit, but had the noose around the neck. And even the police chief eventually came out and said how baffled he was that this nigga kept the noose around his neck. It was just the oddest thing. He never, that's like a rape victim keeping the condom inside of them after the experience. It's like a stab victim keeping the knife lodged in them as they wait on police. It's like It's like a thief keeping the stolen goods on them. After police are called, it was even strange to the fucking police officers. But Jussie's psychology was he didn't want to tamper with evidence, so he thought they could get more by him not fucking around with anything, even though he had took off his damn coat and everything else.
That shit been tampered with, bitch.
They had difficulty with him participating actively in the investigation. Like, they wanted the phone records, all of this, see what was going on. Now, he had initially agreed to be compliant, to give them everything they needed for this investigation, but when it was time for that, honey, Miss Jussie started backpedaling and pussy popping, and he gave them redacted call logs and text messages, which also raised the eyebrow of police. Like, why are you giving us an edited version of your call log? Now, Jussie's excuse then was it was because he did not want to reveal the identities of all of the A-listers and all of the probably down low male celebrities who have been sending him asshole and dick pictures all on his phone, that he wanted to protect the privacy of these Illuminati-oriented celebrities in his phone. Okay? That was his excuse for being difficult. And then it was that Good Morning America sit down, and they had a whole body language expert to investigate all of his posture, his mannerisms during our interview, girl. And the body language expert read his Maury's verdict and said, bitch, Jussie telling the truth is a whole lie.
Oh.
That everything about his eyeballs, his breathing, his not looking head on, looking away, not making eye contact, touching his ear, etc. Scream lie, 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 and more motherfucking lies.
Yeah.
Then it was the infamous footage of the Nigerian brothers, as the media wanted us to for whatever fucking reason, remember the Nigerian brothers. It was that footage of them in the store the day before the accident, buying the noose and buying.
They couldn't play this No Years Out.
The bleach. Now, apparently, when they investigated the brothers, coupled with what they found in the text messages, Jussie Smollett had gave them the money, allegedly, for the noose and the bleach. They also, apparently, according to the brothers, did practice runs. As terrible as this still all went, they actually rehearsed the showdown, the beatdown.
Yes, come on, rehearsal.
Okay, now those text messages revealed a lot more bitch than just $20 for a rope and some bleach. It also involved there being some very some very speculative transactions between the brothers and Smollett, because apparently the text messages revealed that the brothers were Mr. Smollett's alleged powder supplier.
Yes, come on, powder.
That Miss Smollett allegedly been on that Christina Aguilera, honey, that he was on that genie in a bottle, bitch. Okay? Now, Jussie Smollett alleges that the brothers are on the down low, and one of the brothers he used to make out with in a bathhouse, which the brothers denied. That never being the case. They say they're very gay friendly. Because I think it was also alleged that they was homophobic. That's what Jussie's attorneys tried to paint the brothers as, but the brothers are seen on Empire. They're obviously friends with Jussie, and they have pictures and footage of the brothers at gay parade, at gay pride, handing out condoms to all the queer men and Daisy Dukes and things. So it was just a lot, girl. that was happening. Now, what I will say is that the boy ain't never been in trouble until this event. This is the event of all events in his life. The boy has had a squeaky clean existence. He's been an advocate and a light worker, an empath since he was a child. Everybody knows him to be kind of the boy next door. Always helpful, always just positive, upbeat, loving, sweet person. This is literally everybody's experience of Jussie, including those who raised him, raised around him, know his upbringing, etc. Nothing but solid A's across the board. And activism, civil rights work goes way back to his early years. He's been a consistent humanitarian. He's been the Michael Jackson of the acting room. Okay. Now I say all that because people have been asking why. Why would he do this? Before I give my dissertation I give my explanation or my perspective, what is yours? And I know you still have some more notes you probably wanted to read off too.
Oh, girl, I'm over here writing.
We got 2 more topics we got to get into.
Okay, so I'm gonna make mine quick. I'm gonna try. So the whole thing behind it, baby, when that kitchen got hot, baby, I bet his ass started sweating, bitch. When they start asking for that call log, when they start asking, they start asking for them text messages, bitch. He had to start editing them and stuff. And he thought he was slick trying to use the whole DL excuse. Trying to use the whole thing about that DL excuse as an, I can't give that to you, but however, because yada, 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 yada. Now, it was very interesting how you talked about that Good Morning America interview. I believe it was that with the body language. I've always been interested in that, as in learning, people's body language as in to the T. I know certain things here and there, but learning it to the T, like this pussy asshole is lying.
I think you want to take it further because you definitely are a master at understanding the muscle between men's legs. So now if you can just get that acquainted with the rest of the body, girl, yes, you might be on to a very solid career.
Girl,
body language expert thing. But continue on.
You haven't told a lie yet, bitch. So yeah, it was the whole thing about the body language of touching the ear and stuff. Like this was not even planned correctly. I don't know if they haven't seen. First off, with the whole thing with the footage, you have footage of you with the stuff on, saying that you didn't want to tamper with it because you didn't want to mess up any evidence. But then when they ask you for more evidence, you don't want to mess with it. That's strike one. And then on top of that, you mentioned the Nigerian brothers. And then on top of that, 24 hours, not a week, not a couple of months, not even a year, 24 hours, they have footage of the 2 Nigerian brothers going to get the equipment. Have you guys not seen First 48? We all know, not saying that I'm going to do it, but however, we all know you're supposed to get the equipment some years in advance or a year or plus, okay? You don't just go get it 24 hours and then sit up there and be sitting there practicing like this is stage play. Bitch, have they lost their mind? Now, the whole thing saying that they were like the powder supply and stuff, now that's when I knew things started to get messy. Because it was like, bitch, it's either going to be you or it's going to be me. Bitch, all the things started to come out. Next thing you know, this powder supply. Next thing you know, he talking about they DL and they try to say they homophobic. But however, there's footage and pictures and shit. Like, girl, that's it.
All of that.
Yeah.
Now, why do you think he did it? Before I get to me, why you think? Why? What is the WHY question mark?
I have 2 reasons why.
Mm-hmm.
Now, reason number 1. Of course, I'm going to say the obvious of what people think. I say reason number 1 is he did it for fame, for attention, for money, to be able to, what he says, get more power or whatever. But then Also understanding the environment that I'm in right now. So I'm gonna think more on a conspiracy level because I'm pretty sure you're gonna go there with it.
Yeah.
This is, as you guys say all the time, when you have cults and when you are within cults and stuff, you have to go through an initiation process, which calls for embarrassment. So this could be his initiation or quote unquote his rites of passage. I don't know. So that's my little. That's my.
Wait a
little
minute.
take
But
on it.
for you to give that as a theory must mean that you believe he's actually innocent. Because this wouldn't be a rite of passage if he's guilty. This would just be him being caught up in his bullshit.
I don't know. For me, I'm trying to keep it balanced. Balance as in
rites of passages are for righteous people.
Well, this is his motherfucking initiation process, bitch. Do this or else. I'll put it that way.
Or else.
like Carrie Hilson. Do this or else.
So there are two things I want to say. So keeping all that I just said in mind about this boy has been a humanitarian. He's been the Michael Jackson of the earth. He's been Mother Teresa since he's been a child girl. He's been a golden child since. He has a strong reputation and a legacy, honestly, at this point, of just being in philanthropy work. He's donated $500,000 to Black Lives, to AIDS research, women's empowerment. I mean, he's put his money where his mouth is. He's put his time and his effort where his mouth is. He's greatly respected in the activism world. With all that being said, when I first reported on the story in 2019, what I realized immediately was that Jussie Smollett is an empath. He's a light worker. That's reflected in his life and charity and all of that, his long-standing relationship to charity. I think what happened is that Jussie Smollett got very overzealous because at that time, things were still very thick in the country. 2019, Trump was really doing the motherfucking most. There was a lot of heavy tensions culminating at that point. And I think, you know how some good-hearted people get so caught up in wanting good results that they even think that lying is okay to do if it means that the result would be good. Like, some people look at lying as a means to an end. Like, if lying leads to a positive outcome, if lying leads to, something that could be liberating or beneficial for the collective or for self, then they will utilize and weaponize a lie. So I think that Jussie allowed his super saver whole nature to say, you know what? We need a motherfucking boost. Because this country is really under the motherfucking impression that Black people, that Black queer people are out here just making shit up. The police are not investigating these attacks and hate crimes to the severity in which they need to. Our oppressors and our assailants and our abusers and murderers are walking away scot-free. They're letting motherfuckers off the hook and letting motherfuckers walk out of the courtroom scot-free for violence and bloodshed that we all can see that they've done. And he said, you know what? I'm going to use myself as a sacrificial lamb and give this movement a nasty boost by faking a hate crime and using my celebrity as a catalyst to launch off a pressure, to apply a pressure to this country, because they might not believe Voodoo Child in the comment section. They might not believe Mob in the comment section. They might not believe Opinionated Gene. They might not believe Sweetness. or Dominique Walton. But bitch, they will believe my important celebrity ass. If I get my ass beat down, damn near murdered out here, and then blame it on the actual villains. And I don't think that Jussie Smollett thought that there was any issue with lying on the bad guy. Because who gives a fuck, right? Like, nobody would care if somebody lied on Donald Trump. Nobody would care if somebody lied on Saddam Hussein. Nobody would care if somebody lied on the Joker. Especially if you see these individuals as problematic. Jussie Smollett saw pale supremacy in the Trump administration as problematic and saw that it was having a ratchet-ass impact on minority communities because Black and brown people were being run down on because Trump and his administration was gaslighting white America, racist, pale supremacist as white America, who was becoming more emboldened as the mascot of this country, taught his bullshit. And Jussie Smollett tried to act as a break in between that shit so that the pendulum could swing from that side to this side. And he used bamboozling and hoodwinking as a way to do that. So now the question is, the question for me wasn't, I didn't give a fuck about the investigation or none of that. This to me posed a profound philosophical dilemma, which is it ever okay to do the wrong thing for the right reasons?
Come on,
that is what stimulated my whole thinking process in this whole thing was Jussie Smollett lied to do the right thing for his people by trying to pull the pendulum back our way, by faking an ambush by racist white America. And we wasn't getting enough due diligence and due processing in the court of America. So now motherfuckers had to become vigilantes like Batman and shit. Had to take justice into their own hand, honey. Had to come into Gotham, girl. Put on their cape and get to ass kicking. And so the question for me was, is it ever okay to do? Is it ever right to do the wrong thing? What do you think? Like,
yes.
I mean, expound. Go ahead.
First though, we already know what's my thought processes on certain things. And a lot of people saying, nope, let's just keep that same energy. If a pedophile were to touch up on children, I think most people will agree that they would want him or her executed. Now, not saying that that's the way or that's what you should think or shouldn't think, but however, let's just be honest and let's be fair. We all just about in some shape and some form believe that vigilantism is a thing. It should be a thing. Because let's also be very clear. We've also had family members or friends that have been wrongfully murdered, and we also wanted to be the ones to go out and get the revenge, or have that one cousin that want to go out and get the revenge for them. So I would say yes. Shit. Especially you think about it now, especially now on the whole way that the world is set up when it comes down to melanated people in the judicial system. Because another thing with that is that a lot of times we say, oh, we want equality and justice. No, bitch, I want equity, bitch. I want to be as equal. But however, equality means we all get the exact same. But however, what's the purpose of this group over here getting the exact same if they're already to a level to where they can be able to reach it on their own compared to another group? So with that being said, sometimes you may have to just take things and put things in your own hands. That's the only way you're gonna get quote unquote justice. Just to be completely honest, y'all better ask George Floyd. Y'all better ask Sandra Bland. Y'all better ask Trayvon Martin. I'm just saying.
Because I think about, because this is a spectrum issue. because we know that there are lots of people who have taken justice into their own hand. I remember there was a case a few years ago of this black girl. Her 9-year-old brother had been gunned down, had just been viciously slain in the broad daylight. The police was not moving how they should. They had to bury her brother, etc. And I believe she went to her brother's grave, and I think the boy had a phone. It was something like this. He had a phone. Now, he was deceased at this time, but she had either texted his phone or either called the phone and left a voicemail and told him, I'm going to get him, bro. I'm going to get him, bro. And guess what she did? She found her brother's killer, and she killed that motherfucker in broad daylight. And she happily took her ass to prison.
Girl.
Happily. I think about women, right, who have ran away from abusive boyfriends and husbands, who, despite them going to the courts, getting protective orders, restraining orders, moving, relocating, doing everything they can do to practically survive the predatory nature of some weird ass ex, who eventually had to shoot and kill a motherfucker because the law was ineffective at protecting them. There was a black woman in Florida, a stand your ground state, who had to shoot her husband fatally, who was physically abusing her at the time, charging at her. She was in fear of her life. She killed that motherfucker. She's serving time for standing her ground. Now, we have conversation. Now, I'm going to tell you why this is a deep conversation to me. Because, no, it's all a part of the same thing, sweetness. And I'm going to tell you why. Because as Black Americans, we keep having and keep the mantra up that this country is extremely and profoundly and explicitly unfair to us in every which way. Politically, socially, economically, etc. We go up in arms every time there is an injustice. We feel anger, we feel frustration, we start burning down LA, start burning down Ferguson, watching motherfuckers get away with blatant murder. While under the dictatorship of a president who says that there's good people on both sides and who weaponizes the Proud Boys and who says that Haiti and many African countries are shithole countries and who talk about poor blacks not needing to move into the suburbs and invade white communities and gaslighting a prejudice and a racism and a hatred for black and brown people that's already there. Making mayonnaise folk more comfortable being explicitly discriminative. So the whole thing is, because it reminds me of the bully impact. Like, I'm going to be diplomatic in resolving my issues with you. I'm going to report you to the principal. I'm going to tell my mommy. I'm going to get all the right people involved to stop you from harassing me and bullying me. But then what are victims supposed to do when the systems that are so-called created to protect and serve them and bring about that justice is failing to do so? That's why Black Lives Matter exists. That's why the protesting in the streets are filled. Sandra Bland, Trayvon Martin, the list is endless. Philando Castile. What happens, And what are people supposed to do who live in a system that's not designed to protect them? We running all the numbers. Pipeline to prison, from school to prison pipeline for Black and brown boys and girls. Black men are how many times as likely to be incarcerated in contrast to their white counterparts? Melanated people make up how much more of a percentage of those incarcerated in prison than their white counterparts? We literally have all the science. We have all the social and historical events now. We know for a fact the system doesn't serve us. We see that with our own eyes. Black people believe in a democracy. We believe in a government. We believe in a police task force. The problem is those systems don't believe in us. I believe that people like Jussie Smollett are a part of the minority of our community who is tired of begging, tired of crying, tired of seeing the same shit happening all the time, and is now ready to just set some shit off, even if he got to lie to do so. Because at this point, it doesn't matter. He in his head has got to help set his people free, even if it means lying on the perpetrators. Because guess what? The lie was never supposed to lead to the brothers ever being incriminated or found. The lie was supposed to be used to bring attention to the disparity of justice between Black people in contrast to their non-Black counterparts. So they put together a little act, a little stage play, if you will. One that didn't cause, to the defense attorney's point, nobody no physical harm. Nobody was shot, nobody was killed, nobody was beheld. If anything, Jussie Smollett took a black eye or a scratch to the motherfucking dome or to the eye.
He's an actor.
And I think we should take the circumstance around, as a people, we should take the conversation around Jussie Smollett a little bit deeper than that. Because I think it's deeper than just somebody lying to the state. We're talking about a black man who lied on white supremacy. The same white supremacy that ain't gave none of y'all niggas, y'all 40 acres in the mill. The same motherfucking white supremacy that allowed Trayvon Martin's murderer to walk free and even sell the gun he killed Trayvon with on eBay, who is now also turning around and suing Trayvon's parents for blaming them for the emotional distress he has experienced as a result of being painted as a villain and a bad guy for what he did to their son. Think about the same pale supremacy that walks into a motherfucker's apartment complex and shoots a black man eating ice cream, claiming that they thought it was their apartment and the black man there had broken into the place.
Oh, and let's not forget the same supremacy that decided to break into a man's house, and he had his weapon, and then when he goes to reach for his weapon, his finger was not even on the trigger, and they shot him dead. Let's not forget
the same pale supremacy that was in office year before last and lied to the entire country about Carisha 19. White supremacy, who happened to be the president of the United States, knew that Carisha was here 3 months before we were ever informed about that virus landing on this land. We're talking about pale supremacy that still has not rectified the issue of slavery psychologically or socially, economically. There's still no restitution for Black and brown people in this country. Our people are dying every day under patriarchal capitalism, under white patriarchal rule. And there are people who are mad that Jussie Smollett lied on pale supremacy. There are people who want Jussie Smollett hung up on a cross for lying on the devil.
Okay.
There are Black and brown people who want Jussie Smollett's head on an altar because he pulled one out of Master's book and lied. Because when you have failed to reason with the power that be, what you do? You just open up their playbook. Oh, y'all motherfuckers use rape and pillaging, lying and deception to come into power. It's time to start doing one out of the four ourselves.
It's not.
I believe that was the mindset of Mr. Smollett. That was the mindset, and I can't blame him.
It's not fun.
Now he did a crime, right? So you do a crime, you gave the law, the so-called law, the alleged law, reason to incarcerate you, fine. But Jussie Smollett, he ain't guilty in my book. He can be guilty in the white man's book, but I get it. Because guess what? I know for damn sure that if things continue to get worse, all of our black asses are going to be doing what the fuck we got to do. To save our asses, to save our children's asses, to save our people. Now, I don't understand the prison time that come with lying. All these white bitches who done lied on athletes and ruined their reputation and claimed that they were sexually assaulted and raped, who ain't had to serve no motherfucking time. All these motherfucking white Diana hoes who done alleged that black men done gang raped their motherfucking asses. That done abused them, who don't get incarcerated. Donald Trump got 50 million 11 motherfucking charges. And what you call that charge? It's not truancy. Forgot what it is. It's treason. This motherfucker got 20 billion treason charges listed against him. Still walking around this motherfucking country. Hillary Clinton did that white Diana whole face a lick of motherfucking time. After they found her colluding with secret servers and internet, and emails and shit on private servers out of order. Did that bitch get 5 months? We're talking about our politicians. We're talking about if the law needs to apply to any motherfucking body.
Okay.
Damn sure to those who actually have power. But no, Jussie Smollett, non-violent offense. He ain't give no secrets away to Russia. He ain't colluding with what's the bitch name? Putin. Every other motherfucking liar got to tell a lie and ruin a motherfucker's life and go on about their life. Jussie Smollett lied and hurt himself with the intent to swing the pendulum in favor of those who needed justice at that point by any means necessary. I think the conversation is deeper than what social media is having around this issue. What you laughing at?
I'm looking at some of the comments, Gary. You talking about something? One was like, let me see, can I find it? She said, Mia Sky said subconsciously he did this so he could experience the jailhouse and joy. I was like, girl. But okay, so I will say this. When it comes down to the lie and stuff, I do believe it was bad. It was bad because, well, in the end, it was bad only because it's going to weaken the movement, quote unquote. But however, I will say, based on your perspective, I will say I do believe that is something that the lie was just supposed to bring awareness, bring attention, but it just kind of blew up and it kind of got out of hand. And you know, it's actually funny that that this like once you said that, the first thing that popped in my head, you know Spice, right?
No.
Jamaican artist, yes.
Yeah.
You remember when she did the whole colorism thing where she like showed a picture of her, like, you know, as a, I think that was like as a white woman or whatever, and people just went haywire. Like some people really thought she really like did her skin like that, but however, what she did was she did it to bring awareness of colorism in a way, and got the conversation going. So I do believe that if he was going to do that, I believe he probably should have got a little bit of different organizations and stuff involved to kind of cover his ass. If needed, I guess try to see if he'd be able to. I really don't want to say police, but some other people involved, because I'm kind of lacking vocabulary to really describe that. But I do believe he should have had some other movements or organizations involved within that, as in tell them about the big picture, and then so they can be able to help execute it. So if anything were to go left, you have people to back you up. You don't have to lie about everything and all the different types of things. And also, he could have made a video in the end. But I think this lie was just something that kind of was supposed to be meant for something, but however, it just kind of blew up and it transformed into something else. But I never get fucked about him, honestly. I never get fucked about him lying.
Here's the whole gag. The movement can't be weakened because the movement doesn't have any power to fucking begin with, which is why pale supremacy still got its kneecaps in the ass cracks and busses of minority people in this country. Do y'all realize that Black Lives Matter is just a mantra? Do you realize that there's no actual power to the movement? Do you know that the movement hasn't accomplished anything other than giving Black community and its allies a mantra equivalent to "I'm Black and I'm proud"? Nobody has been saved because of Black Lives Matter. No justice has been impacted by Black Lives Matter, which is why we're Black Living every other month, every other week. There's somebody that Black Lives Matter. So talking about weakening a movement that doesn't fucking exist, talking about us using our platforms. If there was power in us using our fucking platforms, Black Lives Matter wouldn't even have ever had to be a thing, because it would be as simple as using our platforms to highlight injustices. We're talking about the reality of powerlessness, and that's why the extremities are being gone for now. Now we got some folk in the background who I'm gonna let come up.
Oh girl,
We might not even get to the rest. We might not even get to our whole show, because I got a feeling this show might be the damn show. It's sale. Hold on. Hey, Valkyrie.
You love this Cardi B show.
Hey, Valkyrie. Are you there? Can you hear me? Valkyrie?
Hey, y'all. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I think your phone is breaking up a little bit, boo.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Yes, you sound clear. How you doing?
Again, I'm gonna come out and try it again.
Okay, cool. We want to bring up Lady T. Hey, Lady T.
Hey, excuse me.
Hi.
Hey, how are you all? Hi, Reckless. Hi, Conscious.
Hey.
We are wonderful. How are you? Thank you for joining us tonight. I know you have something to say on it.
Child, I'm not going. I love you though.
Tell me about it.
I want to know how far removed do you have to be from our not our so-called plight, from our plight, for you to have to make up something in regards to racism or gay rights. Like you had to make it up. You couldn't just wait for your next racist thing to highlight it on your social media. Like I don't understand. I don't think he did it for some altruistic meaning. I think he did it so that he could be in the spotlight. I think he did it so that he could be the poster boy for BLM because he's a narcissist. Like I don't think that it had anything to do with anything to bring any kind of spotlight to our plight. And you have to be super far removed in order for you to feel like you have to make something up. Like my day ain't. I'm never gonna get a chance to get on this the way that this whole equality is going. You know, like I mean, you couldn't just wait till your next. I mean, dang, Oprah got where was it? Where was she? I want to say Italy, where they didn't know where she was and they was trying to follow her around the store. Oprah. You couldn't wait for your Oprah moment. You had to make something up. Not going.
I empathize with Jussie because the reality is it is very painful to keep watching this happen to your Black and brown sisters daily. It's so grieving and traumatizing for a lot of us that I don't even watch a lot of it anymore. I don't even get into the stories because at some point, I don't know what else to say. Like the young Black boy who was recently working for FedEx on his route, and the white guys in his neighborhood shot through the truck, ran his way down. He luckily escaped with his life.
Right. Real life occurrences. Why not get behind and champion one of those? I mean, okay, just so let's say it actually happened. Let's say it actually happened, like the way that he the way that he was acting. Okay, some white guys came up there. Ain't you that empire F word? You N word? Ain't that you? Here's a noose. Now, and what you think we're gonna burn down the fucking mall for you? Like nobody's gonna it's gonna be like, oh damn, that's messed up, and that's it. It's not gonna end racial injustice across the world.
But the question is, what will? Because I'm in communications with a lot of radical Black people who are fed up, and at this point they ready to be with the shits. There is an aspect of our community that has given up on being diplomatic and being so-called moral and integrity and integral toward a system that's deeply corrupted. And the fact that every generation is sitting here fighting the same motherfucking demons that all of our ancestors have been fighting forever proves that we are trying to make a moral appeal to a country that does not seem to have a moral fucking conscience. And so when some people come to that conclusion that I'm trying to reason with the unreasonable, that I'm trying to agree with the unagreeable, that I'm trying to compromise with the uncompromised, I think the deeper question becomes, then what? Then what? Because in third world countries, hello? Sweetness, are you there? Sweetness, can you hear me? Hello? Okay, we're gonna let Sweetness try to come back in and come back out and do the whole thing. In third world countries, when their citizens realize that their governments are dictators and not democracies, you know what happens? You know what other people in the world, what reasonable conclusion they come to? It's time for all hell to break motherfucking loose. It's time extreme measures, extreme times gonna call for extreme fucking measures. And so this whole being chipper with it, using our platforms, we've always been using our platforms. We've had whole fucking eras of civil rights that ultimately still mean nothing. Today, we're still pushing the pavement.
Well, I mean, I could see if he tried to take over the Capitol, but he came up with a like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, he came up with like some kind of bogus.
Well, we only saw one part of the plan. We don't know.
Bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
we only saw one part of the plan. We never got to see what else was in store, because
what, you think he would go before Congress?
The niggas' plan collapsed almost as soon as it was fucking executed. So we didn't even get to see what else what this was supposed to lead to, because he didn't get to that part.
It was supposed to lead. It was supposed to lead to jail so he could live out his black boy fantasies. That's what was supposed to happen.
And people keep talking about this whole jail thing. I don't think people know how the gay community works, baby. Dick and ass is every other profile. I can get gang banged tonight. We don't need prison to get fucked at our ass. We don't need prison to suck on
I'm not talking about the peen in jail.
All that man on man action, baby, is available every day in and day out, baby. Don't nobody got to go to prison to get no motherfucking dick.
No,
especially after 3.
They don't need to go to prison to get peen. I'm not talking about peen. I'm talking about street cred. I'm talking about he needed a wake up call. He needed to realize that shit is real. You know what I'm saying? And you can't just go around doing effery and get away with it.
Especially after 3 a.m. in the morning, bitch.
But I think I still think it's weird that we think that it's the victims who need the wake up call. Pale supremacy needs the motherfucking wake up call, because if we think that Jussie Smollett is the last of the Mohegans, niggas gonna become massa. That means that niggas gonna be pulling plays out of Massa's book. However they got in power, eventually we gonna see our own people taking on that same essence. If it means insurrections, that's what you're going to start seeing minority people doing. White people already clapping back at their own fucking government and losing their life and laying their life down. We're going to see things become more extreme, because the reality is we can make it about the individual player, Jussie Smollett. This is about a bigger issue, and the bigger issue is still the pale supremacy that acts as an umbrella system for minority people up under it. And we are screaming and yelling to pale supremacy that we cannot sustain under the system anymore. It's killing our children. It's killing us. Flint, Michigan's water is still motherfucking poison. We are here funding a fucking war and saving fucking Ukraine, while at the same time we got poor people on every motherfucking country walking through Times Square like goddamn zombies. We have literally, we're sitting at the underbelly of this shit, and we think that victims need to wake up. I don't think we're the problem. I think that it's rational.
So who's the victim that we're discussing?
I think it's rational that when you live under a system that is oppressive and don't give a fuck, that you not giving a fucking return is a rational response. And literally doing whatever you feel needs to be done, because that's going to look different to every vigilante in terms of what they believe needs to be done to rectify the issue. I'm not mad at his attempt to rectify it wasn't thought through, but I can't say I'm mad at it.
I don't think he did it for us. I think he did it because he's insecure. I think he has self-esteem issues, and I think that for some reason he felt like the martyrs that we, the names that we need to say, those names that I mean, we could just go on and on and on about the people who actually did experience and lose their life due to this social injustice. I think he was like, dang, look at everybody championing and rooting for and wearing their t-shirts. I want to be I don't feel sincerity from him.
Right.
I don't feel that
I don't know why, because he doesn't have any history that says otherwise. Literally, this is his only F on his report card of life. Everything about his life checks out. This is only one situation. This man doesn't have a habit. He's not a habitual liar. He's not a repeat offender. We have given people who are more repetitious in bad behavior more grace and opportunity than Jussie Smollett, who has done one thing that is going to stain his reputation in some people's eyes. But this man doesn't have a history of being belligerent and wild and a liar and a schemer and all of these things.
I just think that the only point that I was trying to make, hi everybody.
Hey, sweetness.
Yeah, the only point that I was trying to make, like, because I didn't want to come off like I was being disrespectful to your perspective, because I think that you're looking at it from perspective of what you would be doing and how you would feel about it. But I think that that Jussie wasn't coming from that perspective, because what I was saying before about using your platform, because really I've learned about so much of trans girls dying and Black femicide from people on YouTube. It hasn't been raised up. So I'm like, there's real issues that are already going on that you don't need to make something up, because they're already going on. So if he would have used his stardom and then look at all the letters that came through. Look, you even said Suge Knight wrote a letter. If he I was lying. I know you were just playing, but I'm just saying the point. Like, he had so many resources behind him, and then you're sitting there with Lee Daniels, who is a out gay man, gay man. So if you wanted to bring a light to it, put a spotlight to it, you could have used real stories, because the only thing that I fear, like I was saying in the comments, like look at Chris Brown. Like, we already know that he beats women up. We already know that for a fact. So when you have a woman that lies and says, "Oh, he beat me up too," and then you find out, or he did something to me too, and then you find out that it's flawed, now you give that person some type of leverage to say, "Oh, see, it ain't me. They do be lying on me, like I told you." You understand what I'm saying? Like, because when that MAGA thing happened, I'm all the way in Philadelphia. When I found out that MAGA was wilding out in Chicago, I was on high alert. So then when you find out that it was all a lie, now you have MAGA people being able to say, "Oh, they lying on us." You feel what I mean? Like, so the lie, even if it came from perspective of what you were saying, even though I don't think it was, but let's say that it did. Once you lie on the villain, you give the villain leverage to say, "See, they be lying on me, just like I told you they were." You understand what I'm saying? So that's why
do you understand that? But do you understand that what I'm saying is that it does not matter whether minority people keep integrity with the corrupted system, because the corrupted system already has the power and the resource to trump your integrity or to trump your life. It doesn't matter what we do, is what I'm saying to you. We clearly see that it doesn't matter what we do, because when we were peaceful with these motherfuckers, we have a history that's playing out in front of us. We've taken the prime example is Dr. King and Malcolm X. One peaceful motherfucker who doesn't believe in a nonviolent protest, niggas getting hosed, niggas getting ate up, niggas getting shot, niggas getting incarcerated, etc. on some peaceful protesting shit. Then you got Malcolm X on the right, who's with the shits. If it needs to come down to nukes and missiles, so the fuck be it.
Right.
And where are Black and brown people today? Still fighting this war in either the context of Dr. King, or fighting this war in the context of Malcolm fucking X, but nonetheless, still fighting the war. They put innocent people in prison. They gun innocent people down. This system murders and incarcerates. People who are doing nothing. What was old girl's name? Can y'all say her name? Say her name. Say her name.
Which one, child?
I know.
Which one is the damn shame? That's my whole point. Which one? So once again, y'all are under the impression that you are going to win this war by integrity and trying to be polite to your open fucking enemy, and your open enemy keeps shooting your ass while you keep trying to be a decent motherfucker, keeps shooting and killing your children, keeps weaponizing themselves and their resources against your family and your tribe members. And at some point, and what I'm saying is that it is completely reasonable for people who have attempted to reason from a place of morality to conclude that the corrupted system they're up against has no moral conscience. And then the Hunger Games begin rationally. Then the psychological warfare on both sides begin, because how you, like, if you bring a butter knife to a gunfight, what's fair? What's fair?
I mean, I think that at the end of the day, if Jussie would have stood up anywhere on his IG or on Facebook, I don't care, any platform, anywhere, and said, listen, y'all kill one more trans girl, y'all harass one more gay man, y'all do whatever y'all gotta do, and we going to war. Even if he would have said that, because these are backed up by facts. But my problem is that when you when you put so much into a lie that you know that's a lie, you leave a hole there so that the enemy can now say, see, y'all did all this. Like, what if people would have got rallied up behind him and saying, oh, hold up, y'all done went too far, and really went behind it? You know, all of this is based off of a lie. And if that lie is exposed, it makes the war look frivolous. You understand what I'm saying? That's my only issue with it. Is real stuff going on that he could have stood behind. Like, I get your point, like, by any means necessary. That's what it sounds like you're saying, and I'm down with that. But I'm just saying, it's so much facts going on that he could have waged war on a fact. It is a fact that black femicide is up. It is a fact that trans women are being murdered. It is a fact that that gay and lesbian, the LGBT community feels like are under attack. But use the truth to back up your war.
But we've been crying out that that's been the case. From Lady Gaga to Madonna, there's been so many public allies, so many people with powerful platforms who've been on this Black Lives Matter shit, on this LGBT friendly shit.
Yes, because the way I felt about it was like this: police officers could get to kill, but he can't get to lie to a police officer. You know, but they could get to kill, but he can't get to lie. It was an overkill for that sentence. We could have mandated him to mental health and a year of community service and 3 years probation. That would have been justice. For him to be sentenced to not speak on his case and tutor or mentor children in acting or music is such a waste to have him in jail for 5 months, where his life could be taken in a Chicago jail. He is a gay man. Here's a gay man. This is just an overkill.
But see, my thing is, though, this is the problem with it. Like, while he was doing the planning, he knew he was a black gay male. Chicago is notorious at having a very corrupt system. We all know that. We know the justice system is unfair. So you can't.
Let's not look for justice out of Jussie because it's an overkill.
So what I'm saying is like, I don't even know why people are surprised. I was actually surprised that he only got 5 months. He got what he got because the justice system is backed up and solidified in white supremacy. So you can't.
Here's my. So I have a question for you guys. What's the difference between what Jussie Smollett did and what Rosa Parks did? She knew she was also supposed to have her black ass to the back of the goddamn bus. That was society's policy. Now, the reason why she sat her ass there instead was because she she made an executive decision in spite of what the law and the social order and social system was. And we don't reprimand and whip, and we don't reprimand and whip her motherfucking ass for not being in order with the status quo, because the status quo was fucked up and corrupted. Black people should have been able to have their black ass every which way they desired to be, east, west, north, and south, on a train, a bus, the airplane, Spirit Airlines, on the bicycle, in the skating ring. They should be able to be positioned in either direction, and we don't contest that. Jussie Smollett literally pulled the same stunt. He said, I don't respect the system. This system is deeply unfair, and I'm going to expose it by using a lie to expose a larger lie about, or to expose a larger
issue.
I guess I'm conscious. This is Jace. How you doing, baby?
Right.
Long time.
Right. Now I'm going. Hey, Jace, how you doing?
I'm well. I'm well.
Thank you for joining us.
Oh, I have been catching the replays. I guess I'm attempting to understand. When we heard about, well, I know that I was furious when I first heard the story. I was all in. I was furious about what had happened to the young man. And I guess I'm having difficulty seeing what you're seeing, because if this was something to call out the system, Jussie has been black, he's been gay long enough to know what this system is all about. He knows that. He knows the justice system is fucked up. It's always been fucked up for us. All you see in the justice system is just us. He knew that, and I think my disappointment came when the story began to fall apart. It took me a long time to not believe that he hadn't had these things happen. Even when pieces of it were starting to kind of not add up, I wanted to believe this young brother. And I'm saddened that he's going to have to pull time. But I just like the other lady, I'm very surprised that they gave him 5 months, because in this atmosphere, he could very well, it would have been a thing if he had to pull all 3 years, and they're letting people who shat and pissed in the halls of Congress get off with an ankle bracelet. That would have been some shit right there. But I was surprised that I wasn't expecting to get sentenced. I was expecting him to get, house arrest or what do you call it? Probation. I was expecting him to get community service, something like that.
It's a non-violent offense.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, while I'm unhappy that he got the 5 months, it's almost as if it could have been a whole lot worse, because we were believing him, and then here comes the Orange Menace and his kids chiding us. Yeah, Al, what you gonna do about that? You're gonna get behind him on it? I mean, they were chiding the black community and reveling in it. So we just have to pray for him and keep him covered. I wished I could believe that he was doing it for a bigger cause, but I think ultimately,
what is he going to do? He isn't going to get out here and tell any of y'all that. He already looks crazy as hell for the situation that he's in. And who exactly is he going to confine in as a black man who's attempting to do something revolutionary? Now, we also have the issue of the fact that people come up with game plans all the time. That don't mean they're thought out well. Egg ends up on a lot of people's face. But I think on a emotional level, because sometimes when I throughout the years of seeing all of this stuff play out in the country, largely why I don't speak about it anymore is because I don't know what else to say. I can't keep calling out racism. It's here, it's happening, motherfuckers are dying. I don't know what else to say. I can't keep saying the same shit over and over and over. I'm not going to keep reporting the same shit over and over and over. I have nothing, because And obviously, the way that we're dealing with the issue of a system that does not protect and respect Black and brown people in this country, which is why we're tired out of hearing the same shit over and over and over again in the fucking news, it's because of that. So unless there's something else that can be done, I don't know. Like I don't have my brain is not interested. My brain is not interested, and I'm sick of Jussie. What's his name? My brain.
Smollett.
No, Jussie. What's the name?
Jesse Jackson is not there.
I'm tired of seeing Jussie. I'm tired. It's like it's the same shit.
It is, and it is tiring.
And so I'm not mad at any Black person taking any other alternative. I don't give a fuck what it is. Lie, I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. Do what something different. I'm proud of the man for taking some innovative leap. He put his own freedom on the line. I don't know what the hell we mad. He the only motherfucker that got to do 5 goddamn months. I don't know why we upset. He the only motherfucker that got to pay for his revolutionary act. And I applaud him for doing something else other than sitting here with a damn sign saying, love me, please.
All right.
I
get you because we've heard some ridiculous defenses these last few months. So I can applaud him for that as well.
I know when you put it like that, I can.
When you put it like that, I can
take it as I don't. You know, when I know that the government has actually started wars, you understand, for other countries. You know, I don't take it as I take it as truth. I understand fully where Conscious is coming from. You understand? He used a tactic to try to bring awareness to something that happens every day that somebody else couldn't bring awareness to because they was already dead, that nobody cared about. But maybe they'll care about me. I'm a star, so he wanted to just bring that awareness. And he put
sorry, but at his sentencing, he did speak to it though. He did say, remember when he was like, when he started saying that he's not suicidal and he stood up, he did say that he punched a fist through what Black people was going through. He said something like that. So what you're saying, like maybe that is what he felt he was doing, because he said that he punched a fist through like what's been going on, and then he started talking about. Then that's when he said, "Oh, jail sentence." So
because people haven't
if y'all look at his actions that followed the event, even with his performance, where he was standing on stage and he was like, "I want y'all to know, I fought back. I fought back."
He the gay Tupac.
Yeah, that I'm the gay Tupac. The nigga literally had some revolutionary shit in his head, and he's on his Tupac shit. He's on his fucking motherfucker. I'm on the neck, and I fully believe that this man, because the context here is, and this is why I keep reiterating, the man has always been into humanitarian work. He's always is like since a child. This is where his money, his heart, his effort, his time, his energy. This is somebody who deeply believes in justice and balance and a dignified living for every human being. And he's living under a system that he feels is extreme. And he did something extreme in return that did not pan out well for him. But I do believe that the intent was from, in some strange way, was for the betterment of the movement, because it wasn't enough as a celebrity for him to just say, hey, we are largely disproportionate when it comes to dealing with criminality committed against LGBT people. Only a third of these cases even get followed up and investigated. Most of the issues around fall on the bare floors of the police precinct. He took it a step further and said, no, I need to be bloody. I have to be injured. I have to go to the extreme to get the extreme attention because we are being extremely ignored as a minority.
Exactly.
So I got to go to the extreme measure
You know,
to really paint this picture and lay myself down to really call for a call of passion out.
But Conscious, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Because I literally don't know. Have you really seen a celebrity, like an A-list celebrity or somebody that really has that juice, stand up about trans women murders or black femicide? Because I haven't. Like I said before, I learned more about black femicide from being a person that's an avid YouTube viewer. You understand what I'm saying? I haven't seen a celebrity stand up and say, yo, what's going on out there? Like, why are you killing all these young girls? Why are you dumping women in dumpsters? Why are you hitting women in the face with skateboards? Why are you murdering trans girls? What's going on?
Yeah, this is why Monica, sweet Monica, she's so angry, and everybody say, why is she so angry? Because there's no attention drawn to her people that's being killed. This is why
or our people either.
We don't stand at. We call this thing the Black community when it doesn't feel like community at all, because a community embraces everyone that is a part of it. And we're not always doing a great job of standing up for trans women being killed in numbers that and go largely ignored. Even when some of our young girls end up missing, it doesn't, unless Joy Reid is somebody, which she will put shit on her show, those stories don't get reported. When Gabby Petito or whatever her name was went missing, the whole world knew about it.
I don't know why it hasn't been a campaign with trans black women and cisgender black women getting together and saying, y'all killing us though. You understand what I'm saying? I think that would be powerful.
That's because there's this notion that there is some beef between cis women and trans women. First of all, there's that. Right. And overall, the Black people, particularly the ones I call the good Christians, want to excommunicate any LGBTQIA person out of the community. They become them.
But Christians will tell women that
they become they. You know, we don't. And yet, when Black Lives Matter and any of the marches were started, they were out there. I was in Atlanta and I was out, and there were trans women and members of the community, LGBTQIA community, out there marching when George Floyd was killed. They were out there for the cause.
Yes.
And we are not good at being there for them for that.
Yeah. But I tell you what, like Christian religion don't even back women, and especially in the Black community, that will divorce their husband or get away from their abusive husbands, because they'll tell them that you're supposed to be their helpmate, and they'll basically say like, you doing something wrong. Maybe you too mouthy. Maybe that's why he's knocking your mouth, knocking you in your mouth. Like that's a problem for both women and trans and gay community, the Christian, especially the women, because they're Christian people, because they are way too judgmental on abuse, on the victims of abuse, I'll say.
Well, you can call yourself anything, you can call yourself whatever you want to call yourself.
Yeah. Before we transition into the next topic, I want to say that to Sweetness' point, he don't got a lot of juice, but Malik Yoba from Undercover Cops,
yes, he did.
NY came out a few years ago and did a huge press run on shows like The Root, The Breakfast Club, all over social media, rallying behind trans women, even going as far as to admitting that he's even trans attracted. And when I tell you that our community ran this man into obscurity,
sure
when I tell you that there was so much fucking hatred,
sure did.
But I thought that was because like they had trans prostitutes like the trans women that were sex workers at the time.
It was all bullshit, which is why you ain't hearing
Oh.
about it now.
Oh,
That's
I didn't know
that's
that.
the level of witch hunting that they did against this man.
They sure did. They drug him. And it was so fucked up. I just couldn't take it.
He ain't even speaking anymore.
That's
about
right.
No, right.
Something that should be spoken about. And these are the things that minority people, whether you're a black minority, a black gay minority, whatever your intersections are, we know how profoundly disproportionate these issues and social dynamics are. That's why I'm saying that I understand why some people are, like, go to the extreme, because the issue is extreme. The issues are extreme. So the system is extreme. So look, there is going to be, well, I can't say there's going to be a race war. The truth is, we're already in one.
We already in it.
It's just going to amplify. And I think black people, I think we would do ourselves a huge service, because now we can skip through the Leandria part and get into the Christian shit, because we about to segue right there.
Okay.
The black church.
Let me unmute.
So, hold on. Let me stay right there, because you know I'm a visual hoe.
Let me unmute.
Yes, I got a whole lot. I can preach a sermon, baby, on my good Christian children.
Before we switch, can I ask one question?
Yes.
Am I the only one who knew Jussie was lying from the beginning, from the very beginning?
I knew
No,
he was lying. I just didn't care that he lied.
Okay.
I know that's right.
Because ain't nobody going outside for no Subway sandwich. It's not a hoagie. The bread ain't good. Nobody's risking frostbite over a sandwich.
This bitch came to play.
And that's another thing. Before we move on, I think that Chicago police got some motherfucking nerve being as passionate behind Jussie Smollett using funds and resources and all the things that it took for them to thoroughly investigate his plight. But yet you got thousands and thousands and hundreds of thousands of crimes that are unresolved in fucking Chicago. You got thousands of fucking women and men and children who are dead and fucking missing. And there's nothing being done about any of that shit. And yet they got the nerve to be mad
and the
about
what
they decided to passionately pursue. And then not even realizing that they exposed themselves, because they met Jussie's circumstance with a level of passion that exposed Chicago police, as far as I'm concerned, for being fucking clout chasers, because they just as fucked up for using this situation to prove something about themselves, because they know how shitty of a reputation Chicago police
had. Exactly.
And so they use the Jussie Smollett shit to go all out for, to redeem themselves. No, motherfucker, you want to redeem yourself? Let's flip the files 15, 20 years and start fucking resolving some of these unsolved mysteries and unsolved fucking murders. The fact that they pulled out literally the tanks for Jussie Smollett, and this nigga only had a scratch under his eye.
But honestly, I don't think that Jussie thought that they were going to take it there for. Honestly, I think that that's what you just said. I think that that's what Jussie thought, because that's how I would feel as a black person, whether I was a celeb or not. I would be like, look, we call the cops. They come like 3 hours later. Maybe they'll take a report. Maybe they won't. You know what I mean? So I think that he thought that they were just going to be like, can't find them, white guys, Chicago, boom. And then they were going to walk away, and he was still going to have the fame of bringing it to light. Like, no, this happened to me. Gay, people in my community get harassed all the time, and then go on his talking points. I don't think that he thought that they were really going to be like pulling out tapes, going to Walmart, getting the footage. Like, I don't think he thought that they were going to investigate that hard.
Oh no, because it was never meant. It was never meant to go that far, because it wasn't even supposed to be about the actual crime. It was supposed to be. It was supposed to be about the movement. Is what
Well, because of gay crimes against gay people aren't taken seriously. Anyway.
Exactly.
Ooh.
Hi, good evening,
Hey,
y'all.
Heart of Inspiration. Hi, boo.
Hi, honey. Hi.
What's going on, love?
I just got back from getting my nails done, y'all. So I
Hey,
had to
man,
up.
come on, Cardi B.
Hey,
Come on,
now.
Come on, Bodak Yellow.
Listen, I might be a woman of a certain age, but I love my nails and my hair, honey. We
Me
gonna
Scratch them hoes' eyes.
You better do it.
You better know.
listen. I paid the price for this. Okay, I've earned this. Let me tell you something. I lived in Chicago for 14 years. My daddy was from Chicago. God rest his soul. When this first happened, I didn't believe him because listen, let me tell you something. Streeterville, where that is at, is too close to the lake. Ain't nobody going out there. You is not fit to be out there. But I will say this, Conscious. I appreciate what you're saying. But when this first came out, there was a lot of text messages that were going back and forth where he was saying he needed something to boost himself to get more money, to get more notoriety. If the young man had come out and said, I want to bring, you know what I'm saying, light to this, I would ride out with him. And at any given moment in time, right, I would ride out with him. But I think what happened today was completely wrong. I was flabbergasted. I've seen a lot of stuff in Chicago. I have seen men that were stealing shoes for their kids because they could not find a job. And they were stealing shoes, $20 pairs of shoes, sentenced to years in prison in Illinois. I've been in traffic court, and then this comes up, and this should not be these men going to jail for years. And then in that same court hearing, and this is back in the 90s, that same court hearing, there was a Caucasian man that they caught him with a trunk full of automatic weaponry, of things that could have been used to make bombs and all kinds of stuff. Do you know what they did to that man? They put that man on an ankle bracelet and sent him home to his mama.
Mm-hmm.
So that what happened to Jussie today, I was actually shocked, even though I shouldn't have been. I was shocked that he got sent, that he actually got sent to any jail at all. That he had to go to now. Let's be real. There's also no understand the county jail is not the same as the penitentiary. Okay, there's levels to this ish, but I'm shocked that he got any time at all. I don't think he should have. I mean, payback for whatever, fine. Slap on the wrist. Let's keep it pushing.
Right, he had no priors. He had no
priors.
None.
None.
No,
That was completely.
Wally said he had a alcohol charge, drunken driving, charge.
Still.
So some petty misdemeanor charges.
That don't mean nothing.
Walk to the subway.
That means nothing. Why?
The police. If Chicago police are arguing that they put a lot of resources and spent a lot of money and put a lot of things in to do this, then that would have been a penalty alone. It's him paying that $130,000 back in restitution.
He's got 150 almost. He's got $250,000. What is 100 and some odd? 30 for this and another 100. I mean, fine him.
150,000.
Let him pay. Let him pay the fine.
To get out of it by paying the fine. I thought that they just wanted him to pay the restitution, and then he kept going with the lot.
Well, they did originally. And then he kept going and kept going and kept going.
That's the part though, because sometimes you gotta. It's kind of like when we were talking about the TK versus Cardi B situation, where y'all were talking about it because I was in comments, but you understand that you gotta know when to hold and know when to fold, because if you know all of this is backed up by a lie, that's like my whole point of it all, because he could have still had it on glass and then made it a more interesting conversation, because people would have been like, hold up, you just backed out and you just dropped. You think Good Morning America wouldn't have want to talk about it and all the other national or international platforms, and then that's when he could have talked about the plight of the gay people, like of the LGBTQ.
But let
And
me
then
tell you
he could have
something.
spun it. You feel
Well,
what
let
I'm saying?
Yes, well, let me tell you something. And so I'm not going to give out too much because this case is ongoing at the moment. Um, Up here, I know of a case, and these are two Caucasian individuals. The only reason I know of one is because one is kind of cursory in the family or related to somebody in my family. But there is a DV case that's ongoing, and this has been ongoing for a year. This gentleman has been continuing to do DV and continuing to be told to stay away from this woman. But because he's Caucasian, he gets let out on bail, $250 a pop here, $250 a pop there, $500 a pop here, and all the time he just kind of gets to go along and get along. Now, if that had been my son, he'd been up underneath the jail, locked the fuck up. Okay, I'm not trying not to cuss on your channel. So
but I think that's why Jussie got what he got, because they can't treat him like he a celebrity. If the regular smegular Joe went out here and lied and said these white folks around the corner just put a noose on me, threw bleach on me, and lied about it, them folks can press charges on you.
How many
It's like you
celebrities
can't just go out here
Come on.
lying and expect nothing to happen.
Yeah, you know what? How many celebrities have lied to police over the course of our lifetimes and
I don't know
got
none
caught?
like that. That said
How many times have
somebody that
police
put a
lied
noose
on
around their
fucking
neck.
civilians over a lifetime?
Come on,
But that's what I mean. I feel like they was trying to like almost make an
Make an
example out of
example.
him.
Yeah, for sure.
Like make sure
Yes, they
don't
were-
nobody else try it.
They
And
were
he
making
just
it-
was the
That's the
dummy to
problem
go
when
out there
you-
and do it.
When you start dealing, and you know, that's why I keep going back to, because it's kind of like being black in America is a real thing, right?
Yeah.
So when you sit there and you plot out a crime, I don't care what that crime is, you plot it out,
Conspiracy,
you rehearse
right.
it, you're like, oh, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. You cannot expect to be treated fair, and we should all know this by now. How you expect to be treated fair in a appellate supremacist court? You can't. So
He thought because he
when
had
the
money.
judge was saying that, oh, the maximum sentence you could get, blah blah blah, is 3 years, and I'm gonna give you 30 months of probation, but you're going to have to serve those first 120 days. Now, I think I was like the majority of the people. I thought he was going to have to serve the first 120 days on house arrest. That's what I thought he was going to get. But when he said in jail, you going today, don't pack up, don't pass go, you're going right now, I think everybody was like what? But
Yeah, no, I was shocked. I
Not
couldn't
me. I knew
believe
he
it.
was going
I
to
couldn't
jail.
No,
believe
he
it.
could have ended
like you
somebody's
said
life with
before,
it,
Hart.
saying that somebody did that to him. He supposed to go to jail because it was either
And
him
then you
or
going
whoever
to
he
keep lying.
accused.
And you going to
Somebody
keep
was gonna
lying.
have to go.
And then you going to lie at sentencing.
Right. Somebody was
I'm
gonna have to go
innocent.
if a crime was committed. If it wasn't a crime committed,
But it
then
was
he
a
gotta go for lying.
it was a non-violent offense. Everybody was shocked. Even the attorneys in the court was just like, I mean, keep in mind, Judge, this is a non-violent offense. This man
This just like
But it
these
wasn't
ones that lie
non-violent
and
'cause
say
he got
somebody
beat
did
up.
something to him just to mess, just to prove a point or something. You can't go and lie on nobody like that. You can't do that.
But can I tell you something where his attorneys messed up? See, this is why we need to start getting better attorneys. There is a loophole. I'm just going to just tell you the truth. There's a loophole in Illinois law for a first offender for a felony that the attorney could have suggested that basically it's like you kind of get to stay you get to stay the jail time, and if you, as long as you complete your probation, then basically the felony does not stay on your record. It can then be expunged.
Yes.
He never brought that. None of them brought that up to offer that up to the judge. Would it have made any difference? I'm not sure, but I feel like I was like,
no, because
what are y'all
Jussie probably
doing?
was
Like,
like,
y'all
no,
gotta
I'm
bring this
fighting it.
up.
No, I'm fighting it. No, no, he wasn't going with it.
I mean, I think they should have at least tried or something, because that would have been at least somewhat of an admission of guilt. Say, listen, this is how it's probably going to go, and if
I believe his lawyer told him to stop lying and just tell the truth, and he kept lying. I don't think the lawyer told him, let's keep going with this story.
I'm trying to. I'm really
that's
trying.
why he getting
Y'all,
what he
I'm a
getting.
Cancer. I'm
But
really
you know what?
trying to help this brother out.
I'm a Scorpio.
Oh,
but
Lord.
Right.
No. But I'm gonna tell you something. I would encourage more Black people to encourage their children to be attorneys and then go into and become judges, because I had a situation. I ain't gonna get on that and tell y'all what it was about, but it was my first time ever, clean record all the way up to there. And then because I had a black female judge, when the prosecutor was like, "Oh, you trying to give her this, you trying to get her that," they were fighting. The prosecutor tried to step to the judge because the judge was like, "Look, she don't have no priors. Like she's a good woman, blah blah blah." And guess what? I got a sweetheart.
Put her in the pretrial intervention program.
Yes, like it didn't even go so far because the black female judge, and she happened to be the daughter of Joe Frazier, she shut it down.
All right.
Nice.
Hey, black.
I mean, but that's because me and the Lord is like this. You understand?
Amen.
Black judge is an angel.
Well, I don't know about black Jesus. I go straight to the man. I go straight to the Lord.
I didn't say Jesus. I said
okay. Yeah.
Well, that's another discussion.
Well, speaking of that discussion, we was about to segue into: do y'all feel that the black church has been helpful to the black community?
Black church is fucked up little people.
No, they have scorned the community. They're disgusting.
Yes, they have.
Do y'all think that it's always
I
been
think the new school black church. I feel like the old school black church, really kept folks in line and stuff, But now
I don't know.
I feel like people just go
I
just
think
to say I
the
go.
old bitches.
I think that back in the day, like the black church, from what my grandmom tells me, was more about community, and it was a gathering.
Right. That's how my grandma and her girls used to dress up for church, baby. Yeah,
out of going to a church, because people used to come into the church looking for like people to work on jobs and things like that. It was a gathering place.
I think that we had more of them like
point,
that, but my grandmother would go to church with black eyes, and they would tell her that she just wasn't being a good enough wife. So, and this is in the 50s.
Well, see, I was a child. I don't know what they were telling my grandma. I just know, how she ran things, and I know she ran them, under God, and from the things that she, believed and she thought were right based on what she was taught, in the black church as well. So that's what I mean. I feel like the old school black churches, they were better than nowadays. Nowadays, these folks be 20 years old calling themselves a pastor, fresh out of high school. It's like, what?
I think that we as a people, this is gonna sound terrible, but don't hate me for it. I think we as a people, when we started integrating and not keeping things within our own community. And I'm not saying I don't want to deal with white folks, but there's something to be said for how close the community was, and how close and how tight knit the family was and strong it was before we all tried to go over and be something, be assimilate.
Well, I know with these new churches, they want your W-2.
You got to become a member.
All
new people come step to the fore. Yeah,
they take you to the office. They want your W-2.
I agree that I think that the church of our ancestors were more resourceful, even though still a flawed system,
right?
But was still resourceful. Like when we think about the fact that the church acted as an intermediary between the trauma that came from slavery and use the religion that
like an AA meeting almost
as a way to aid and soothe that and bring black people back into dignity and love, etc. Also, the fact that the black church was more than just a sitting ground for the religious; it was also a meeting ground for the community, where community leaders could come and actually talk about things that were relevant and practical to the betterment of the black community. So we have people like Malcolm X, who utilized Islam, Dr. King, who was a pastor as well as a civil rights leader, and so the church.
The church was our meeting place that we discussed politics.
Yes.
In the church.
Mm-hmm.
That is because we were because in those times we were aware of,
and that was all we had.
Of how everything in this country affected us. So we discussed politics. There were prayer bands that would go and pray with people. If a widow of a woman's husband died or needed help, there were women in the church who would go and assist her, take care of her children. It was a community then. What we have now is church is big money. Church is a business.
I worked at a church temporarily, and the new pastor that came in, he didn't want anybody that was affiliated with the church to be his secretary. So I actually got placed there through an agency. And I'm gonna tell you something. People would call in looking for what they got from the old leadership, as far as I'm being displaced, like I'm being kicked out of my apartment. Can you tell me where to go? Can y'all loan us money? Can you give us food? Because that's how that church used to be ran. Now this guy came in, and he was brought into the fold because he had like a cachet to him. He was a good speaker. He was going around the different churches. Once he came in, they weren't going to visit the people, the sick and shut in no more. There was a project right around the corner. I remember seeing a grown man had just moved there with his family, and he wasn't quite settled into the community, and he was asking for food. There were cans and cans and cans of food there just for that specific situation. And me and this other woman that was like the treasurer or whatever had to beg them to unlock that closet to give this man food. A grown man standing there strong and had tears in his eyes because he didn't know how to feed his family. And they refused to give him the food until we had to step up and say, yo, you got steaks in there. You got this, that, and the other. And then the one lady just snatched the keys out of the hand of the guard and started packing a bag for this man. So no, it's not the same anymore. I think it served the purpose at a time, but once they saw that money, forget about
and
it.
then when they be like, what? We ain't gotta pay no
The church that I grew up in, the minister raped the whole congregation of little boys.
There wasn't no church.
Out. Yes.
Yes. If I can tell you at least 10 of my friends. Now, when I hear people talking about homosexuality and it's a demon, blah, 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 I remind them that the man that stamped his name on the King James Bible, King James himself, was a brutal man, and he was at least sexually fluid. He had to have some babies, so his wife gave him some children, but it's well documented that he loved men. And that his last lover was a beautiful man, and he is now resting not next to his queen, but next to his lover. So when they want to talk about casting, it's a demon, and it really does get on my nerves, because there are pastors that have turned out, like you said, they've abused young boys, they've turned out young men. And these people will still go to bat for the pastor, but they never, ever, ever. In the case of Eddie Long, his laity was down with him. None of them prayed or gave any thought to the young men whose lives he may have damaged. They were vilifying these young men.
And the churches of the day is responsible for a lot of LG suicide.
Yes, because they can't do it alone. Somebody knows. Somebody around
get
knows.
humiliated. They get rebuked in front of the whole church. Humiliated, rebuked in front of the church. Told to leave the church. Cast out the church. Who in the hell that?
And let me tell you something. If the gay people and the women left the church, it would be crickets. Wouldn't be nobody there. If we went through and did a sweep of the music ministries, and the beautiful queens that are running that music, and everybody's getting happy and dancing and carrying on, there would be no music in the church. They piss me off with that bullshit.
Let me ask y'all this question. Let me ask y'all this question. Do y'all think that the teachings of Christianity itself, not necessarily Christendom, which is like the culture that comes about as a result of Christianity, which is all of the stuff that
Buffering a little bit, baby.
Yeah.
He froze.
Reckless, I see you looking like you want to say something.
Yes.
He marinating right now.
I'm just chilling. Only because of the simple fact, I'm gonna be honest with you. Well, I'm gonna take this opportunity while he buffering. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think that the church has or was good and it was bad only because of the simple fact of it was good in a sense of it was a way for us to be able to cope with slavery and the things that were being done. But in the same sense, it was bad, I will say, because even though yes, it was a meeting, even though it gave a safe space for us to meet, even though it was not you had to leave. Yes, I'm the HBIC in this
Okay,
bitch.
hold on, wait a minute.
All right, so
It's a new time today.
okay, so even though even though the church was a safe space for us to meet, it was a safe space for us to be able to celebrate or being able to do whatever. But I do believe that even though our ancestors were doing things we're trying to work around the situation that they had to work with, I do believe that the type of doctrine that was put in them was very toxic. And I always have this whole thing of so the whole thing behind it, where the mind goes, the body's going to follow. So yes, we can come together and say we're going to do this and do that. But however, as long as you're still preaching the gospel, you're going to start looking at your homosexual brothers and sisters, and then your unconscious bias may start to kick in, and the white men don't even have to have shackles on you. The same way as in when, yes, we can talk about us being a black community or being melanated people, but however, I could take my hands up off you, but however, black men can start looking at their black women as etc. and treat them as such.
Right.
So,
But I feel like, I mean, I always had this saying, I don't know if it was a real saying or if I made it up, but it's like first come the missionaries and then come the military, because Christianity at a certain time was a part of the force, like to force you into believing as we do. And if you don't believe the way we believe, now we're not just taking you over. In some places, in some situations, genocide. Because now you're some type of, pagan and da 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 da, and that's been used to conquer as far as Christianity. And then I've never been. Well, I'll tell you what, my mom took me out of the church when I was 2 years old because she didn't like what was going on. So I've always been more spiritual. And like I said before, when I started to really think about things, I was like, hold up. Like, why do I need to go to anybody to talk to God? Like,
I always wondered that. Right. I feel
like,
like
why
the
I
church
need a
was supposed
middleman?
to be
Like,
a place
I
just
don't
to teach
even
us
do.
like morals, to teach us, principalities about the world we live in, to
But if
just
you got
kind
some
of
shoes to
bring us,
sell, why I
to
need a
earth.
middleman to broker the deal? Why can't I just walk up to you and be like, yo, sell me them shoes? Like, why I got to go
But
to a
because
middleman to pay a brokerage
coming
fee?
from
Like, get out of
in
here.
the black community, like being that we were, an enslaved people, it's like we didn't know any better. Like a lot of the things that we were seeing and a lot of the things that were being, I can say the things that we had to endure during slavery, turned some of us wicked. You know what I'm saying? I feel like the church was kind of a place for us to come back and realize like we are not that. You know what I'm saying? Like we are, like he was just saying, melanated people. We're
Christianity was used though to enslave us. Christianity was used to lord over us, to put fear into us, because if you really, the more you study back further, you will find that there have been not just Jesus, and I don't mean this at all in a negative way, but there have been 13 different messianic figures throughout all of human spirituality that have the same story. We are in a current Christ consciousness, yes, but this story is the same. And so a lot of the things that have been put into the Bible were already in Africa and or in what used to be the Incan Empire, the Mayan Empire, the indigenous people here in North America. So this is concepts and consciousnesses, but put into this realm in this way, it has been used to subjugate us. That's what it's been used to, and to continue to take our own empowerment out of us and place it into another set of beings, so that we don't connect to source, to God on our own. Right. That's what I believe. That's what I teach. And I've been ordained since I was 30. So
Right.
I've been ordained since I was
I mean,
30.
the thing about it that like once we came out of slavery, like it was supposed to be a place for us because that's something that we were taught. That was the new religion we were taught. You know, they continued it, but they tried to continue it, you know, in their own way. You know, like yeah, God is not this man that wants us to do this and do that. Like they tried to, you know, bring it back to reality as far as melanated people go, but it got, you know, still twisted in the sauce because at the end of the day, it was never our religion to begin with. So it's
And
like
what,
once
I
we
never
did
thought that they told
make it our own, and it didn't
what the
work.
white Christians have done is they look. There is beauty to me in all the beliefs. There is beauty. There's always discussion of love and peace and compassion and mercy. And all of them, there's beauty in all. What white Christians and missionaries did was they used the Christ to dehumanize us. We are God, and yet, you know, we're
And
taught
we're doing the
that
same
God
now.
created us all. So how can you look at me as a representative, as a light of God, as a God? How can you look at me and dehumanize me and say you're doing the work of the Christ? You're walking in the shadow. You're not walking in the footsteps. It has been used to keep us, as you said, subjugated because servants obey your masters. That was the lesson that was beat into us, that we have to
we do it today.
and
that's what I was trying to say. We still kind of
it's
turn.
the
It's
way
still the
that it
same
is
now. It's
taught.
just kind of
It's the
twisted
way
in
that it is taught. I
And
think
it
the
goes
way
even
it's taught.
deeper than that, because when we're talking about how we were kind of given this religion, right? And our spirituality and our spiritual practices were removed from us. Meanwhile, in between time, when we're talking about all of these secret societies and all those things, they're conducting those spiritual practices against us, like things that we used to
And
do.
so
But they're
the
using those
Romans, I
spiritual
think, our
practices. I'm gonna
Ethiopians were
I know
God.
we're talking about the difference. It's black. There's a difference between using it dubiously and then using it.
absolutely, thank you.
Right,
Because what they're doing
exactly.
is low vibrational shadow control.
It's two
Yes,
different vibrational planes.
Absolutely.
However, what I'm saying is
absolutely,
we don't
absolutely.
know what to do, and they're doing it, and they're doing it for dubious practices, and they're doing it to keep us oppressed, and they're
That's
doing
right.
it, for different bouts for power and control and all those things.
That's right.
But
That's
meanwhile,
right.
we lost the practice, and we don't know how to do things that would be light work.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Instead of us creating our own new religion, we just kept their old same religion and tried to make it into something that was more comfortable for us to continue praising. That was basically it. And it started demonic, so it's ending demonic, and it's gonna continue to be that way if they keep the same
But
practices and praises.
have a
So
question for Heart of Inspiration, if you don't mind, Heart.
Yeah.
Because I know that you have like you were a preacher, you were ordained, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And this always bugged me out because I always felt like they made Jesus into some type of sucker. And I never viewed him as such because, first of all, I don't think that they taught what was actually going on at the time and what he was actually doing, because there was Roman occupation at his time of his life. So when he was saying that he wanted to get because he was a Hebrew, he wanted them to get back to what it was supposed to be, not with this stuff that was going on. So he was really trying to like get the people to like get all this crazy stuff out and go back to their people. But I feel like if they would have taught the Bible to Black people at that time, then they would have been thinking about freedom as well, because that's what I got from what he was actually saying. Like, but they would
Yes,
not.
but
Instead, they want to tell you, oh no, Jesus said turn the other cheek, but Jesus really wasn't turning the other cheek. He was
well,
arguing with the Pharisees. Like,
absolutely.
he was
Yeah,
really
He
in
was no
there.
punk. He was no punk. He wasn't
Right.
poor. He was
not
no
at
punk.
all.
And I'm gonna say, let me just. I'm sorry, Jazzy. Let me just tell you this as well. He also, that time period where we don't know where he was at from when he was a child until he appears on the scene at 33 years old. He
Mm-hmm.
also went over to Asia to study and went to different areas to study. Jesus was not blonde hair, blue eyed. If you
No.
read the Bible, he
Right.
had bronze skin and hair like wool. To me, that says 4C
Mhm.
all day. I don't know about
Yes,
you,
I was just about to say, I
but
thought
that's some
everybody back
yes,
then was
4C
black
hair.
anyway.
You can't
yes,
have come from that area and not have been melanated, period.
Exactly.
Point
right.
blank.
Exactly.
The other thing is a lot of the books that were taken out of the Bible, aka the Gnostic books, if you go and read there, I would tell everybody, go read the book of Thomas.
I was going to
I
You
was
tell
just
will
about
you.
to
hear
say
a
that the book
different
of Thomas.
Jesus.
Yes,
You will
Hold
hear
on,
a
I'm sorry. You
Jesus
said
that
what
says, do
name?
not worship me. You will hear a Jesus
Yes.
that gives you your power and says, you are.
yes,
You are. Because
Right.
God calls us God's small g. We're not supreme creator. But if we are children of God, why are we running around here acting like
like
we're
my
just
mom.
peasants and we
Right,
can't do nothing?
Because to
right,
Okay.
me,
This
Jesus
right.
is
was an
my
Hold on. Can you
thing
activist.
tell
that
me
I
what
would
book
I'm
you
gonna
said
start
that
encourage
was?
preaching on
you.
this
I
man's
would
channel. I
encourage
gotta
you,
get off.
ladies. I would
No, hold on.
encourage
What was the
you
name
to
she
go
said?
to. It's the Book of Thomas. I would
Yes,
Okay.
encourage you to
Book of
go
Book
to
of
this
Thomas.
Thomas.
site
Yes.
called the
Okay, I'm gonna look it up
Reluctant
now.
Messenger of Science and Religion. You'll find
Yes.
all the lost books from the Nag Hammadi, the Dead Sea Scrolls. You'll
I want
find
my kids
the
to read that.
Essene Gospels of Peace, which are beautiful. You'll see the Lord's Prayer, where Jesus gives honor to God in heaven and our mother who art upon earth. And he talks about just how tight we are. He says that the bark of the trees is like our skin. The waters that
Mhm.
flow through the earth are like the blood that runs through our veins. He
Yes.
says that our bones are akin to the rocks. Our
Yes.
innards are like what the churning and the urging within the innards of the earth. Read those books.
Yes.
Yes.
Learn
So,
those
Heart,
because
would
And in
you
the book
agree
of
that
the
Jesus
book
was
of
an activist,
Thomas
though?
Thomas.
discusses the book of
Mhm.
Thomas talks about Jesus when he was a child,
Yes.
and it also encourages you. I think that there is a scripture that is in John that is abbreviated from the book of Thomas,
Yes.
because in the book of Thomas he says, "When your heart and your mind agree, when two agree,
Thank you.
that your heart and your mind, when they agree, that is when you can do powerful things, because he
Mhm.
tells us if you only knew what abides within you, if you only knew the power
Yes.
that you have,
Yes.
you know that
Yes.
that phrase, greater things ye shall do, is
Yes.
that's no joke. That is
Yes.
no
Mm-hmm.
joke
Yes.
Yes.
at
And
I mean,
all.
what that right
also
there
in the book of
shows you
Thomas,
why
it
they left
talks
it out the
about
Bible.
in the book of Thomas, it also
Well, that
talks
was at
about
the
his
Church of
first
Nicaea
miracle.
and Constantine, who actually believed in Mithra,
Constantine was a fraud.
whose story mimics Jesus' story mimics Mithra. Constantine was not a holy man. He was a
No.
politician. He knew
Mm-hmm.
what he needed to do to get the people on side. And if
Amen.
you
Absolutely.
ever get an opportunity to see the Ark of Constantine, you'll see he has placed himself above Jesus and God and
Absolutely.
everybody else. He was a politician.
Like
Absolutely.
I always felt that, Jay, because when because I was actually, like, I'm a reader, you know what I mean, and I like to look at even religious things. I like to put it in a historic context of like what is actually going on when these things have occurred. And when they had that dream about Constantine and he saw a cross, but there
Mhm.
were rebellious like Christian groups like that was like
Absolutely.
really
Yes,
tearing stuff up.
Absolutely.
So what would a good politician or leader do? Oh no, okay, I see that the end is coming. Oh no, no, I'm a Christian too. Matter of
Right.
right,
fact, let's put them on
exactly.
the high
Right.
horse. Like that whole thing was a fraud. But I wanted to
Absolutely.
ask Hart real quick. In my mind and in my soul, I always felt like Jesus was an activist in a way, like in his
Mhm.
time,
He
because
was.
of the Roman occupation and what was going on and
Mhm.
how he was gathering the people. So that's why I never had no opposition to Jesus or anything like that, even though I don't deal with what they call Christianity, because at the end of the day, he was a Hebrew. So this new like that was always my rub, but I just always felt like they could not teach Jesus's teaching, or excuse me, I'm getting tongue tied. They
It's his
couldn't teach his
anointing.
teachings the way that it was really meant, because it would have empowered more people.
That's right.
Right. And so to answer your question, you asked me, did I believe Jesus was an activist and what we would think an activist would be today? Absolutely. I would liken Jesus more to Malcolm X than I would to
Yeah.
MLK. I'm just gonna put it to you like that. Like,
Mhm.
you know, but the thing is when you walk in a certain level of power and understand and understand the power you walk in, you don't have to come out here yapping. See,
Right.
if you want to do me dirty, I don't even need to stand up here and say nothing to you, because by the time you turn around, karma's gonna bite you in your ass. And when my ancestors come and get on you, I ain't got nothing to say to you, baby. I walk in a power. I don't need to come and tell you about it. I just am. So when you walk in the I am power, you
That's
don't
right.
need to be barking about what you can do. Now
But
I'm
I
Exactly.
think
listening.
that the
That's
only
right.
thing that got
That's
Jesus
That
right.
goes
drunk
back
is when he
also.
started messing with the money.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I
It also
agree
goes
with
back
you.
to the whole point of
And neither
Book
was
of
it
Thomas.
celibate.
And that's when in that book, number one, he performs his first miracle where he was able to resurrect his friend who he got angry with his homeboy, pushed him off a roof. And then when the little boy, I think it might have been 5 years old when he performed, or it might have been 12, I can't remember, but Jesus was young. And he was able to bring his friend back to life. That's happened in the Book of Thomas. And the Book of Thomas talks a lot about the law of attraction.
Yes, it does.
Now, my
Yes.
is when it starts to get into Egyptian text, and you take
Yes.
like the story of Adam and Eve, and the
Mm-hmm.
way that it was discussed in Egyptian theology,
Yes.
that story, and I can't recall the names and things like that, but that story kind of lends itself to a more harmonious relationship
Absolutely.
between males and females, as opposed to the one that we got in the Bible when Eve was deceived by the serpent and
Absolutely.
Yes.
that whole
Yes.
interaction.
Absolutely.
If you were to hear the original where it was derived from, and that healing that happened, and how she had Adam something, I forgot what was wrong with Adam, but she was able to take from that
That's
tree
right.
and
That's
utilize
right.
the herbs to heal him.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's an
Yes.
entirely
So that's the story of Isis. It's not ISIS, it's Isis and Osiris.
Okay.
So, and then their child
Mm.
was Horus. Now,
Yes.
It's in some Kemetic you'll read that it was Hathor and Osiris, or Hathor and Ra. But that's the main story. The Adam and Eve story then really comes to be Isis and Osiris, and once Osiris was, so this is where it all gets kind of funky. Osiris was killed by his brother, much like Cain killed Abel. Only
Mm-hmm.
Isis went down
Yeah.
into the underworld and put him back together and brought him back to life.
Yeah.
So there's all kinds of intertwining and of different stories that are
That's
there.
right.
But in
Yes.
other religious texts and other spiritual practices, you cannot have creation without feminine and masculine energy.
That's right.
Christianity is the only
Amen.
one that basically has a man just running around here and doing every damn thing, and that's a bunch of BS. But we're going
Look, even when in the King James version in Genesis, when it is uttered, "Let us make them in our
our
image."
image.
It doesn't say singular. I
No,
mean, I know there was feminine energy because no man
had to
would have
be.
thought to put eyelashes to protect your eyes from sun and dust and stuff. I don't think
The Holy
men.
Spirit gave me an awakening in a whole different language. The Holy Spirit gave me awakening that she was the
Yes.
God of this earth and gave us men like Jesus, Dr. Martin Luther
Yes.
King, Malcolm X, Elijah
Yes.
Muhammad
Yeah.
to
Yes.
govern us on this earth. That's
Yes.
what I was told, and also gave me a different language that I would like for you to listen to. Heart, I can't see the name right now because something is in front of the screen. Heart, your name, the
Yes.
minister.
Yes,
Lord
ma'am.
Day Minister, I would like for you to go to my page and listen to them tongues that I speak, because they could strap me to an electric chair. I don't make up no words.
I know you
I
don't.
love it.
No,
I love it.
no understanding or nothing that comes out of my mouth. They could strap me to anything.
Yes.
So let me
No,
ask
let-
y'all.
Miss Barbara, what's
Go
your
ahead,
what's
Conscious.
your channel name?
Excuse me?
If apartments available in
That's
New
your
York.
channel name. Okay, I got
Yes,
it.
yes, yes.
Apartments available in New York.
Okay.
I was going to ask. So who here believes that a man came of a virgin birth, died on the cross,
We're gonna try it right now.
resurrected,
No.
and that who here believes that a man died for their sins?
I can tell you that the house of that Bethlehem is translated into the word house of bread, and you can find that in the constellations. As far as the three wise men, the three wise men, there's nothing in the Bible that says there was three wise men. However, Orion's belt has three. Yeah. Three
And
stars.
the star they followed was Sirius B.
What the Holy Spirit is revealing to me on that prospect is that just like Dr. King was killed, that was dying for our sins. Just like Malcolm X was killed, that was dying for our sins. That's the same way that they killed the man that they named Jesus Christ will take it.
I believe that he represents a
and what he was trying to
consciousness
do.
as well. I believe he represents a consciousness
Mhm.
that
Yes.
represents ego death. When you finally die to your ego.
Yes, yes.
When you finally die to your ego, when I hear people, it's interesting because when I hear people and they come and they start learning from me and they're like, oh, I know this and I know that. I said, come back and tell me when you figure out you don't know anything, because then you know everything. The minute we don't know anything is the minute we finally die to ego and our consciousness raises and we awaken. Also conscious, I have heard that the representation of dying for 3 days is there's certain astrological movements of the sun where they felt like it died. It went dark for 3 days. The Venus is sometimes called the morning star, in the rising of the morning star. So I don't know. I wish I could say that I believe the same way I did before, but I don't
I
know.
think that it was about spirit. I think it was about spirit. I don't think it was actually like the dude got up and started walking
Hold on,
around.
hold on. Everybody talk one at a time.
Sorry.
Anytime you are teaching God's righteous laws, the demons will murder you. He was murdered just like Dr. King was murdered, Malcolm X was murdered, Marcus Garvey was murdered. That's how. And another thing, Jesus Christ made love everywhere he went. That's why we running around with dreadlocks right now. Sorry, I said it and I meant it.
Now, I always thought it was like more of a metaphor. I never thought that people took it seriously. Like, I never thought that people took it to like, oh, this dude like got up, or even with the thing of dying for your sins. The thing is, he was a righteous man. When he went in there with his bullwhip and started whipping all the money changes, everything like that, to me, that's what got him slumped. Because they were okay, like you talking, people like you. But when you really starting to make a movement, that's when you become dangerous. That's when you gotta go. Like, to me.
He was incompetent. Well, the pharaohs, all the leaders thought that they were descendants of God. So they did not understand this man who was that people were following, and who was teaching lessons of the most powerful force ever, which is that of love. They didn't understand. How can he say he's the son of God? How can we're descendants of God? We're direct descendants of God, especially within Roman and Greek culture. They thought they were descendants of God, and that was exclusive to them.
You
I
know the
don't know that
question.
I don't know that I believe it that way. I mean, I think the fact that we don't believe that we're descendants of God is a
Yes.
problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I was just about to say that. Yes,
Oh,
I was
okay,
just
dear.
thinking that during that time, the pharaohs made a big deal of them being descendants of God. I don't know that they
Mhm.
ever they were about controlling the people. We are gods asleep, and now we're being told about going into the 5D consciousness where people are either going to wake up
Mm.
and
Yeah.
understand the power of I am, that to say those two words is to invoke that power and that
Mhm.
spirit, and that we must be there's so much power in those two words that you
Mhm.
must be careful what you say after those two words,
Mhm.
because that's real stuff, you know.
Heart,
Yeah.
Can I pose a
inspiration.
question
Heart
to
of
the
inspiration.
panel?
Please let me ask Heart of Inspiration this question.
Okay.
Because the Holy Spirit revealed to me that man was created to mine gold for the gods. That's like that stock market. They are told me that we are trading this gold for this extraterrestrial technology. And
Monkey in the mirror.
I just want to ask you a question because I am not educated literally like you are with the Bible and dictation. I'm only educated by the Holy Spirit. I want to know, in your opinion, why was man created in your understanding of your studies? Why was man created on this earth?
Okay.
A loaded question, Barbara.
Huh?
That's a loaded question. I
Okay.
would
That
like
is
everybody actually on the panel to answer that question after Heart of
Okay.
that is a very
Okay.
loaded question. Okay. Uh
Because I'm gonna
I
give the ending of
believe
it
that
after everybody answer. I'm gonna give the end of it. Okay, go ahead.
I believe that we are, let's just say, an experiment. We are humanity in and of itself is not or this earth is not the only 3D planet in the entire universe. The way evolution and things happen is that, planets move from dimension to dimension and eventually they join in other higher dimensions. So we are an evolutionary entity. We are here so that all of us as energetic beings can also have specific experiences. Some of us come here to this planet to clear karma. Some of us come to have other experiences as an aspect of source. But it is an evolutionary process. There have been entities, I believe, alien entities that did come to subjugate us and to utilize our energy, which is why we are seeing, we've, of course, it's ratcheted up in the last 2 years. The energy of fear, if any of y'all watched The Fourth Matrix, it is not a trash movie. It is very good. And it shows you
Mhm.
that the energy of fear, which all of us should know, is a very powerful energy, right? That can make machines move, okay? And they can power a lot. And it's very dense. It's dense light. So the same way we're rising, a lot of us are rising in our consciousness. There is still duality. So there will be a lowering of the dark energy. So do I believe that there are some of us that have been subjugated to that degree and that there are some humans that have and lineages of humanity that have made deals? Absolutely. Do I believe that that was the original reason in totality we were created? No, I do not. But I do believe that we're in our darkest couple of years yet, guys. We haven't seen the worst, but we also haven't seen the best.
Yeah.
So if I could leave that with hope. So I believe that I've always felt this way though, even when I didn't know anything about all this. I've always felt that we were an experiment because the beginning of the book, Genesis 1:1, the earth was created and it was good, and all of a sudden Genesis 1:2, and then now it's without form and void. Well, what in the heck happened between 1:1 and 1:2? A whole lot had to
Mhm.
happen, right? And so if you go to the end of the book in Revelation, people think that there's like Armageddon and then all of a sudden it turns into this new earth. Absolutely not. There's a whole thing that happens, and then there's a millennial reign, and then the enemy, if you will, is loosed again for some unspecified amount of time, and then we have a whole situation where we have a new earth. So that tells me that there's going to be another regeneration, another elevation on this planet into a new consciousness once Christ consciousness this time is up. And I will yield the floor to the good gentleman, Consciouztv.
Okay, yes. Because
Okay,
we're going to hear everybody
That
answer.
was-
Because I tell you, I'm going to give you
That
the
was
period
a
to this.
very
that was lovely.
a lovely explanation. I would love. Reckless, are you there? You've been
I'd
mighty
like to.
quiet.
Yes, ma'am.
What? To Miss Barbara's question, what is your understanding about why we're all here?
In a nutshell, I believe because you know my stuff is always changing, always evolving. I believe I guess to find our purpose. That's bigger than ourselves. Which is why whenever we do find our passion, our purpose, it feels more fulfilling. A lot of times too, I guess when they think about religious reasons why, it's funny because I actually asked like, you know, people at my job this question. It just came up out of nowhere. I was like, so what do you guys think our purpose is? And the only thing they kept saying, to reproduce. And I was like, bitch, it's more to life than what's in between your legs. So for me, I do believe that to find our purpose, find something that's bigger than us, than ourselves. That's it.
Okay. Lady T.
I think that we were put here for God to see himself. As a reflection of God, we all know that we don't ever get to see ourselves except through a reflection. You understand? So if you and I, Conscious, were to meet in person, you would see me. The only way that I can see myself is through a reflection. And as we, you know, live this life and deal with the different things that are put in our place to try to be more like the divine each day, and I think that we fail miserably at it. I just want to add one point before everyone goes around and gets to the period that Apartments Available has, Ms. Barbara has for us. In talking about Jesus, I just wanted to ask this question, and I'm not asking anyone to answer it now, but when he died, do you think that there's anything to the fact that none of his boys were there at the crucifixion, and none of his boys were there except for two, and none of his boys were there when he rose? And is that a testament to how, like, when, you know, Jesus went to jail and everything, he was by himself and everything like that? He's been talking to his boys all this time about his plans and what he was intending to do and how he was going to rise on the third day, and none of them were there for that event. Do you think that that plays into the Black community's approach to each other? That's after the fact, but I've always wanted to know what people thought of that, or why did they think that that was
all spirits.
Why Jesus was alone?
The Holy Spirit told me all of our spirits rise. When my aunt went to glory, they call it glory. Her spirit walked. Her spirit walked in apartments that we was in. All spirits rise. Let me explain something else. That CPR that Jesus did on Lazarus, they still doing CPR today. It was CPR. See, they turned our God's gospel into profit. You understand? His prophecy and the prophet. So they made everything like a mystical, magical situation. All right. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm waiting for to put the period on this.
Okay. Lady T, can you clarify the question before?
Okay, so you know, his boys basically gave him up. You know what I'm saying? And he went to jail, right? When he gets out of jail, you know, he gets sentenced. And there was a crowd of people. Mary was there, both Marys was there, Martha was there, everybody was there, but his crew, his disciples, outside of John, and I want to say somebody else, but I think it was just John, was not in the house. They were not at the cross, and they didn't show up when he rose on the third day. And so my question is in regards to showing up for each other in the Black community and support, and how oftentimes when our brothers do go to jail, sometimes their boys aren't writing or wasn't there for them the way they was out in the street. And when they come up, when they rise, they're not there as well. And do you all think that that's some sort of a parallel to the way the Black community operates with each other?
Can I answer that real quick, Conscious? Do you mind?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. I think I always took it more to the honoring of the feminine and the woman, because we then were the last to help to usher, much like the Isis and Osiris, right? We're the last to usher out. And then once there's a time for a rebirth, we are the ones that birth the consciousness back in and life back in. So that we are the receivers, right? As well as the birthers. We will walk you on your way out and birth you back in. So I always took it more like that rather than the men abandoning him. But that is a very interesting take.
It is.
But I like your take as well. I mean, I kind of got a sense of that, but not to, like, you put it so well that I can kind of like grow on that. Like, I can't explain. You just planted the seed. I don't know where it's growing, but I guarantee a seed was planted. I'm gonna have to go back to that story in a minute.
Okay. Sweetness.
Hey, okay. So on the first question about why we're here, I'll tell you, and it's going to sound bugged out, but I remember this as a child. I remember choosing to be here. And I remember choosing my family and having the decision to make. Like, these people can give you a lot of like money or material things, but they won't be there for you. But you can go to this family and they'll give you all the love, but it's not a lot of material things. I remember choosing my family. And I know that sounds weird, but I remember that. So I'll just say that to say to preface my answer to the question. I feel like we thought that we were ready for this level when we were just spirits before we were human bodies, like before you put on this suit of human bodies. And I think that this is a testing ground, because if anybody remembers, like the whole debate with Lucifer, and when he was still one of God's angels, and God, like Lucifer is here to prove that you're not worthy. So I feel like this is kind of like a video game, that if you do not defeat the big boss, if you stay righteous, you will carry on to the next level. But if you keep falling into the flaws of the earth when it comes to material things and tangible things and sex and like the basest levels, and you can't give up base stuff, you will repeat it again until you can elevate and be high vibrational and really understand like what the connection is of the spirit. And if you can't get into the spirit, then you have to repeat. But I believe in reincarnation. So
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I love that. Nessie, not nice.
Niecy not nice.
Niecy, not nice.
Okay, so I'm with Sweetness on that. Like, I always felt like this was all a test, and only, the strong survive. If you can make it out the jungle, then you can sit with, the king, basically. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was basically gonna say what she said. She just
Okay.
so, yeah.
Okay, Conscious, I would like to say
hold on for 1 minute, boo. We got Jazzy.
Oh,
And
okay.
then
Well, there's in terms of other beings, other gods, there, there is the Anunnaki and the fight, if you will, between Anki and Anil, and that we were created to mine gold for them or something like that.
For their plan. Right.
Okay.
So,
I'm sorry.
for me,
I agree with, I can touch and agree on just about everything anyone has said. We know that the spirit never dies, that we are here. I think this is a place for us to awaken. We are here to realize our we are here to awaken. We are here to realize our connection to the creator. I don't know if it was aliens. I don't know. I just know that there is a higher intelligence, infinite intelligence, infinite wisdom, that there is something infinite and beyond us in these flesh bags, the spirit of us that are in these flesh bags, that we are here to awaken that. We are here to, we're here to reflect. Those of us who are empaths, light workers, those of higher consciousness, I think we are here to demonstrate, just as the Christ did. The Christ was his anointing. It wasn't his name per se. That the Christ was his anointing. We are here to awaken that spirit in others, to shine that powerful love that abides within us, to help those who are in darkness or preferring to be in darkness. I really feel that that is one of the things that we're here to do. We're here to show that unconditional love that we expect to receive every day from the Creator of the heavens and all the known universes and unknown universes, that we are here to reflect that kind of love. And I think I've often said, you can love the hell out of somebody. That is what we must do. And it's not an easy gig, because as Conscious said in his last, when he was talking about young Pharaoh, that love gets its hands dirty. Love gets in the mud. Love embraces those that are the outcasts. That's where the Christ spent his time. He spent his time with the people that nobody else wanted to be with, who were the unclean ones. And so we are here to demonstrate that powerful force. And I really think, I just know in my heart that ultimately it will prevail. I don't know if I'll see it in my lifetime. I just know that it exists, and I know that it will prevail. I just know it. I hope I was articulate enough.
yes, you
Yeah, that was
quite
deep.
poetic and beautiful.
Yeah, and I see
Beautiful,
somebody saying something
beautifully
about
said.
aliens. Like,
Conscious,
yes,
may I? Conscious, may
Yes,
I?
Oh.
yes.
Okay.
Finally. Yeah.
yes,
Okay,
you again.
let me tell y'all something. At the age of 5 years old, awareness came over me that I would never die. And I was told to go upstairs by a spirit. And I looked up on this dresser. It was a paper from the March of Dimes. And before I destroyed the paper at the age of 5, God had me look at it. And at the age of 55, I could still tell you the child is dying in the dirt. But I say that to say this. God never wanted me, the Holy Spirit never wanted me doctored to learn any knowledge, any education like heart inspiration has, conscience has, all that literate and reading and knowing definitions. None of that I was able to learn so you could know it's God. Now, when heart inspiration explained her definition, she spoke of entities. Man was created. Those dinosaurs bounced that gold around. We was created to dig it up. This technology that we're on right now is extraterrestrial. And this is what we traded our gold for. Knock, knock, Fort Knox. I guarantee you, allegedly, not one stick of gold is in there. Where is it? Up in space. Trade it. This is why China has more technology. Russia has certain technology. How did we get that? We traded that gold for the technology because they use that to travel in their spaceships. See, I am to break things down to the layman so he can understand, and in elementary form so he can understand, because a lot of people cannot understand conscience, cannot understand heart inspiration on their educational terminology level. These words and a lot of things that I speak, I know nothing of. I'm sorry, I'm in New York City, and this man with this daggone horn out here, we're going to be interrupted. I mean, there's nowhere I could go to get rid of the noise. So I'm going to let y'all chime in because that noise is annoying.
Well, I guess I'll go while Miss Barbara is awaiting. Simply put, me and Lady Tia, probably Lady T probably has a similar perspective. I believe that one of the scriptures are very interesting because in them it says that God created all things for its pleasure. And I believe that one of the things that God, probably one of the only things that actually excites God, I mean, is if you take an omnipresent, omnipotent, omniscient being and you say, what could possibly stimulate something with all of those attributes? All knowing, all places, all times, all things, and yet nothing at all. It's maybe some type of stimulated experience of amnesia, of not knowing, not being eternal. Not being eternal. And I think that one of the thrills of humanity is God being able to experience the finite and being able to experience mortality and being able to experience discovery, to experience skepticism, to experience things that are not true to God's nature, which is all encompassing. And I look at a lot of the modern inventions of virtual reality, PlayStations, PS4, Sega Genesis, Sims, and I say, wow, I think that man is unaware that he's actually creating or artistically or expressing some type of a blueprint to the design of the spirit world or the dynamics of the physical and non-physical dimensions. And here it is, you have us sitting before a simulated reality, living vicariously through an avatar in the game, using like Mario Brothers, for example. And of course, you have your set of obstacles, you have an agenda being Mario on each level. And of course, you can lose. And to sweeten this point, there's reincarnation. You can start the game all over again. You can get back to this level and have a do-over, etc. But that, I think of myself sometimes when I'm playing my own PS4, and I'm like, I'm playing this character in this game, just like God is playing as me. God is personifying itself through my existence. And then when I think about, all of these scriptures about fear not, fear not, fear not, fear not, fear not, cast your burdens. Because you know what? If my reality wasn't real and there was no such thing as death, because I'm the one on the outside looking in, I would be telling the avatar the same thing if the avatar had any type of self-awareness. I would say, hey, fear not. It doesn't matter if you get ran over by the car in the video game. It doesn't matter if you get shot up by the bad guys or ate up by the dragon in the video game. This is not in fact real. This is not the ultimate reality. Be still and know that I am God, or take it one step farther. Know that I am you. I am you. This is a simulation. And so my belief is that God is having a big old crazy wonderful time incarnating as human beings who don't know shit, and has sprinkled a few Blue's Clues in the game, like some churches, some religions. You know, there's some.
I love this.
In case the avatar is too lost, you know, you gotta have some Blue's Clues sprinkled about reality, sprinkled about the simulation, to bump your head against and be like, joke me back to memory, to self-knowing. But that we are simply here, incarnated as God, for the creative experience, nothing more and nothing less. We're here for the creative experience. Yes.
I promise you, I love you. That dang, I say all the time, God is watching the best movie of all time. You know what I mean? Like, you know, you see a good movie. I mean, the things that he is seeing, when like it gotta be in, like the best movie of all time, comedy.
But you know why it's the best,
action?
It's because he's not. I said, do you know why it's the best? Because it's not just watching the movie; it is the movie. God
exactly.
God is both the prey and the predator. He's both the that God is actually in the screen, operating as all of the avatars.
Yes.
Can I say something real quick, please?
Go ahead, dear. And then I want to ask Conscious a question about something. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm a corporate accountant or whatever. Shout out to all the accountants that's like watching or whatever.
Sweetness, I may need you, please. I'm gonna put you in something in the back chat.
No, don't put me in nothing. Like,
no, wait a minute. I'm not asking for your. I need help.
No, lady T, I'm just joking. I got you. Whatever you need. But like, so I have a schedule. So last week was my close. That means that's like my literal like most busy time. So I'm minding my business, doing my work. I'm in the works. You know what I mean? I get a text message from an ex-boyfriend after I just dropped somebody from being no good. I get a text message from another ex-boyfriend, an ex-boyfriend that's no good. I literally said to God, I was like, God, can you just chill right quick? Like, because I feel like God, like I'm one of his favorite sitcoms. You know what I'm saying? Like, he loves to like put stuff like, oh, watch what my feet watch what Sweetness going to do real quick. You know what I'm saying?
They said 2020 and 2020 and 2021 was the best 2 episodes he probably just did in a long time.
Like he's binge watching, like,
like
we on Netflix, like everything, because Because sometimes stuff just be coming into your world, and I really feel like God just be sitting back, like, Jesus, watch this. Like, you understand what I'm saying?
What she gonna do next? Right. I
Yes.
think she gonna go left. Let's see.
Yes. Like, oh, I'm gonna give her all the smoke. What she gonna
Right.
do? What she gonna do? You know
Right.
what I mean?
Yeah.
And
You're
I'm like,
right.
I'm not falling for it, God. I'm not falling for it.
I get that.
Conscious, I wanted to ask you your opinion about something. This is my belief. I believe that because we are in a simulation, because everything is energy, I teach people that you can, in fact, create your own reality, and that the law of attraction really should be, for us, if we understand how to utilize it, quantum creation, where you think a thing and then shortly it creates thereafter. How do you feel about that?
Oh, of course, I teach and talk about the law of attraction all the time on my channel, that we are the creators of our reality. And you guys had mentioned the Book of Thomas and marrying both the heart and the mind together. I did a show a few weeks ago on what's missing from prayer a lot of times, which keeps people from manifestation, is they leave they don't understand how important it is to also include your emotionality into your prayer. That this is your premium gas to really launch off these rockets of desire, as Esther would say. And so in doing so, I look at all of the mystics, from Christ to Krishna to Buddha, who understood that. Well, I look at their teachings, and they're all talking about the marriage of the heart and the mind. This is why even Christ is repetitious in every time he heals somebody, saying it is your faith that makes you whole. That I can be the Christ, but it's your faith that activates my anointing, or that allows, or your belief or your mirroring of my anointing back to you stimulates your anointing. Because also the scripture say that when he allegedly went to Bethlehem, despite being Christ, he could do no great works in Bethlehem because the people did not believe. So I look at these mystics and their teachings. They're teaching us that we are in a simulation. This is why miraculous things can happen, because all you're doing is changing the pixels within the picture through faith, through meditation, through points of attraction, through concentration, through being able to align the mental frequency with your emotional frequency regarding whatever your desire is. And people think that that's too whimsical, but when you are a human being, you actually know how difficult that is in a reality that's so contrasting. You would think it is easy to hold a desire at equilibrium mentally and emotionally, but it's not, because there is contrast surrounding you in all various forms. The biggest contrast is whatever circumstance that you're in that's not matching whatever your innate desire is. So it's hard for you to focus into that reality if you're looking at that bill that is already a pink slip, and your ability to be emotionally disciplined and mentally disciplined and align yourself for a breakthrough, or you're looking at that spreadsheet that has stage 3 cancer on it. It's difficult to believe in your healing and to see yourself as whole when your ego is internalizing that status and that condition, and so these are things that and then especially as Black people, I think we used to be masters of this, but because of the issue of all of the trauma that we've endured, I think manifesting is difficult for us in the West because of the trauma and the heavy pain body that we all carry within our cellular memory as melanated people. And then the constant rewounding of that trauma through modern day oppression and enslavement and capitalism and etc. that doesn't really allow us to exhale enough to be in alignment. But alignment is manifestation is powerful and manifestation is possible because when you manifest something, all you're doing is bringing an attribute of home into this dimension. All things are complete and well
Mm-hmm.
in the
Yeah.
dimension of divinity. All things are already are in
Mm-hmm.
God's dimension.
Yes.
Your
Mhm.
ability to heal yourself, your ability to heal someone else, your ability
Yeah.
to bring about change for the better, it's just really you holding home reality in your being in such a
Yes.
the reality of home in your being in such a way that it has no choice but to protrude and ultimately bust from out of the non-physical and become a thing, become stuff, become
Right.
an event. So self-actualization is something that is truly important. I believe that this is why Jesus would oftentimes go out and pray and fast, because it was his way of separating himself from the trauma and the struggle and coming into alignment with who he was, and then standing in the vibration of that. And so being able to divorce the world and divorce its problems to unbecome the problem so that you have time to actualize yourself as the solution,
Yes.
and to
Yeah.
join and
Yeah.
participate in that emotionally and mentally, being able to separate from all of the noise, separate from
Yeah.
all of the contrasting stimulation, being able to do all of that was all about just needing that constant like refresh button over and over. And that's why these days I'm not as much of a social person anymore,
Right.
because I am manifesting so much, and not only for myself but for other people. And so I spend a lot more of my time, like
Paul,
when I'm social, I'm really social, and then when I'm not, I'm very, very removed from
But
the world. Hold on for 1 second, you guys.
yes.
You guys keep talking.
Oh, I wanted to say though, this is why though I
excuse
teach
me for a
about
second, y'all. Excuse me once. Y'all hear this car in my background? Is it annoying?
No.
no.
It's
No,
still
not
going.
really.
It
I
just
don't even hear it.
I
No,
I
was
can
she had
hear
the
it.
alarm, she had the siren. That was loud, but I don't
do
hear a
y'all
car.
hear it?
Yeah.
Do y'all hear it?
No.
No.
You good.
Part of inspiration, do you have a channel or
Yes,
a
I subscribe.
Oh,
oh, she does? Okay, then I will do the same. I will do the same.
Yes, because she's
thank you guys.
good. She's good.
Thank you guys. I just wanted to bring to that a little bit, emotions are energy that we set into motion. And the reason it's so important to me, we can all, to me, this is thus says Lisa, that it's so important to connect your heart center, or your heart chakra, your heart space to your mind space. Your heart is the strongest electromagnetic field generator in your entire being. Why is that important? Everything is energy. Energy is made up of atoms. Atoms are made up of particles. Particles are made up of atoms. Light is made up of atoms. Sound is made up of waves, atoms. When you set your energy into motion for the quote unquote manifestation, why I call it creation now, is because you get into unity with source, with spirit, with God. And you get into that unity, and your song, your heart song, your energy you're sending out then goes and reformulates the pixels or the atoms or whatnot, and you materialize it into your world. We bring it. Faith is the substance. I was just having this discussion with my mother. Faith is a substance. We quote that Bible, that verse all the time. The substance of things hoped for. What are things hoped for? Your dreams, your aspirations, those things in the other realm. The evidence of things unseen. So if faith or what belief comes from your heart, if you believe a thing and you believe it and you will not waver from it,
It is a thing.
it is a thing. We are
Yeah.
just waiting for time and space to fall upon itself, basically, because the future is already the present and the present is already the past. So the time is just a construct. So if you can believe, right, that quote unquote future, it becomes and creates, you are recreating your world at all and any given time. And in every moment of every day, you're either creating it for a positive or a light, or you're creating it in the shadows. And when we begin to know that shadow energy is just light energy that's dense and waiting to be freed, when you free yourself from being shackled by that shadow energy, you then elevate yourself so things don't hit the same way.
Yes, yes. And
100%.
also,
100%.
in that, the one of the most, and that's Hebrews 11:1. It says now
Yes.
faith.
Yes.
So we operate in the now, in the present, and we are told to call and to act on those things that be not as if they are. We are instructed
Yes.
to and told that we have everything we have asked for, that a transaction has occurred through your prayer or your request. Then it is up to us to walk in it as if it already is, because it is. There's nothing that we can desire that doesn't already exist. It's already here.
Ashe.
So
Amen.
we are instructed to, when people pray prayers that they don't even believe. They pray prayers and then expect the worst. You must affirm and believe what you are saying to the creator, to the source. You must believe that thing with your heart and and your mind. It has to be that connection is very important. And then you begin to act as if it is already done. You continue to walk and call it into your reality, what we call this reality. All things are possible. I've had a magical life. I know all things are possible.
Yeah.
If you black in this
But
country, you are a miracle child.
can I ask y'all, can I ask Conscious and Heart a question? Because this is how I feel. And if I'm flawed, I want y'all to just tell me straight up, no, you absolutely wrong. But since I believe that I have the God spirit inside of me, as I believe that we should all feel, right? Because he made us in our image, and let's go to the crust of it. So I feel like when I'm praying, or if I'm meditating, or when I'm doing different practices or whatever that evokes that spirit, I'm actually invoking the spirit that's inside of me. So thus I'm invoking me, because I'm awakening myself up. You understand what I'm saying? Because I don't really believe in a man on high as God. I feel like it's a spirit that I belong to. Like, if you broke God down into particles, I'm one of the particles. You understand what I'm saying? As everybody that's on the panel tonight, everybody that's in the comments, we are all part of God. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Absolutely.
So
Your
how
medicine teaches that.
y'all feel about that?
Well,
Well, it
Holy
also
Spirit-
says that
Spirit
in the
told
Hebrew
me,
Bible, that
Mom.
when God created man, he breathed his spirit into us and we became living souls. So yes,
Or
we
God became a living
God
soul.
became,
Yes.
we are God, the Father, the Mother. We are one
Yes.
with that. We
We
are
are an
one.
aspect of the all. We are a
Yeah.
portion.
The
It's
Holy Spirit told me, okay, just because you got my color, you not me. Now listen to what I'm saying. The Holy Spirit told me. The Holy Spirit told me that the African American man was children of Jesus Christ, and the other folk was developed by the Holy Spirit. And she is the creator of this earth. Man was created to give woman pleasure and a present for women, not the other way how man fixed that Bible. That's what
See,
I
I
was.
disagree though, because
Wait,
I feel like what we were saying
this is why for
earlier.
generation to generation,
No,
the
no,
proof
no. I'm
is
not. I'm
how they
not
didn't
saying
want
like
dreadlocks and
I'm not
braids
trying to
and
combat you.
businesses. None of them. I'm not trying to convince or convert nobody. Neither. I'm just saying the proof is for generations and generations they didn't want the dreadlocks and braids nowhere on this earth. They didn't want us nowhere on this
But the
earth.
only thing I'm saying is, like we were talking about, because this is a truth. This is a truth that I've witnessed. I felt everything. There is there is a balance of feminine and masculine. Period. And when you have relationships and stuff, and you could probably vouch, apartments, is that, oh, I'm Barb. I know your name is Barb. But the whole point is, you have to admit, even yourself, when you are around someone that provides the masculine, you can relax in your feminine. But
Yes,
when
yes.
you have a man that acts more feminine than you, even if he has a beard, whatever, you become more masculine because it has to have that balance. So in God, or the God spirit, there is that balance of masculine and feminine. Like, so I don't believe in any type of patriarchy that says that because you are born with this type of genitals, you have this assignment to be this person. Like, that doesn't work. Like,
Can I
it
say you're
doesn't
both
work because
right?
it is
Let you
not
know what the
logical.
Holy
Wait,
Spirit revealed to me, that she created this, not
yes,
this earth, and she was one of the gods, just one of the gods in the universe.
yes.
There's other
So
gods and there's other entities.
you're both right. You're both right. It is this is and Louisa said it so perfectly. This is beyond our human understanding. You're both right. I never say, and people kind of get kind of their panties in a bunch. I don't sit here and say I'm supreme. I am not the all. We are aspects of, this is what Hermeticism teaches us. We are aspects of. So we have the breath, the life, the universal life energy breathed in us. It is not just in us, it is all around us. This is why all of us feel each other's energy, even though we're all scattered all across, right, the globe. If we want to talk about anybody in the chat, we all feel each other's energy. And so we are both aspect of and children of and all of that. So you're both right. Neither one is wrong. So that's what I think the beautiful thing of this is where we are a piece of, I am not supreme, but I do know that I am.
Yes, yes.
Right?
I would like to say something. You see this saying on the bottom of here, but God gave us a manual. You understand? Listen, man gave us that manual to enslave us in the minds, okay? Thank you about that Bible and that Quran. That's all man-made. Stories that they elect to put in there.
I'm back.
So there are some people who feel that there's nothing but blasphemy being spoken upon on this panel. There are
Yeah.
people who believe that
They've
there are
been doctored to believe that. That's what they've been doctored to believe that. They have nothing else to believe. Only what they told and told to do, dictated to. This is why I was never allowed that government education.
Does anybody want to speak to the Holy Spirit being personified as feminine?
I always thought woman was God. I thought that's why they called, said Mother Nature, because without the nurturing, you know, this world would be more corrupt than what it is, because man, just that they're too controlling in a way. So yeah, I felt like we definitely started, from females,
Well, you
because they
cannot.
always said that we always carry both chromosomes for male and female. Males don't.
Absolutely.
Yes,
So
and to
we
protect our
carry,
panel, I
right.
just
So I
want
feel
to
like, yes,
protect
we
our
started as
panel.
women.
This is our
You
beliefs.
don't, but
We
you
never
don't turn into
unprovoked
a male
nobody.
until you are in the womb. So, and that's after weeks after you're even created. So, yeah, I did believe that too. I
I'm
don't feel
sorry,
like that's
baby. I
blasphemy.
interrupted you. I wish you would say that again because I interrupted you. I just wanted to protect our panel. We're not up here trying to convert anyone. We are having a
Oh, right.
conversation. So
Right.
please say what you said because I interrupted you and I needed to hear what you had to say.
Oh, I don't even know what part
You
said
left
it,
off,
but-
but you can start from the beginning of what you were saying.
Oh, well, yeah, I felt like God definitely is woman because basically from science we carry both chromosomes. To get male you would need woman. So yeah,
Wow,
I always felt that, and that was from school. That was
Well,
just
I didn't
basically, we
know
basically
carry
that.
the seed,
science.
right?
Yeah,
So
we
we
carry
carry
Yeah.
the
the seed.
XY chromosome. That's female and male. Male only carry the X chromosome. So
Right.
yeah.
I
Right.
also want to. I want to say that I find it interesting that
Oh.
that some people can be upset that the Holy Spirit is being referred to as feminine when the same people claim to get their information from the Bible, and the Bible clearly states in Genesis that I have made both male and female in my own image, both male and female I have made in my own image. I also find it fascinating that when Jesus goes to describe the nature or the attributes of the Holy Spirit, that he lists off, ironically, a list of attributes that are commonly attributed to the divine feminine: nurturing, protective,
Comforting.
comforting, soothing, that all these motherly attributes are
Absolutely.
attached to the Holy Spirit. And I also want people to realize that when masculine and feminine are being spoken about, I mean, we're talking about more so the metaphysical approach to masculine and feminine, not necessarily whatever. I don't know whether I don't know if when we say female that people think that the Holy Spirit has barrettes or a high ponytail or something of that sort. So we're talking
Not
about
Barrett.
we're talking about a concept beyond whatever people are
Right. I always
imagining.
felt like
There
God
has been a
wasn't conscious.
professor. There has
It
been a
wasn't something
professor.
physical.
You know,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
there has been a professor that has studied the Black history of gods of Africa and other regions. You understand? His name is the Holy Spirit led me to him, Dr. John Hopkins, or not Hopkins, Dr. John Hopkins, or something like that. Let me see. I don't have his literature written down, but I didn't read any of his literature. I was just led. And I seen a brief little dictorial of his information, and he'll sum it all up and tell you about it.
Yeah, I think that
About how man made this Bible.
Yeah, well, yes, we know. Yeah, but I do believe that there are both attributes. You cannot have. I said this earlier. You cannot have creation. You cannot have creation without a masculine portion of energy and a feminine portion of energy. And I want to share with you all. For me, I know you all don't know me yet, but I was in corporate America and I was very in higher management positions and things of that nature. And then now I have my own business. But I was told all my life that I thought like a man, I acted like a man. I mean, when I was in my younger years, honey, I would tell them, men, please do not fall in love with me. That's not what this is about. And if I want to entertain you tomorrow, I will call you. That was I was very harsh. I was not in tune with my feminine energy because that had to be suppressed. I was not in tune with my emotional intelligence and the power of my femininity, even as a woman, even as a mother. So once I got in tune and in touch with and allowed myself to feel, let me tell you, that is when my life completely turned around and my life completely became what it is now, a very magical and a very wonderful and miraculous life.
Cinnamon,
But
right?
I was out of whack. I was out of order because I leaned too much into my masculine ways. and not
That's what's wrong
enough,
with
didn't
that.
have balance. I was out of
But they
balance.
did that.
Okay, can
They
I
did
talk
that.
about something that I had that I kind of came across also? Not saying that it's 100% true, but this was, like just a new idea. So basically, like I said, kind of going back to the science, because we can't, deny science. We know about genes and how all that works, like it's real. But as far as, like I said, the chromosomes, with our chromosomes, we carry certain hormones. So it's like certain traits and certain things that we experience is like males aren't supposed to experience because they don't even carry the hormones to do it. As well as, like you were saying, you were kind of in your masculine. It's like that was kind of a, not a push, but it was something kind of like learned behavior in a way, because you don't carry, a real masculine bone in your body. You know what I'm saying? Like that's, if that makes any sense. Like, I feel like a lot of things are kind of based on, like you're saying, your life and what you go through, not necessarily who we are. Because based on who we are and what we're made of, I feel like that's what we were supposed to do. But we don't act on that. You know what I mean? So, but the general basis was, as far as masculine, femininity, and woman and man, like we really don't share all the same qualities. Like human beings, we share quality the same, but as far as feminine and masculine, like those supposed to be separated. Like I don't understand how it's intertwined when it comes to the physical, because maybe for God, but for us it's like no.
I think that because I believe in universal law and duality, I think that both of them have to dwell within you, both that masculine energy and the feminine energy. And that divine masculine and that divine feminine, when it comes into union, that's when you are like in complete harmony, and until you are able to be able to master those two attributes, whatever if you tackle everything from a feminine perspective, or if you tackle everything from a masculine perspective, you're imbalanced. So you're not going to necessarily handle that situation to the best of your ability. So when you're like, sometimes you need that masculine energy and those attributes that come with it, in the workplace. And sometimes, when you're dealing with your family, you might need to be leaning on the feminine energy, or vice versa, if that makes any difference. I mean, if that makes any sense. But Conscious, can I address something that I saw, like kind of going through your chat a couple of times?
Yeah.
In regards to manifestation and its biblical context. There's like several different Bible verses that talks about manifestation. I'm trying to there's one because
is one of the most infamous.
Then you have like Romans 1:19, where it says, because that which may be known of God is manifest in them, for God hath showed it unto them. So we don't have to necessarily rage against manifestation and people who are utilizing different words to kind of support text that like it's biblical, it's spiritual. Yes, I know that it's like this whole new wave consciousness, Christ consciousness, spirituality, and all this stuff can get a little bit off-putting because it doesn't have the same biblical terms that we used in the past. But manifestation is something that is very, very biblical. Write the vision and make it plain.
Yes.
Let me help you out
Well,
a little
wouldn't manifestation be answered prayer?
Well, I want to go there. I want to help out. I want to help you out a little bit. So let's just go through a few of them. Matthew 21:22. And all things, whatever you shall ask in prayer, believing you shall what? You shall
receive. Absolutely.
Okay, let's go to some more class. Let's go to some more.
37:4.
Matthew 7:7. Ask and it shall be given to you. Seek and you shall find. Knock and it shall be opened unto you.
Yes.
19:21, the kingdom of heaven is within you. Christ also then says it's also all around you.
Around us.
Or what's within you is mirrored all around you. What's all around you is mirroring what's within you. So there is literally 50 trillion. Look, Christ himself said, look, I have come so that you all may have life more abundantly. Now, I will say this. My issue with the law of attraction, it's not really an issue with the law of attraction. It's also an issue with society. Like, I think life is actually more beautiful beyond materiality. And I don't even think that that's what Christ means, because we're talking about a man who lived off the land, a man who ate berries and fish, and a man who walked in sandals and robes and taught and teach on the side of mountaintops and almost lived equivalent to that of an Amish person. And so that begs the question of what truly is life. And what I think Christ really is talking about, and what we all should really be asking for, are peace, sound mind, health, wealth in our bodies, wealth in our intellect, wealth in our character. We should be asking for practically life is essentially all the things that money cannot buy, but yet the capitalism of the church prompts people to seek God as if God is Santa Claus. And so people are asking for
right.
And a new pair of
You gonna get that new car?
You better
and a
say
new-
it. You
and-
better say
And a
it.
partridge in a pear tree.
Right.
Or some kind of
tree.
But
some kind of
and the gag
game or
is
something.
people underplay even asking for life itself, because the
Right.
scriptures also concluded that if you seek the kingdom first, then all other things shall be added
Yeah.
unto you.
People take it for granted, right?
And
So they don't be they're not
says,
thankful for it. Right.
Can I share something with you guys?
Psalm 37
Can I share
4
something
says,
with you
delight
guys?
thyself in me, and I will give you the desires of your heart. I wish above all things that you should prosper as your soul prospers.
Guess what? 5 years ago, God gave me a different language and she wanted me to preach the revelation, not from the Bible. Revelation meaning the existence of life. So this is what happened to me. I just want to share my testimony with y'all. What happened to me 5 years ago? Okay. All of a sudden, I started speaking a different language. Like when I talk, a different language will come out of my mouth. Then God had me walk in the streets, and every policeman, I had to kneel down on my knees and pray for his feet. This is what was going on with me. This is what I was doing in my neighborhood, walking all around. And then I had to kiss the cars and all this. Okay, so we going through all of that manic that I went through 5 years ago. So then comes, I was put on Facebook. I was told to get on Facebook because we had to sue, because we was in the revelation and it was time for the Black Americans to get reparations or we was going to become extinct. So I had to teach us how we had to get this money to how we had to sue the United States government for reparations. So I was told to me we had to sue the NAACP, Black Lives Matter, Red Cross, all of these civil rights things was coming to my mind, what we had to do. Okay, so then I'm thinking I'm a nut my damn self. Y'all could check it out. All of this is documented. Everything is on time. You could go to my Instagram. It's called Final Revelation 1. And that card right there, everything was said, what I had to do. So then the pandemic comes. After she had me on for 4 years, we was in the revelation, as is in heaven, as it is, because the definition of revelation is existence of life. So there you go. The whole world shut down. The whole world shut down. God, time is not our time. I'm telling you, for 4 years, you could check everything. Everything is documented. As it is in heaven on earth, as it is in heaven on earth. And for those police officer feet that I had to pray for in my district when we had a riot, We didn't have not one riot in our district, not one. Our police officers was able to help other districts. This is what happened. I'm telling y'all the truth. That's what happened to me.
I love it.
They
I
threw me
love it.
off of Facebook. They threw me off of Twitter because we had to sue for reparations. And I wanted to interrupt y'all because, see, we cannot care about our family members and friends, families, and associates. We got to care about the stranger also. If we don't start giving out charity, even if it's a bowl of soup, and if you don't have a bowl of soup, you better give love. Because if she do not find out, she's not going to allow us to die no more on this earth. It will be as it is in heaven, or it will be no earth. I'm just telling you, all of this stuff is documented. If you want to see, it's on my page. I'm not jacking my page. My page is the Underground Railroad for information. Okay, I'm not jacking my page for likes and all of that stuff to turn God's prophecy into prophet. Already done. We in the revelation, baby. I'm trying to tell you something. We in the revelation. Now, I said this 5 years ago. Here come the pandemic. The whole world shut down. Now, I'm telling we in the revelation, and we have almost World War III coming up. So we got to, if hearts don't start changing, if this evilness don't stop, because she's not going to see no more suffering. It's up to the gang members to save the world. Everybody else is accounted for. Serve your God. Serve your God, because she gave us many gods. Yeah, Gandhi, Buddha, everybody. She gave us many gods. Serve your God. Because if you don't live righteously on this earth, if it don't stop, she going to take it. She going to take it. It's going to be gone. Poof. Gone. Like that.
I have a question.
The ancestor said like Mars. That's what they just told me.
I have a question.
Yes.
And also, after you ask that question, I just want to invite Tomika to the platform as well. Go ahead.
So I've been sitting back and listening for a bit because I did leave and come back. What the hell are we talking about?
Baby, you gonna have to catch up.
I thought he was gonna get deep.
Right.
You gonna have to catch up.
Give me a second.
Everybody, we so deep up here. We waiting.
Tomika, welcome to the platform. I see you're in the back chat going crazy.
I'm sorry, guys. I just love everything that's being said on the panel. I can barely hear, so if you try to talk while I'm talking, something's going on with my sound and the Lord's playing. He didn't really want me to come up here and say anything because I was supposed to be talking big loud in chat. But y'all are hitting on some really good points. First, I want to say that I was not upset that you personified the Holy Spirit. It was just the first time that I heard it like that. And then once the other person up here made points to like even the fruits of the Spirit, because what you were listing off of, like, you know, being kindness and gentleness and patience and things of that nature, though the nature of the Spirit, the Holy Spirit, these are the gifts it gives to you. Those are feminine traits. So I don't see it too far off of being off from that. Just because my Bible doesn't actually give me the behind the scenes and the inner workings of the Spirit and the fruits of the holy gifts that we get to experience and talk about right here on this panel doesn't mean that I don't believe in it. I believe. I also believe that the Lord did come with masculine and feminine energy. He hosted it both within his own dwelling, within his word, and we are his images. I just feel like the masculine and feminine was split up amongst the genders. And I think somebody did make the point that the woman does have the ability to have masculine and feminine energy hosted within her, just because we're able to make babies. We're able to do a lot of magical things, okay? But I don't even like to use the term magic. The Lord has been getting on me about magic. He's been saying magic is trickery. The Lord don't play no games. When he gives you blessings, when he gives you gifts, that's power. And the power is the word, and the word is the Spirit. And if you follow in the Spirit, y'all on track. The revelation comments. Oh, Lord Jesus. He's speaking through you tonight, though he's using you in a different channel than what I'm used to, because I'm Baptist. I'm
Baptist too. Hey, Baptist.
Hey. I just learned about the Holy Spirit like 2.5 years ago, and that was just independent studies. And of course, once I believe that there is the Spirit amongst us, like the Holy Spirit, I also believe that there's demonic energies out here too. So you do got to protect your vessel. You do got to protect your ears. You got to protect all your gates. because this battle is not against flesh and blood, but against the things of the unseen world. And there's a lot of stuff going on right now. So I also agree that some people were making points of maybe it's not. I don't believe that it's the devil all the time. I feel like we give the devil way too much credit. The Lord, the God, y'all, he funny, okay? Because he will tell you that I'm gonna destroy you and build you back up, and to destroy you again just to build you back up, because that's what he's gonna do. So all of this havoc and wreak could be the Lord himself, could be God all by himself, and it ain't even got nothing to do with the enemy. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I just feel like we should be following righteousness and the things that you just spoke about, as far as like we helping our brethren, we're not, cherishing the things of this earth, but we're taking care of our partners and people beside us. And sometimes it ain't even got to be family, because Jesus didn't save his whole family. He told his mama to be quiet when he was working miracles. So sometimes you do got to step outside of the family and go link up with other people and create your own tribe and move forward in that way. That's just what you got to do. And so y'all speaking some good stuff. Nothing that I've said in the chat has ever been out of hatred or disbelief or not understanding, even though I agree that some of you guys are speaking from different standpoints from what I've ever heard before. The Lord is still allowing my heart to be open to hear. So all I'm saying is y'all doing y'all thing and continue.
So stay right there, because I want to get your perspective on something, and I also want to welcome my boy TV to the platform as well. He just jumped here. I want to bring up this article, which is about the Holy Spirit and the feminine vowels that are like found in the Tetragrammaton, which I don't know if you guys have ever heard. Like the actual name of God has feminine vowels in it as well.
Yeah.
This is a little bit of a. Hold on, let me make sure ain't no porn up here, Chiao. Okay.
Oh my God.
Okay. Hey, I just want to read this real quick.
They were gonna get you the fuck up out of here.
This is from Saint Celia Catholic Community.org, but it says the divine feminine, also called divine wisdom or Sophia or the Holy Spirit, was present during the creation of the world by the Father. The first appearance of the Holy Spirit in Scripture is when the Spirit of God moved upon the waters at the beginning of creation. And it's interesting even about that verse, you guys, because I forgot the word for hover in Greek and Hebrew, but broken down, it actually reads, the Spirit of the Lord vibrated over the waters of the earth or the deep, which is interesting. That New Age word vibration comes up. That spirit was divine wisdom, which existed before God created male persons and even before God made the earth. Divine wisdom herself speaks to us about her origin. In the book of Proverbs in chapter 8, verses 22 and 23, the Lord begot me from the beginning of his works, the forerunner of his deeds of long ago. From old I was formed at the first before the earth. Divine wisdom and the Holy Spirit are identified as being one and the same person in the Old Testament book of wisdom, the richest source of information about wisdom, and it is there that we find the strong connection between wisdom and the Holy Spirit. In its first chapter, we read that wisdom is a kindly spirit. Wisdom is the Spirit of God that fills the whole world and is all embracing. The book of wisdom speaks of wisdom as the breath of the power of God. Scripture intertwines the concept of the Spirit of God with the wisdom of God. In the 11th chapter of Isaiah, we find the exposition of the 7 gifts of the Holy Spirit, which are understanding, counsel, knowledge, fortitude, piety, and wonder, and all at the power of God. The first among them is translated Sophia in Greek, so Peter in Latin. Both are feminine nouns in their respective languages. Throughout the Old Testament, wisdom is described in feminine terms. Proverbs chapter 8 begins, does not wisdom call the understanding raise her voice? On the top of the heights along the road and the crossroad she takes her stand. This goes on and on and on and on and on, but I just brought that up to say that there is a president of the Holy Spirit and its characteristics, its nature, etc. But once again, if the book of Genesis opens up and says that I've made male and female in my own image, then we know that the Spirit of God encompasses all of these attributes as one. And I think that you said it, Tomika, that the sexes just symbolically represent the nature of God. But they're just compartmentalized through gender, male,
Yes.
female.
That was
And to
basically what
say,
I was trying to say when I was saying the feminine and the masculine. That's where it's split up to me when it comes to the physical. Maybe, you know, God has the masculine and the femininity, but for us, it's split up in the genders.
But can we talk about the spiritual aspect of it too? Because y'all are just now answering a question that I've been asking God for a month, like a year now. I've been asking him what was his beef with the woman, like the physical woman, because if you pay attention to Genesis and how he just, I don't want to say he disregards the woman in general, but I guess the spirit should have just been working with the woman throughout that time, because technically in the spiritual realm, it will be God, which is the word, right? God himself. And then he has the spirit, which breathes life into his creation. So anything that he speaks of or thinks of or wants to quote unquote manifest in today's time, the spirit will be the thing that will activate the life within it. And the spirit is being described as wisdom. She's being described as soft. Like everything about the Holy Spirit should be something that the woman in the natural sense should be embodying. First of all, this is just mind blowing to me right now. So thank you, Lord, for that, because I've been on my search for womanhood, but I knew it just wasn't the way the modern day society was trying to paint it out to me. But I got to pay attention to the spirit, because the spirit is going to teach me how to really sit and rest in my womanhood in the manner that I need to. And don't get it twisted. The spirit still, I ain't even got to back it up. Y'all understand. Anyways, y'all speaking on some good stuff. I'm not going to stay up here too much longer because I really can't hear you guys and I really want to be engaged in the conversation.
Okay.
Y'all doing y'all thing. I really appreciate the conversation. Keep going, y'all. Keep going.
Thank you, Tamika. Thank you for being up here, boo. Okay, you guys. Gosh, so to that point, because I always. So with that being said, I mean, like, we know that the sexes exist, and in them is practically represented feminine and masculine. Now, I've never felt like fem and mas were exclusive to the sexes, because, and I think I had somebody on somebody commented on my channel, on my community wall, like the other day, and was like, "You really do look like a woman." And I was like, okay, well, what would really be the problem with that? Because at the end of the day, it took both female and male to co-create me, as it does every human being on this panel is made in the energies and consciousness and in the genetics of their mother and in their father. So, I mean, there's no way of escaping that all souls encompass both the divine feminine and the divine masculine. And I think, and I always say this on my platform all the time, but I think one of the issues in the West is, once again, us assigning these universal polarities to sexes. Like, it's not really about the sex. You can practically reference the nature of God in, like, you can practically reference the divine masculine in the male community and the divine feminine in the female community, but they're not exclusive to either community. That the pendulum swings from left to right in all souls. And this is why even two-spirited and LGBT people exist. They literally represent what it looks like when you smash both fem, when you self-actualize both those energies in yourself. They come out in the form of androgyny, come out in the form of all of these interesting intermixes of self that represent male and female. People also be looking at LGBT couples like, well, isn't this imbalance? It's a man on man. That's what it looks like. But if you take the Western view of mask and film and you think that it's literally about gender, yes, it looks like there's no balance. But at the end of the day, male and male, female and female, they both have to assert, they both have to surrender. They both still have to find an ebb and flow to have a relationship. So no relationship, regardless of gender, is without the usage and the capacity of the divine feminine and the divine masculine. There is also a receiver and a giver in same gender relationships. You still see the polarity working balance out, even in same gender relationships, because it's not about gender in and of itself or sex in and of itself. It goes beyond that as well. But what are y'all thoughts on masc and femme exclusively belonging to male and or female?
It's toxic.
Very much.
Yeah,
said it.
I'm confused
You
at this
said it.
point.
Toxic.
Male and or female.
Because now I found out what we're talking about, so now I can jump in. All right. So with that being said, I'm saying it's very toxic only because of the simple fact of, like, even through the Bible, men and women both embody both energies, and they both had both energies, because even though in the Bible it says that we were made out of his image, but however, if you want to go from the whitewashed terms, Eve came from Adam's rib, so which means that he possessed both energies, essentially. But the thing about it, I think the thing that people do confuse and conflate is that they look at, when we tell people, especially if we tell men to get in touch with their divine feminine, they think that we're telling them to put them in dress heels and all the extra, but however, they completely disregard the emotional or spiritual aspect, characteristic traits that are associated with that feminine principle. And the same thing goes for women as well. So for a man, as a heterosexual man, your expression of the feminine principle is not going to be as extreme as a homosexual male or somebody that is hyper feminine. But however, that doesn't mean that you cannot express the feminine principle through empathy, through being able to nurture, being able to be emotional, have emotional intelligence, especially when it comes down to women. Sometimes women go to war as well too. Women also are leading families as well, especially if they're single mothers. So I think it's the whole thing of people just having this idea of, since you're a woman, you must be etc., docile, submissive. Girl, I hate that word. Submissive, and all these different types of other things. So that's what I think.
Can I say something?
Yes.
I'm from a 2-parent household. My parents are about to celebrate in December their 50th year anniversary. I seek out men that are so balanced in their masculine that they can appreciate their feminine. And I'll further explain. I don't like men that are so gung-ho to be masked all the time, because I feel like exchange that C for a K. They're in a mask the whole time because nobody wakes up that strong all the time. So if I don't meet a man that can say, like, I'm scared, which will be considered more of a weaker attribute, if you can follow what I'm saying. I need a man that says, this is pretty. I'm from Philly. A lot of these guys out here, because they have a false sense of what being a man is about. A real man has both masculine and feminine, like a woman. I have both. If you need me to tear this stuff up, I will do it. But I love to relax in my feminine. So if you don't have a person that's well balanced, it's like, for me, it's going to lose, because I'm a well balanced person. And that's all I have to say about that.
Oh, I know. I think that you just essentially described exactly what's wrong in the West with, like, why patriarchy is so toxic and oppressive to women, because men do not identify with the feminine aspect of themselves, and while the masculinity and testosterone of it all may appeal to women, the lack of emotional receptivity and engagement is unsurvivable for many women in relationships to heterosexual men who identify so overly masculine. And so somebody was saying, it might have been Nisi, somebody was saying earlier about it might have been a Heart of Inspiration. Somebody was talking about balance. Oh, I think it was a Heart of Inspiration when she was talking about how she used to have, like, a lot of masculine energy. And I always say that we have to strive for that balance. Like, when you get a boy who's, like, overly like he's overly aggressive, like he's like super testosterone driven, like kind of like reckless, hard-footed, like don't know how to be gentle with anything, like just very like zoom. It means that he needs balance, like he needs to be around women and know how to balance that testosterone with like learning how to also be gentle and be
nurturing.
Nurturing. And the same thing for women. If you get like a girl who's like overly emotional, always in her feelings, super sensitive, she needs to be around her brother, she needs to be around her male cousins to learn how to toughen up, to balance that sensitivity. Like both sexes require each other, and that's even reflected in the damn scriptures that says when male and female come together in holy matrimony, they become one in fucking spirit. Even marriage symbolically,
they balance each other out.
Yeah, like that. Even marriage symbolically represents the divine union between the polarities. It's not about the sexes. This is really about like the consciousness of femininity and the consciousness of masculinity coming into harmony, that they work as a team, that they're supposed to be in union with one another, that all people are supposed to be in touch with their masculine and their energy, and their feminine. We see this in the women's community all the time. We see women having the capacity to be nurturing, to be loving, to emotionally labor in relationships. And we also see them being able to be CEOs and to be head of the household and to be the breadwinner. And we like
want to do what they have to do. And like just real quick, I just want to say, like, I know that I'm considered pretty old because I'm early 40s, but if anybody is a R&B head and know the history of Black music, think about the time where, like the OJ said, we'll cry together. Think about the Temptation song, Bernadette, when a man was so vulnerable that he was screaming out the, like, what we're seeing now is not normal. When we have, like, the reason why there's a toxic masculinity, because it doesn't even hit into, like, my father is a whole man, like he's done terrible things in his life in defense of his family and who he loves. But that's not normal to just go out and shoot people and da-da-da-da. So what I'm just saying is Black men have been men in a sense.
Wait. Let me. Are you trying to say that a non-feminine man is not, baby? Because all of my peoples will bust your ass.
Whoa! I never said they were not. What I was explaining is that the fact that the men that I'm from, they were complete men, but they had that balance. Like, you think that my father never cried to my mother? That's why you need that sense of the balance. My father was a very strong man, but he needed the balance of my mother. You understand what I'm saying? He needed that feminine to balance it off. That's all I was saying, apartment.
But when we are speaking about women, back to the earlier conversation that Conscious began with, and first to think about Deborah, one of the women that is discussed in the Bible. She was a judge, she was a leader, she was a prophet, and she ruled over the land. And yet when she went home, she was a wife and a mother. She honored her husband as the head of the household. Women, and I think that, and because I'm a Black woman and that's the only experience I know about, we have had to pull on both feminine and masculine energy since coming to these shores. We only within maybe the last 20 years or so have become the lady of the house. But when we were brought here, women would often give themselves to the master to keep him off their men. We all have, I think, an innate warrior spirit that abides within us, because you let someone try to come against some of yours, your children, your man, your community. Black women stand. We get up and we get it done.
You
And
know,
I agree that because that we are possessed, and Black women, science has said, are the only women that have the Eve gene, which means we can have babies in all colors. You can get a fair-skinned baby from two dark-skinned people or whatever. That Black women are the only women on earth who possess the Eve gene. I just wanted to say that it's perfect. It always made sense to me that because we are created by two, a woman and a man, that we embody both the divine
the Holy
feminine
Spirit,
and the masculine.
the
The
Holy
thing
Spirit.
within Western belief, though, is that men are not encouraged to acknowledge that feminine piece of them. You know, little boys fall down and they hurt themselves.
The Holy
And they
Spirit
start to
told me.
cry, and then we say, "Oh, be quiet." You know, big boys don't cry. Well, you're telling this child not to acknowledge that he is hurting, and for him to cry is somehow a sign of weakness. And then we have our men whose only model of what masculinity is are white men, the white patriarch, the white supremacist rule, domination. That
A lot
is
of
who
black
the
men
The
have
Holy
decided
Spirit
to be
told
white
me man
supremacists.
was altered to appease these entities that are on this earth. They have different cavities. That's what the Holy Spirit told me. Man was altered right in the mother womb. Right in the mother womb. Because if it wasn't true, they wouldn't have the pills to further alter them.
What?
I don't understand. Could you explain?
Yeah, elaborate.
Okay. People that label themselves, because I don't use labels, was altered right in their mother womb. Okay. And I also was given a premonition of the Holy Spirit also revealed to me all of these DNA testing things, ancestry, this and that. Allegedly, it was revealed to me because this panel, I'm gonna have to say allegedly, but I'm telling you what was revealed to me, that we will be cloned. They took all of y'all DNA to clone y'all, you know, when they destroy this earth. That's their plan. That's their plan to rebuild mankind. They got all y'all DNA, so they're gonna clone y'all. That's their plan. They plan on blowing up this earth if we don't get it together and stop them from destroying God's world. And the
So
way
who is they?
Right, you said it like it's not at you too. Who is they?
I'm sorry, I'm a Scorpio.
The people right now that
Like
is
they don't
trying to
call
make
y'all, but
war.
don't you
Don't tell me
Hey,
something that
the
we can't
people
sound
right now
right.
that's trying to make World War III. Are we kidding? What's to be laughing about? World War III is almost about to exist.
Because of Putin?
In Ukraine. You don't think them people are being put yet in another Holocaust? You don't think those people are dying like they died in the Holocaust? You don't
But
think
then even when the Holocaust happened, like if you look at it
war
historically,
crimes
like
are
even when
being
that stuff was
committed?
going on,
Innocent
you know what
children
took
are
us to
dying
get into
every
that
day.
war?
We have
Like
war
what?
all around. United
No.
States,
them bombing Pearl Harbor.
United
We
States
had to
better
send
get out of this
ambulances
corner,
in there to
and they
even say that we was in the
and
war.
all of their
Like,
luxury, and understand that bridges are falling down around this whole world.
Miss
We better
Barbara,
get out of this corner.
Miss Barbara, hello everybody. I've been real quiet. Let me tell you something. I don't know if we want to get off into that, but we have dirty hands in all of that. If you've been paying attention to what's been coming out, the United States of America has
United States have very dirty hands.
dirty hands.
Wars.
So I have heard from some people. I'm not going to put it out here on this channel because it's not my channel, but I will just say I've heard from some people that live there that things are not as what they are being portrayed to be. And it's going to come out that everything that's being said, that's being done by one side, is not necessarily happening the way that it's been portrayed. Now, but let's get back to the masculine and the
I
feminine.
want to know what you're talking about. I want to know
Let's get
further.
back to that.
I mean, okay, wait. Before she
Yeah,
gets,
because I was gonna say, Conscious, like you really broke it down for me as far as understanding that it's not about the sex, it's more so about the balance and in the feminine, in the masculinity. Like, yeah, I really appreciated that because that was a whole new
I want
outlook.
to add something to that. Real quick.
I'm about to
And
say,
I
I'm
wanna,
about to say,
and I wanna
to,
let jump in here too, and then Reckless, go ahead.
to young lady that said about them overseas, ain't gonna be what it's seen. Didn't we just see on Instagram they posted a video of them having all them quote unquote dead bodies on the floor, and then somebody ran up to one of them waking up out they did they damn sleep to cover them up on the television. I know something wrong going on in that damn country.
Yep.
Yeah, you didn't see that,
Yep.
girl?
I
Yes.
ain't see it.
Yep.
Go
I'm
on the shade room.
War
They were
crimes.
talking about how it's so many dead bodies in
Holocaust.
Ukraine, and as they're reporting it, you can see once somebody on the floor get them out of their dead bag, and someone tried to run over to cover them up on television.
Absolutely.
Honestly, I was ignoring it because I just looked at it as white on white crime.
But we being funny for a second. Everybody was saying it like, so why? I mean, we all black on the panel, so they're like, oh, should black people care what's going on over there? I say, yeah, for everybody who black over there getting treated bad.
Oh yeah, because you see how they was tossing them off the trains and the buses, wasn't letting them leave the country. Like
Bitch, I
they
was
was taking all
mad.
the black people off the bus.
That's black
Like they
American
was snatching families, women with kids. They out
Yep.
there in the cold. You could see they breath every time they breathe.
Yeah,
That was
I
sad
would have been.
to witness.
I would have been
real.
slapping bitches. You ain't gonna take me up no
And I
goddamn.
said that
Like
too.
you
I
First
said,
of all,
why
I'm from
don't they
Philly,
just
so
take the
you
train for
already know.
themselves? We would have got our own train. Like,
No,
I was like, who know how to drive a train around here? Because we about to go.
bitch, call me Rose of Train.
Right.
Bitch.
Y'all gonna be on trains around here.
Get up out of here.
Yeah,
Plenty of
like,
them.
I'm not going. You catch me in the Ukraine.
But see,
Like,
I'm
I
sorry.
guess you know what? I guess Kanye West had a point. At that point, it was a choice.
Nah, for real. Because me and my kids, like that lady said in that video, we would have bounced. I'm sorry.
Yo, I'm out of here.
That
Like,
turn
man,
In the words of Niecy Not Nice, who can drive trains around this motherfucker?
Nah, for
Because we about
real.
to bounce.
We need somebody. Who know how to
Forget
hot
that.
wire? Because we
We
get
got
there.
to like out.
We gonna get
good
there.
catch
day.
me. Catch me. I'm from Chew and Shelton.
You know,
Ain't no way
Forget
in the
that.
world. I ain't what? I'm out of here.
Nah, for
Nah,
real.
forget
Somebody gonna
that.
know how to.
Y'all would have had
Somebody
to.
took a pilot class or something.
Nah,
Like,
forget
have y'all
that.
ever
Y'all would
tried
have
to
had to
get on
call
the
me
Somebody
Rosa
subway?
took pilot
Parks.
class.
Talking about
I'm
we
sorry.
students. We
Y'all would have had to
students. You
call me
better
Rosa
say
Parks Train
warriors.
Edition.
Talking
Nah,
about
for
you
real.
student.
I ain't getting up.
Reckless.
Right.
You would have called me elbows only.
Right.
Listen, it was so because they
I
had
don't
people.
care how old she is. She
That's what
ain't
I
getting on
said.
the,
Why
Yeah.
ain't nobody
ain't
got
getting
no
on the
baby? I
train.
would have pepper sprayed one of them folks so fast. You better
Man would have
back up.
snatched their gun and
Y'all would have
everything.
called me. Y'all would have called me middle linebacker because bitch, I'm taking prisoners, bitch.
I would have let
I'm out of
everybody.
here.
I would have let everybody to get everybody without a color off that damn train.
That's what I'm saying.
Hell
That would have
out
been
of here.
our
Like,
train.
what?
Only black people would have been on that train. Exactly.
Apartments. You from
It
New
would have been
York.
our own
The
You know how the
soul
subway
train,
bang.
Hey,
baby.
We were gonna
hey,
hijack a
y'all.
train.
Hey,
Yes,
y'all.
we was gonna get there. A boat
bitch,
too.
bitch, I'm Harriet Tubman, modern edition, bitch.
Yo, I don't know if
120
any of
version.
y'all is from Philly, but I can tell you what, even getting on a bus during the rush hour is a whole Game of Thrones.
It would have been a
Like,
soul
you gotta
train.
cut people necks, you gotta
Nah.
decapitate people. You trying to get downtown.
Now you ain't watching enough YouTube. You ain't watching enough YouTube in China. How they be piling up each other.
Right, hanging on the
Yeah,
side,
whole New
somebody on
York.
top of it. Yep. You
But
better
like
duck down
Conscious
when we go
said
to these
earlier, though, y'all,
comments.
Flint, Michigan, we still got people with no good water in Flint, Michigan. People still dying.
That's
We have
because the
people
Red
in
Cross
all
stealing the
over
money.
here, our melanated people
Oh,
that are still suffering, and yet we're all supposed to be so concerned. Not that it's not concerning. I'm not saying that, but I can't be that concerned about what's going on that's been going on for centuries. Then people have not been getting along. Why am I supposed to care right now, especially when the U.S. had their hands all in that mess. We forever putting our stuff somewhere else, our money somewhere else, and propping up leaders, and then we want to look stupid when it backfire on us. I
A black
have
American
had
man
it.
has no place in this war. We fought war after war. We never got the 48 years. We have no place in this war.
Thank you.
We better dig a damn foxhole. Now I need to tell y'all what the Holy Spirit want the black American man to do. Separate ourselves from this political world and live heaven on this earth. We have to build back our own Wall Streets. We have to just concentrate on feeding the poor and building it. God, you have to listen now. That's what it is. You see,
I
but
literally said that the
that's
last
why
time I
all
was here,
these
Miss Barbara.
demons. That's why all these demons are killing our animals. We supposed see our animals are supposed to herd over our enemies. Now we got technology to even strap bombs on our animals. That's why the every chance man get, they killing our animals.
But can I say something? Like, listen, I live in Philly, as I've said numerous times, but I've come across, because I live in West Philly, like 47 from Baltimore.
Born and raised. I'm sorry.
But like when you come across Africans, like people that's like from the land of Africa, they separate themselves from us.
Yes, they do.
A lot
Hey,
of
there we
times,
go.
hold on, I got into battles, like really, like, because I'm taking it back every single time, where they think that they're closer to whiteness. And I have to explain to these babies, like, yo, they don't feel you like that.
That's right.
So then, like, because of my history, and I'm
they
really
were superior over us. That's what they was
but
taught by our
no,
government.
it's not even that. It's like when you had British rule and you come here and you had the same messaging about what Black Americans are about, because that's what Black people don't understand. All across the world, they have trashed and
Black America
and lifted up at the same time. So like I remember seeing somebody sent me a screenshot, and it was in Ghana, but it was a hut looking store, and it was called the nigger store. You understand what I'm saying? So the messaging across the world is the like apartments. Like remember when you were saying like, oh, I don't mess with Cardi B because she had something to do with how people view it. I mean, that's how I took it.
She has Cardi B. I could tell this story every time.
But it's all of them, though, because if you just only put out the fact that we are drug dealers and we're prostitutes and strippers, and that's the message across the world. So a lot of Africans, when they come over here, they're not trying to mess with the African Americans because they think that we're lazy,
robbers.
All we want to do is criminality.
I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Hold on.
Let me tell you something. That's why I say just because you got my color, you not me. They gave them all
Exactly.
about Obama.
My
Gave
kin
them
ain't
all
always
about
my kin.
affirmative action. You understand? The black man will become extinct. The NAACP gave their friends, families, and associates the scholarships and everything. Girl, we got to sue and get the hell out of here. We got to make heaven on
But it's
earth.
a messaging. It's a messaging.
I'm gonna be honest with y'all.
Go ahead,
I don't fully agree with all of it because I think that's pure ignorance just to think that a whole community of Black women are whores just because you may see certain things on TV. I think that's out of pure ignorance, and I'm gonna also be honest as well. Even if you change the messaging within television, people are gonna believe what they want to believe at the end of the day. So, because like, let's be very clear, it's a lot of times that Black people, we have showed up and have been docile, submissive, and we have dressed for perfection 2 different occasions. But however, we were still lynched, we were still called niggers, we were still called bitches, hoes, sluts. So for me, I kind of don't subscribe to that, only because simple fact of it doesn't matter if however you're presented or however you're displayed, people are going to have their thoughts about you regardless.
Right. We got Kamala Harris in the White House.
With Nigerians here in
I do
Atlanta.
agree with you on a certain point of ignorance, though, because
a
lot of stuff is like all like I was raised very black, where I'm talking about where it was like a rebellion. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't trust white people at all. The way I was raised, I was scared of white people. I ain't trust them. I ain't like them. But then you meet people that's not a part of your culture, and you're like, yo, that person is cool. So it kind of knocks down what you were raised to what your idea about people. So I do agree with that. I don't think that it's all, but it's on a one-on-one basis.
Yeah, because no, we can't act like all the thing we seen about African kids was
I need to ask the panel a
child for
question.
3 cents a day and stuff. That's the only thing I grew up thinking about African people over there. So when we would see them kids in our schools, we would think they were dirt broke. We would think, you know what I'm saying?
You know,
like
all Ethiopians had pot bellies and had
you know,
pots
and
around
but
their
they
heads.
right.
We
These
were
folks
growing
is
up.
coming over here with money. They folks got businesses, like they all not what we thought they were. So
Perspective and images.
but like Records was saying, that's just ignorance, because you know we didn't know no better. We were just going off of them commercials we seen. So yeah.
Right. So the only thing that you get piped in is like derelict behavior.
Okay, can I ask the
What
panel?
I have observed with Africans that I've met here in
Can I ask the
Atlanta.
panel a question? Constance, can I ask your panel a question?
Yeah. Give a Jazzy a 1 second, and then
sorry.
Yeah.
you can ask the question.
I didn't hear
No, it's a problem.
What I was saying is that what I have observed and what I've not observed, what I've experienced with many Nigerians is that they say to me that Black people don't know what we have, and I have to educate them for them to understand that we know exactly what we have, and we're keenly aware of what we don't have, and that the reason you can do what you're doing here is because of the bloodshed that we shed on this land.
Exactly.
Why don't you do that in your own country? Why you have romanticized what a life for Black Americans? First of all, you're right. The media has portrayed us as pimps and hoes and robbers and drug and the media across. I mean, it's the most powerful force and with this new information highway, we have been vilified all over the world.
The Black Americans is the
so
true
I
owners
asked
of this
them,
land.
why are you here? You're here because you can live a certain way. And there was a Nigerian, a woman she's a Black woman, her mother's American, her father is Nigerian. And she went on to say that Africans that come here need to actually, she, in her words, like worship us or at least admire us, because we have gone through to get to where we are. And if you know, why don't you do what you see, mimic what you see African Americans are doing,
And
or
let me
Black
tell
Americans are
I
doing,
can't take
and do
no
it
more.
in
I
your
can't take
own
no more.
country.
Because our
And
government
they're
gives
unable to
it
do
to
it
them.
there. They're
Our
unable
government
to do
gives
it
it to
there.
them. School. Our government gives it our affirmative action, our jobs, our communities. We are denied applications. They better get to know that. They only give a few. And you have to be a part of the NAACP. That's why they ass gonna get sued.
But at the same time, let's be honest. A lot of immigrants that come over here get more access to loans. Like, let's talk about we talk about like the Asian community or these different communities.
That my whole plan.
They come over here with a clean slate and they want to get them in there because, all right, so in West Philly, you have a strong, I'm talking about strong Ethiopian, Eritrean business community.
Right.
Oh,
but I think that they don't, Nigerians, I don't know how they're treated, like to be honest. But I'm just saying from an African immigrant world, because a lot of Africans that we see, the fact that we can see them, touch them in America means that they are backed up by somebody. Because there's a lot of Africans that don't even hit the lottery to be here.
Man, Black
so
Americans
the fact that
better
you
realize
can
that
be
they are
here
trying to make
means
a
that
Black
you
American
have some
man
type of
exceed.
connection. Let's be honest.
The
They're
Black
not taking
American
the
man better
shirt off.
realize that
You
this
understand what I'm
United States
saying?
government
And
is
that's
trying
not
to make him
disrespectful. That's just
extinct.
real.
I'm sorry, I can't understand. What were you saying?
Sweetness.
Me?
Yes, what were you saying? I know
What
that.
I'm saying is that a lot of Africans that we see that build businesses here is not like, because it's a lottery in a lot of these countries to even get here. But a lot of those people that we see are connected in some type of way. If you
Yeah.
sit down and if you actually ask questions,
Yes.
or get to know these people. So the Africans that we see here are the creme de la creme, or they're connected in some type of military way or whatever. Like I know like 2 dudes that have bars in West Philadelphia, but the reason why they're here is because they served and they were sergeants in the army, That's how they got pushed up. And they have backing from Africa. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not the same. So when I talk to Africans that are actually here, I'm like, yo, relax. Because if you understand our history here is unique.
It is.
One of a kind.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
Because we're getting it
We'll
from
probably
the
never
dirt.
see it again.
It's very, 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 very important for the Black American man to understand that they are stifling us in the ghettos. They got us sectioned off and stifling and killing us one by one. They are not entitling us to no storefronts in no major cities. They are not entitled.
That's why we got to put our cell
apartments
phones
in the
We don't
ghettos
need
of
them.
America.
We don't need
We
them.
are not even
can I-
eligible for
We don't need
apartments
them.
in the ghettos of America, New York City. We
Can-
have
can
no
I
more
can I get a
community.
sister apartments available? A little bit of doggone facts, right quick, may I please?
You like
Hi,
who
Leonard.
need facts about what the
Hey,
hell
what's
I'm
go-
witnessing?
Wait, babe.
Baby
What's
God.
what's going on?
Facts about what I'm witnessing. Let's go with the facts.
If you can stand the
I am
rain,
going with
Leonard,
the facts.
sure.
That's what I'm about to give you. Some facts right now. I'm from Chicago. It ain't nobody in the government or white that's on the south side, the east side, and the west side killing all these brothers up. It's the brothers that are doing it.
Oh boy.
So miss me with that government
You know, Ma, let me
conspiracy.
explain.
They
You were
killing
sectioned
us.
off to stay
No.
right in that position where the
No,
guns was
no, no.
dropped
Hey,
off in your community and
hold
the
on, Miss
drugs
Lady.
was dropped off
Hold
in
on,
your
Miss Lady. Yo,
Let me
hold on,
tell
Miss
you
Lady.
because I ran the drug cartel. You understand?
Oh,
Those
there we
drugs
go
was
with
dropped
all
off.
that. Look,
Co-worker kill each other. You
people
understand?
that do not listen cannot learn.
It ain't about
Okay?
listening to
Bottom line up
bullshit.
front. People who do not listen can't learn. Now,
Good.
I said I'm from Chicago. I ain't living remotely in nobody's damn ghetto right now.
Congratulations.
Okay, so how many, let me ask everybody on the panel, how many doggone homeless black Afghanistan, Iraq war veterans do you know? How many?
How many?
I see him a lot.
About the African American ones that the United States, that the government.
Okay, no.
the
How
mayor
many
of
do
New
you
York
know?
City
I
is
didn't
giving
ask that.
$25,000 a month.
It's a simple question.
Okay,
Don't
the
give me
veterans, the
don't
government is
don't get me
giving
the Kamala Harris answer.
$25,000 a month
It
for
is
a
a simple
veteran,
question.
a slave.
It's a simple question.
What was the
Yeah.
question?
How many do you know?
No, what was the question?
Okay, the question was how many homeless black American Afghanistan, Iraq war veterans do you, emphasis on YOU personally, do you know?
They
And
are
I don't
all
want the Kamala Harris answer.
I don't know
Don't give me the
any.
Kamala Harris answer.
They
I don't
on
know
30th Street in Manhattan, a whole building of them where the government is giving, they
Well,
get
how many do you know?
$25,000
You giving
a
me the
month.
Kamala Harris answer, young lady. I ask you, you
don't wanna
Kamala
get-
Harrison up in here.
No, yeah,
Stop
no, no.
that.
Okay. You know what, man? You want to say that my black brothers are killing each other? That's because they was programmed to. They was given the drugs,
Oh, there we
the
go.
guns,
There
and
we go.
everything.
Move the goalpost. I'm not talking about
Miss
that.
Barbara.
I asked a simple question. It's too hard for you to just say no. I don't know any, because I don't know none. All of my fellow Iraq, Afghanistan war veterans, we living extra good.
Not in Manhattan, baby. You could come
They
to
is in
30th
I just
Street in
asked you how
Manhattan,
many
baby.
do you
They
know?
suffering.
Look. Can you tone down that New York energy? Tone that down,
No,
okay?
because
That only work in New York. That only work in New York. That only works in New York,
I'm
baby.
talking about the ghetto.
That only works in New York, baby. All that doggone hyper energy.
All
That
that
only work in
bragging.
New York,
So what? You
okay?
got all what
It
you
only
got.
work in New York. It don't work nowhere
I
outside
see
of
my
New York,
homeless
okay?
Black American
Yeah,
veterans
okay,
suffering and homeless,
okay.
where the mayor
Come
of the
on,
city
Kamala
is
Harris.
giving
Come
a
on,
white
Kamala.
landlord
Give it to me, baby.
$25,000 a month and $15,000 a month and
Give it
have
to me,
them in
Kamala.
Are you listening,
slavery.
Leonard?
I'm trying to, but she, you know, I'm like, I asked a simple question and she didn't answer it.
Well, she telling you.
No, she ain't telling me nothing.
She
It's a yes or no
explaining.
answer.
You don't want to hear it.
No, it's a yes or no answer.
Well, can you explain? Well, can you listen to what she's saying and then reply to what she's telling you about?
Okay, I'll listen to what she's saying. I got all the time in the world.
Okay, I am telling you that the war veterans, in New York City, the mayor of New York is giving white Jewish landlords $25,000 a month for them to stay in apartments. They are homeless, living in little damn square, and then the working Black Americans, that the working third, you call them middle class, they are in shelters, and they are giving white Jewish landlords up to $15,000 and $10,000 a month.
Is that let me not.
That's
okay.
a
So let me ask you again. How many do you know personally?
Well,
That's
being
my
that I was
question.
thrown in that damn shelter, I got to know a whole lot of them. That's how I got to know the information firsthand, my man.
Okay, now you know a lot of them. At first, you wouldn't even say yes or no. Okay, don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining.
No words in my mouth. I speak up. I'm Black and I'm proud. I'm here. I said it. I meant it. I'm here to represent it.
Yeah, okay.
I'm interested to know, like, why is Leonard asking that?
That's real cute, New York. Bravo.
Yeah,
okay, hold on.
Bragging is real cute for Chicago. All that bragging.
I have a I have a question for Leonard. So let's say that let's say hypothetically she doesn't know any personally, but let's say that she knows a lot of them impersonally. Like, is there a difference? I mean, like, you're trying to make the distinction between so what's the difference?
Allow me to answer that.
Yes.
Stupid.
Now, combat veterans, we know who we are, okay? It's just a couple of questions that you have to ask someone, and you know if they're a combat veteran. I saw a begging veteran down here, right? This dude looked old as Jesus, talking about he was an Iraq war veteran. I'm like, really? Where were you at in Iraq? Oh, you don't remember where you at? Really?
Okay, so I have a question, Mr. Leonard. What?
Go ahead, I'm listening.
I'm trying to word it. My question is, I'm trying to figure out what the point is in regards to Black people, because you was mentioning something in regards to, like, the government. Let's not blame the government for this anymore. You know, let's deal with,
we killing ourselves, right? Yeah.
So
okay,
where were you going with all of this?
Yeah.
Okay, where I'm going with all of this is, we as Black Americans, we need to stop playing the blame game, okay? Because I know hellified, broke, poor ass, trying to figure out what they gonna do next, living in rural America, white folk. I know enough of them, all in Alabama, in the rural areas of Georgia, this and that. I just had to go 2 weeks ago with a buddy of mine way out in the sticks in Washington, Georgia, to evict somebody, right? Out of his family home. They weren't Black either. You dig? So it ain't just, oh, you got poor Black folks. See, Blacks, and let me see. I can't say the nationality because I know YouTube would be, they get funny. Oh, I'll say it like this, and you all know who I'm talking about. The Blacks and the Horowitzes. Yeah, Horowitz. All right. Cling to we got the Excalibur of victimhood. Now, on that note, yes, were our ancestors and everybody else victimized, just like in Hitler's Germany, right? With them. Okay. We know this. We never forget that, but we do not hold on to it so tight that it hampers us from moving forward like our parents did in the 60s. See, all of that came to a dead stop. See, our parents was getting it in, leveling the playing field for us. But then a lot of us got comfortable and thought we was entitled and totally dropped the ball.
So I have a question.
Can I say something?
I have a question for you, Mr. Hold on, please. I'm so sorry.
No, go ahead.
For you, Mr. Leonard, how many Black people with master degrees do you know that live in the hood?
None. I know two with master's degrees, and I know one is a
know
doctor.
Me now.
Huh?
I say he know me now.
I just want to know.
I don't know you. Like I'm talking about people that I
mean, like, or if he asked the first question to the panel, so let me ask it to the panel. How many Black people do you know with master degrees that live in the hood?
What's the hood?
None. You have my son's mother. She can I get my 30 seconds in, please? Thank you. My son's mother has a master's degree. She retired from the military, a master sergeant. I also know Trina. She was the sister-in-law of my nephew, his departed wife, and she used all of her military benefits and went from UIC, had the white coat ceremony. Now she is a medical doctor. Her husband also makes 6 figures a year.
Congratulations.
But I thought she said homeless. I mean, well, not but in the
Can I
hood.
say something real quick?
Yes.
Go ahead. All right. Listen, I understand what Leonard is saying because you do have people that use their Black experience as a crutch to not move forward. We can all agree on that because everybody is born. Life is not perfect; it's flawed, and you have people that you already, if you think about it, that use whatever is going on as a crutch to not move forward.
I'm not going to agree on that whatsoever.
No.
Period.
I'm getting to my
I don't think she's saying every
applications
Black
be
person.
denied.
Hold on.
Applications be denied.
Mules.
Okay, we can't talk over each other.
Hold
we
on,
can't do
the
that.
captain.
Only
the captain
thing I'm saying
hold
is,
on, the captain
I'm
of the
sorry.
ship is cat team. Go ahead, sweetness.
Only thing I'm saying is that I understand where Leonard's coming from. Like, you can't use like being Black as a reason to not move forward. That's what I heard from Leonard.
And I don't disagree either.
But only thing I'm saying is, like me, I'm a dark-skinned chick. I don't look nothing outside of Black. I got Negro nostrils, everything. And I've gotten everything I need to get done off of what I want to get done.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
Okay, so can I just want to please?
Wait, hold on.
Okay, let me tell y'all something. I live in the
She
ghetto.
not finished yet, Miss Barbara.
Okay.
She ain't complete the
I
statement
didn't
yet.
hear. I'm sorry, I didn't hear. I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
But at the same time, I am a Black woman or a Black person that holds a master's degree. Okay. Like, I have a corporate job and I have a small business that I'm hoping to employ more Black people. So the whole thing is, it's not a getaway for me personally. Now, I'm not saying that most Black people, once they get a little bit of money, it's their ticket out. They don't want to see
that's not even where I was going with it. Where I was going with it is, I know far too many people with their master's degrees living in the hood, which means that there has to be some sort of a disparity there.
Yes.
In order for them not
what borough are you from, Lady T?
I'm from Harlem.
I'm gonna be
hi baby, hi neighbor.
Hey,
you got people in Brooklyn and all that stuff. I'm from Philly.
I'm gonna be honest. I know a lot. I mean, I don't know if this counts. I mean, I know a lot of people in the hood with a lot of certifications. I don't know about degrees, but
well, I know
is making more money than anybody.
It could be a New York
Let's
thing.
get it straight.
It could be a New York thing because it is extremely expensive here. But my point being that there has to be some sort of disparity to where you can do all of the right things and not lean into the whole narrative of I'm in the hood and I'm gonna
Exactly.
be
And Lady D, like, are you familiar
I'm
with
going to say
Philly at
this.
all?
Wait, I
Because
want to ask Barbara a
gentrification
question.
exists in New York City. Gentrification. What is
Well,
that? What
I'm
is
gonna
that?
say
Hold on, I'm trying to
gentrification
say something.
here
Because y'all
exists,
keep
but like if you
okay,
want
in
to,
the mouth, I'm
hold on,
saying
if you
it
want
does
to
exist. What is that word? Gentrification, right?
I
So
didn't
that
even
means
stop
that
my point. I didn't
what
even
is
finish my
going
point.
on in New York City? A black African American is not eligible to live in Parkchester. I am the
My whole point
wait
is
a minute, my
period.
thing
Like
is
let's
not
stop
Parkchester.
let's stop the bull crap. Let's stop the bull crap. If you wanna achieve, you will. That's
my
that's
God.
what it
I see
I believe
applications and
that.
not
And
they
y'all
know.
get into
I
some
wasn't
sticky
going
water,
to
honey. Y'all get
anywhere.
into some murky water. It's getting
Can
murky.
I
The
can I
water's
jump in
getting
here?
murky.
Am I in murky, CC?
No.
Can I?
Reckless, please jump
Wait
in,
a minute,
Reckless,
hold
please.
Yeah,
All
come
right.
on, Reckless.
Because
So I'm
Please.
gonna try to balance this out the best way I can
Yeah,
because
it's
I
gonna
can see
need
this
some
getting
balance.
messy.
I think that you can do what you gotta do.
All right.
Allegedly.
Congratulations to you.
I think the thing that with what
I can't know.
well, I think the thing what Miss Barbara is addressing is that yes, we understand that there are reasons and policies and things put in place to make melanated people not succeed compared to some of the other counterparts. But however, what Leonard is saying is that he feels like, well, I'm gonna say it's a consensus that some people use that as a crutch to not even try or even try to put forth the effort. Now, but
Can I come
however,
back
what
behind when
That's
you
what
finish?
I'm saying.
Okay, can I
wait,
say that I
Hold
but
on,
believe
hold
however
on,
I
y'all.
do
Let
hold on.
y'all. Hold
But
on.
however I do want to add this part as well. Just because there are a select few that succeed does not mean the system still isn't corrupt or still isn't successful at degrading, disrespecting, and disregarding melanated people.
So the
Because
exception
also,
shouldn't be the rule.
But two
because
things
also,
can exist in the
wait.
same space.
Because also keep in mind too, yes, you may have been successful, but that doesn't mean you were successful only strictly because you were just strictly black. Because also keep in mind too, we all have different experiences. So you may have yes been successful, but it may have been harder for you because you were a woman. Yes, you may have been successful, but however, you also have to.
Let's talk about Harlem. How
But
many
wait, but also,
have you seen?
I wasn't done. But also, as well, you have to think about colorism. That may also be a thing that may come into effect. So it's a lot of different intersections and things that may come, that may tailor your experience. So let me say that. Okay, I'm done.
Only thing I was trying to say,
Okay, let's talk about Harlem, New York.
How
many black Americans actually own any storefront in Harlem, New York? How many black African Americans? Let's talk about some real
being black is not an
The world is
Let's
bigger
talk
than
about
Harlem. Sorry, the world is bigger than Harlem.
No,
The
you
world is
gonna
bigger
be
than
quiet,
Harlem. I'm
Leonard.
sorry to give you that
Congratulations,
information.
Leonard from Chicago, because you don't know nothing about New York City.
I don't know about it. I don't care nothing about New York City.
Yeah, because Atlanta popping.
I only go to New York when I'm flying to another
like
country.
I said, I'm a
was
brown
able
school
to own
girl
any
with 2 New
That's
York
all.
in Harlem.
Go to New York when I'm flying to another country, baby.
Because I've seen people.
I don't understand this.
Sorry, hold on. I've seen people succeed at what they want to do. Like let's just break it down to brass tacks. People will get done what they really want to get done.
Period.
If you want that job, it might not happen at that place. Maybe you have to create your own job. If you own it, you own it. And that's on period. And the fact that you hold on. But the fact that apartments is from New York City. That's hustle capital USA. There are so many people that get things done. You cannot tell me, like, listen, I don't even go into a job interview and say, oh, I ain't get that job because I'm not white. I go in that job interview. If I don't get the job, I'll be like, damn, I ain't get that job. And I apply for the next. Period.
There's not
I
any
want to
job
get done what I need to get
doing.
done.
Let me
I
tell you
don't
something.
need
If
to
you
Wait,
don't
hold
have
on.
a look,
and I have no pressures.
if you do not have a certain look in New York City, you, as a black
I'm
American,
black.
you are
Well,
not
you
gonna get
probably
the
may
job.
have to move.
Y'all trying to see the chat think of they I need to be
But
muted.
what is you
But
trying to
y'all
do?
need to
Because
let
you
me
You do,
can't
say
get
what I
yeah.
have
done
to
though.
You do,
say.
yeah.
Okay, what I'm trying to tell y'all, if you don't have like every job my daughters go to, they get because they fine as hell. If you don't have that damn look, you not getting a
Let me
job.
explain
And
something
that's
to you. I
it.
had an
Period.
argument with
Not them
one of my close friends. I'm brown skinned. Like I told you, I got brown eyes, I got black hair, and it's kinky. I got 2 Negro nostrils sitting on my face.
Amen.
Okay, I don't look like nothing other than black.
Hallelujah.
Nobody cares about what my ancestry is. Nothing. I go in there, I look black. So my good friend, she's light skinned. She has Negro features too, but she has green eyes and no, her hair is kinky. She tried to explain to me that she had a better lot on life than me. Right now, she's homeless. Right now, I went through a horrible situation and bought my home because I was determined. The thing is about.
Congratulations. Stop
Wait a minute. No, don't do me like that. Don't
Mom,
do me
you
like
don't
that.
want people
Don't
like
be
that. That's
condescending.
thinking
What
that
I'm
people
saying
don't have
is, if you
determination.
have
And
the
I've seen
heart,
applications denied for housing.
if you have the heart,
Applications denied for
but
mortgages.
the thing is,
I've
why would
seen it.
anybody want to rely on housing?
I'm not talking about housing. I'm talking about mortgages. I've seen
I have a
applications
mortgage.
denied. Congratulations to you. They give a few, but they don't give many. Let me explain.
But the thing is, it's not about what you look like. Sometimes it's about your heart behind what you
Hold on.
say.
Okay. Hold on. Let me get up in here real quick.
Let me scoot over. Come on,
Hold
come
on.
on in here. Let
Hold
me scoot over a
on.
little bit.
Hold on. Hold on. Let me pull up an article.
Ooh, Chile. Y'all know how to argue, child.
Ooh, child.
I ain't mean to argue.
Why you pulling up
Ooh,
the article?
child.
Hold on. I just pulled it up. Hold on. Let me
Okay.
get it out the way and read it.
Okay.
The caption is African Americans face systemic obstacles to getting good jobs, and it reads. Let's see what they got. Let's see what they got to say here. The U.S. labor market has now seen a record of 109 months of uninterrupted job growth, with the overall unemployment rate falling to its lowest level in 50 years. However, African American workers still face more hurdles to get a job, never mind a good one, than their white counterparts. They continue to face systemically higher unemployment rates, fewer job opportunities, lower pay, poor benefits, and greater job instability. These persistent differences reflect systemic barriers to quality jobs, such as outright discrimination against African American workers, as well as occupational segregation, whereby African American workers often end up in lower paid jobs than whites, and segmented labor markets in which Black workers are less likely than white workers to get hired into stable, well-paying jobs. Despite African American workers having increased access to jobs and actually getting more jobs, labor market outcomes, including higher unemployment and fewer good jobs, continue to be worse for African American workers and their families. These differences are not new, and the longest labor market expansion on record has not eliminated them. African Americans have always been more vulnerable in the labor market. They regularly experience higher unemployment rates and work in worse jobs, which feature lower pay and fewer benefits than whites. Moreover, they tend to work in jobs that are less stable than those held by white workers. For example, African American workers often see their unemployment rates go up sooner than white workers when the economy soars, and their unemployment rates also take longer to decline when the economy improves than is the case for whites, a phenomenon often described as last hired, first fired. Moreover, unemployed Black workers look longer to find and secure a new job than they do white workers. The labor market experience for African Americans has historically been worse than that for whites, and this continues today. There are several factors that have contributed and continue to contribute to this. These include repeated violent oppression of African Americans, such as the riots that destroyed Black business owners' wealth on a Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma in 1921. Codified segregation, legal racial terrorism during the almost century-long period from Reconstruction to the Civil Rights era, systemic exclusions of African Americans from better-paying jobs, and continued occupational segregation. Despite notable improvement, today's Black workers still have a harder time than whites securing good unemployment. For Black women, this intersection of race and gender bias has had a combined effect on their labor market experiences too, often devaluing their work and confining their opportunities. I want to add that, you know, I know a lot of Black people who are degreed.
Thank you.
However, a lot of those who are degreed are greeting me at Walmart, are my cashier, at Publix, are supervisors for McDonald's, while having master degrees, undergrad under their belt, and the whole
There go your literature. Thank you, King. Thank you. I ain't got a damn thing.
No, we agree with that. We just saying that's not no excuse. You can still make it in this world. That's all
You
I'm
still
saying.
get your bag.
Wait,
Yeah, that's all.
but this,
But
that's also why I preferenced earlier that it also depends upon your experience.
Right.
As in, if you have more intersections, you're more liable to run across people who probably have different ideologies or pathologies, depending upon what intersection that they may have an unconscious or conscious bias against. So that's basically what I was saying. So yes. In a hierarchy, we understand that there are people with the melanated people that have succeeded, but however, for the masses, that doesn't seem to be the case. That's basically what I was saying.
And then
I think that you need to like stop don't believe the hype.
The only reason why some Black Americans in New York City I know that got jobs, that's because in the pandemic people have perished and they replaced the people that perished. And that's the only reason why they got a job is because why? The people perished.
But a lot of Black folks are starting to start their own businesses. A lot of Black folks trying to get out the, punching a clock. A lot of folks like, you know what? I'm just gonna work for myself.
You have to.
Well, good luck with that. We don't support each other as far as our businesses go. Either
it ain't got to be Black folks that support you. White folks.
I mean, yeah, that's true too. But I'm just saying, like, but can I just speak to something really quickly, Conscious, if you don't mind?
Yes.
I'm gonna try my best to keep it short.
Yes.
My Black American experience, me and my sisters, right, grew up in the projects on Fifth Avenue. Okay, I just want y'all to hear the juxtaposition, right? Grew up on Fifth Avenue, the infamous Fifth Avenue, right? Now, my mother used to take me on the weekends, walk down Fifth Avenue called the Museum Mile, take me to the Guggenheim Museum of Natural History, all those museums, like every other weekend, right? I was also in ballet. My sisters was getting piano classes from the Catholic, the nuns at the Catholic Church. My mom found some kind of voucher, was able to put my sister into this private school. My other sister went to boarding school. She went to boarding school for her formative years with the white people. You understand? Then from there she went on. I'm segueing into my sister. Then from there she went on to Massachusetts to be schooled at one of the 7 sister schools, Ivy League. Comes back to New York, gets a job at Procter & Gamble. Ooh, yay, wow, ooh. You think she was able to move up that ladder? Do you think she was able to move up that ladder? She sat right there for 20 plus years being, laterally, from lateral positions, while she watched these.
That's a choice, because I would have left.
But she's also a Leo, so she's gonna.
Well, yeah. Well, then that's where she want to be. Then you ain't gonna sit somewhere for too long if you don't like it.
My thing is now, but this is my thing. Now, when she leaves, she goes on to another corporate job. Can't get past a certain point in the ceiling. Then she leaves. She's like, bump it. I'm gonna go into this for myself. I'm gonna get my cosmetology license. And now I'm going to work for, and then she ends up working for Ulta. She gets passed up for this director position. Mind you, she has 20 plus years doing creative marketing for Procter & Gamble. the whole time she living over in the hood over there, and you know where I'm talking about, the Delano. What's it called now? Savoy, the Savoy. You know, that's near you, apartment to my, you know where I'm talking about?
You know, no, I'm not in Harlem right
That's
now.
terrible.
I'm not in Harlem right now.
Well, the Delano and the
Oh, you
Delano,
talking Delaware, Delano project?
the Delano over there on 130, between 139th and 141st.
Dior, what is over there at 149, 134?
It's near the river bend. It's before you get to Esplanade. It's still the hood, is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah.
Okay.
All of this experience, to me, that's the Black American experience. You could get so far, but you ain't gonna get where as far as other people. She should be living somewhere in Jersey over there by Little Kim or something like that. Exactly. You know how Chris Brown, you understand what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like,
hey man, if Beyonce is still losing her marriage to Becky with the good hair, I don't know how much hope it is for the rest of us.
That
even if our ass have to compete with mayonnaise culture.
Now, when you say it like that, ooh,
look, why you had to put
you know, Constance, when I actually notice how the government altered the marijuana in the ghetto to make these children more fickle-minded and what they are.
There we go. Blame it on the government.
You know,
always the
listen,
government.
I stay facts, so I don't appreciate your sarcasm because I stay facts. This marijuana is altered.
No, you say
no,
opinion.
it is.
You can have your own opinion.
It is, but you can't blame it on the drugs, though, Miss Barbara.
You could keep your negative opinion to yourself because I'm
It
stating
ain't negative.
facts
I'm
when I
spitting
speak.
facts. I'm
What
speaking
facts you
fiery
spit?
facts.
What facts
Fire
you spit?
facts.
Man, you better go.
My mama said this some new kind of weed nowadays. She said
Yeah,
this ain't
all
what
the
they
fentanyl
back
and
in the
stuff
day.
like
They
that. It's
minimize
not.
of the youth.
It's
They
laced
know
with fentanyl.
just like they modified that heroin, thinking that the black people was on heroin. But when the white folks start dying, that's when they came out with, oh, we need programs to knock needle. Oh, we gotta help them and give them help. Yeah, they let us die before they didn't come out with the knock needles when they had most of the ghettos on that drug. But once they realized they little white kids like that drug so much, they came out with all this.
But see, this is the problem.
Hold on before you say that. Now, Information Man just brought up a good point. We up here talking about how many people got degrees, how many damn black people got wealth in businesses to pass down to their children, how many black people have
wealth.
And that's what, but folks don't care about that. Folks just live their life to take care of themselves. They're not thinking about the legacy and the ones that they leaving behind. They be ready to get a check and sell their house for what they know ain't worth it. Just so they can get them a little check right now, not knowing 20 years from now when your great-granddaughter get homeless to come in a situation, she may need a home to come to. That's supposed to be the family house. That's how my grandma was. Her house was for anyone.
Or the fact that our houses and resources allow our children to have a head start in getting on a greater start in life because they're alleviating.
Here you go. Let me let you all know how to give your children a head start.
Okay, it's gonna start with not cutting me off.
No. Hold on.
It's gonna start right there for one.
Monsters, finish talking, please.
But I'm gonna let it go ahead.
I love it.
This is what you do, right? If you grinded and you doggone established some nice credit, it ain't got to be good, just nice, right? See, what you do is when your children turn 16, you make them an authorized user on a credit card that you in turn don't give them to use, but you pay on it, right? So by the time they're 18 and graduate high school and they're making their way in the world, when they go to do something, the first thing they see is, oh, you have an established credit history.
And we can't act like
that's
black
something
mamas
else
ain't been
we don't talk about.
bills in their kids' name for them
Very good.
credit before they even
that's what
12.
the bills in their kids' name. That's what them trifling, low-hanging fruit.
But I'm just saying that be the same part.
That's the third time I heard that advice about the credit score. I'm going to use.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute, Leonard. You've been on other platforms bashing the king.
Oh, girl.
No, I ain't been on other platforms.
So Why are my day ones telling me that you've been on other
Your
platforms
day
crashing
conscious. Remember the first time I came on your panel and our conversation, it was very good. So what your A1s from day ones need to do is pull up those videos with me saying words out of my mouth, talking bad about you. I dare them because they don't exist. I dare your day
lies, Leonard. She says lies, Leonard.
Just like I said, everybody, they can have their own opinions. They can have their own opinions. They can't have their own facts. Pull the videos up of me saying anything negative about that man. Pull them up. Pull up the video. I dare you. I dare you.
Demon Slayer.
She said she will. Now what you gonna do, Leonard?
Okay.
Please drop.
Please.
Now my thing is that she
Me to
pulled
be
up in
alive.
the shoe. You know you screw, right? And she pulled
Oh,
up
man.
alive.
You gonna stay? You gonna
beg
stay
for that.
learning the lesson?
One thing Ray gonna do is gonna pull a video of. So you better make sure you ain't got no proof for real. Ray will pull a video.
Thank you. Show me receipts, baby.
We're not
Show
gonna
me receipts.
In the
Wait, I
words
got
of
a
Whitney
question. I
Houston.
got a question for Ms. Barber though.
Show me receipts.
Yes,
I love
darling.
receipts.
Leonard probably thought he was saying something nice.
Right? So Ms. Barber,
Right.
So I'm kind of conflicted.
I
because
love
I'm
pulling.
from,
I love pulling
I
big
can't hear
faces
you,
out my
baby.
wallet
You
at
say-
Willow.
Shut
I
up,
sure
Leonard,
love
and wait
doing
till
that. And that's a receipt. Show me some
the
receipts.
evidence come.
I
I'm
ain't
gonna
say
have to
nothing
shut
bad
you
about
up
content.
until the
Don't
evidence
even go
comes.
there.
What was you
Don't
saying,
even go
son?
there.
Yeah. I'm gonna
Don't
say
even
on
go there.
record, Leonard, I would be very surprised if you have been somewhere disparaging me because we have had great panels
Oh
and great
my
discussions.
goodness, you
we
were
have.
not
And you've
disparaging.
always been welcomed over here and treated kindly and nice. And I would be very surprised if I find out that you
Because
have been disparaging
matter of fact,
me.
for the
Let me
people that's
out,
on the panel,
Constance.
let me talk about this for the people on the panel. In one particular panel we had, I said, you know, a lot of people may see it to be odd that a totally, undoubtedly heterosexual man is having this conversation with a man that lives an alternative lifestyle and ain't nobody calling nobody nasty names.
That's not normal no more. We can do that
No,
now.
hold on now.
Yeah,
Hold on.
I pulled them in, Leonard, so that ain't really unique in my reality. I
Right.
No.
Constance make
Hold
everybody
on,
I have
Conscious.
questions.
Yo, Dragon
Hold on,
Face gotta
Conscious.
go.
Did I say that
You
to
look
you?
like Dawn of the Dead. You gotta
Did
go.
I say
son.
that to you?
Yes.
Thank you. My words are be
You look
you
like a
and be
lizard.
great. Be you and
He's
be
a
great.
snake.
Whatever you gonna be great at it. Don't half step. Don't bullshit with it.
Wait,
Be
did
great.
you say he said on this platform with you, or he said it on
somewhere
on
else?
somebody else?
I
when
said
you
it
was
on
talking to
this
somebody else?
platform.
She said you were
This
saying
one
it to somebody
is.
else, I believe.
So
No, I said it on his platform to him.
He lying through his teeth.
So I have a question. So what's an alternative lifestyle?
Oh God.
Well, I wasn't trying to be, you know, I don't know what proper words to use for anyone that's not heterosexual, you know, so I'm trying to be.
Well, let me ask you this question, Leonard, in tandem with Reckless's question. What do you imagine gay people do?
Please.
I don't.
Wait.
I have a lot of gay
no
friends.
wrong answers. No wrong answers.
Ain't no wrong answers. It's only the answer that I'm going to give. Everybody needs somebody to love.
Okay, I can get with that. Same gender
look,
loving.
Okay.
I'm doggone.
That's a good
look,
answer.
I'm innately attracted to dark-skinned black women. The problem that I've been facing is finding a dark-skinned black woman that has enough self-esteem to realize she is as beautiful as I
Well,
tell
guess
her
what?
she is.
You on the panel, and sitting to the right of you is Sweetness, who is an educated, dark-skinned, degreed black woman.
I know. I already heard that with the two. I've been listening to it.
Oh Lord!
Don't think I ain't been ear hustling. I've been listening to her talk. I'm like, ooh.
Well, let me ask you this question, Leonard. Are you also trans attracted? Are you attracted to?
No, I'm not trans attracted at all.
How you know you're not trans attracted?
Because I'm not.
Bubba over there, Kiki.
He not attracted until he find out it's a trans.
No, I'm not attracted to
Right.
trans. I was coming
I mean,
back
no, because
flying
you
my
half the time
doggone
you
gun.
cannot tell in the photo.
What you mean I can't tell?
You ain't gonna say that's an ugly girl. Oh no, she is busted. No, you gonna be like, oh, she's beautiful.
Okay. Think what you want.
Then when you find out it's trans,
look. Stop. Do you know the only reason?
That's what the question was.
The only reason look, the only reason that house music remained relevant in the world is due to the gay community gravitating to it and giving it life and keeping it living. And I'm one of the oldest house music DJs on planet Earth. You better Google me
I thought
and
it was
read my
because of the
pedigree.
Europeans. Like
There ain't no
Europeans.
opinion. Google my name and see
No,
what
no,
come
no,
up. That's
sir.
my
I
pedigree.
said because of the Europeans, because Europeans kept.
It ain't got nothing to do with European. I was the first house music
Well.
DJ playing house music in
Come
Europe.
with me to
Hello.
Italy.
You was the first.
Hello.
You played it.
Hello.
I want to ask you know somebody.
You
I
a
was
king
the
in
first.
it,
got the
but
first
I
Hello.
was European. Like you
None
a
of you play.
Not the first in
You played in
history.
Chicago.
But where was it
Say
coming
again?
from?
You DJ'd in Chicago.
Chicago house was dope.
Oh yes, I did.
I'm gonna ask you about somebody in the back chat though, because I don't want to say her name out front.
No, you don't have to ask me. Ask me right here. If she's known, I'll tell you.
I don't know if she's known. That's what I'm asking you in the back chat.
Don't worry,
I
I'll
would
look at
prefer
it
that
too.
you ask right here
Right,
because
hold
of the known individual. And I'm not going to disparage anybody.
No. It's nothing
Can
like
I have
that.
her name?
Hold on.
Wait, can I ask Ms. Barbara her question real quick before we get
Yes,
too deep
let's
into
go.
this?
You come
Okay,
in
so
peace? Wait, do you come in peace?
Of course I come in peace.
I'm going to look at the back chat and see.
Okay, so I'm from Miami, so when y'all was having the New York conversation, I didn't know how to engage.
Okay,
wait, hold on.
Hold on for a minute, you guys. You know it. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. You know, trying to speak.
I'm not going to say their name because I'm not going to disparage anybody. I do not know that person.
Okay, you don't know that person. Go ahead, you know.
Okay, Ms. Paul. So when y'all have this conversation about New York, I couldn't identify because I'm from Miami. So the job market, the job market and how stuff goes around here is real different, and the hoods around here are totally different. Now, anybody who's from the hood of Miami can name the couple few that are in the same city. So I don't really can identify where I'm from. That I can identify with, black people have a hard time getting jobs, stuff like that. Now, Ms. Barber, I know you like to say that, like to bring the fact that a lot of the disparaging in the black community is from drugs. I don't know, I don't do them, but I can't see why you'd be lying about that. So here my question is, there's a study now saying that among black people, black men are giving the government $50 billion in debt because the majority of black men are unemployed. So, if you saying the war on drugs is affecting black men to the point that they cannot get a damn job, why is it that with so many people not getting degrees, especially black women, why can't black men keep up with the standard?
We don't have an economic economy. Everything is in China. Where all these college, everybody's sending their kids to college. Where they gonna work? Where are they going to work? We don't have no economic economy. We got to get these Democrats out of office, yo, and get out. Like you said, our young generation going to have to build our own Black Wall Street. What will be a lot of black people in the big cities are selling their own merchandise. And mostly, I'm going to tell you something, they really making money selling this marijuana. If you could get a hold of some marijuana in New York City, you'll be doing fantastic. I would never ask this question to sell drugs. I would never.
Is it legal there?
I'm
It's
talking
legal, and I wish I could get my hands on some. I would be doing it.
Answering the question that this man told me to answer.
I know. I just want to know if I can ask
from the bottom of my heart. My man, if you could get some of that Miami marijuana, you'll be a rich man in New York City.
Sorry.
No, so you actually asked me, is it legal down here? Yeah, there's dispensaries down here.
It's supposed to be. It's not legal for us to get. Like I try to order some from California, they won't let me. I even got me a EIN number. They wouldn't let me order it to New York. But we're legal. We can't go to jail for it. But you will get robbed because people are starving right now in New York City. The ghetto is back. They reverted back to snatching old lady pocketbooks and robbing old people on the subway station.
Miss Barbara, they're opening up the application for you to be able to legally sell weed. The application itself and is non-refundable is $10,000, and then after that
10,000?
It's only 10,000 there. It's 100,000 in
We
Illinois.
need to unite. I want you, baby. I want you to go to my page because we got to unite and sue this United States government because it was our children.
She
that
want
was
our money.
killed.
She want us to get our money,
It was our children in there getting raped every night in jail for
But
that
you know
marijuana.
what messed us
They
up?
gonna
This
get their
PPP
paws
law
off
and
of
this
it.
unemployment showed these folks exactly what we gonna do with them. We just gonna mess it up. We gonna go by the Jordan. We gonna go by the Mercedes.
That. We
Put it
gonna
like
go by
this.
the pound.
Everybody gotta
We gonna go by.
figure it out. Let us get it first. We'll figure it out. What we going to
We
do?
just got it. We just
We
had
going to get out of the United States.
Can I ask Miss Barbara a question, please? I
But
only want to ask
Leonard,
Miss Barbara a question real quick.
Leonard, that as far as that's just for the application. There's once it gets approved, there's other
Right. I understand. I looked
You
at
can
that
sell
from the Illinois
CBD.
angle. Now,
You can sell
can I give
CBD.
you a story that's 24 hours old, right? That you could Google and you'll find it to be true. Now, there's a black man in Atlanta, businessman. His name is Paul Judge. Okay, he donated about $18,000 in campaign contributions to Democrats, to include Stacey Abrams, the one running for governor. Now, when they approved marijuana to be legal from dispensaries here in Georgia, he made contributions and currently it's at $100,000. Who's mad? The Democrats. They're trying to say, they're all on the news talking about, see, that's pay for play money. And then they got their guy, what his name is, Mark Horowitz, their lawyer, all on doggone the local news in Atlanta, disparaging this black man that's a business owner because what? He gave less than $20,000 to the Democrat, but he just contributed $100,000 to different Republican entities. See, now I see that as a black man that knows how to play the game, not play games. See, you get a lot of blacks that can dribble basketballs, throw footballs, and jump over hurdles on a track. They can play games, but they don't know how to play the game. See, that brother know how to play the game, and I applaud for that.
Little bit.
So who is somebody who's on it right now in the black community? Like, is there anybody who y'all have y'all eye on, who y'all feel is on the money right now when it comes to solutions for the black community?
Damon Dash.
Raphael Warnock.
Damon Dash.
See, I don't even look at my
Raphael Warnock ain't done nothing for Georgia. I'm in Georgia. He
Oh,
gonna
I'm
lose
in
his seat
Georgia
come the
too.
midterms.
I'm in Georgia too.
Come the
and that's
midterms,
not
he
true.
losing his seat. The
That is, no,
midterms.
he's not. No, he's not. That's
Okay,
not
all
true.
the politicians
That's
are
not true.
garbage. All of those
Because
politicians
if we get Herschel Walker, we're gonna have a perfect white boy pond. Come on,
Oh, see, there we go again.
Clarence
There
Thomas.
we go
Yeah.
again. If
Here we
somebody
go
knows how to
again.
play the
Here
game,
we go
if
again.
somebody knows how to play the game and they're not playing
Nah, but really,
games,
you gotta
then they're
relax on
called a
that.
coon
Like,
and
just
this and
because
that and
somebody got the right elbow, like, stop. I mean, what's that saying? Y'all can help me out. All skinfolk and kinfolk.
Yep.
Like, you can't do that though. Just because a black man is is able to have the money and shucking job, that don't mean that they have anything for the culture of us.
Well,
like, relax on that.
It's
Like,
called pick me syndrome.
Look,
Right, because he ain't
yeah,
about no
it's a
babies,
black
no peppers
yeah, there
in the
you go.
hood.
Because
He ain't about
Paul
kids, no
Judge,
uniform
Paul
for
Judge
school.
employs a lot of black people, just like Tyler Perry. He employs a lot of black people. So miss me with that.
What?
Put a mask on.
What you just say?
I said Tyler Perry employs a lot of black people, and Paul Judge, the brother I was talking about that you could Google that they're trying to disparage right now, he employs a lot of black people.
So what's
miss
your
me with
point?
that.
But Tyler Perry's like, he's a multi-millionaire. So what's your point?
You know what? I'm just glad that Herschel Walker is not a light-skinned brother.
What is your point, sir? You named Tyler Perry.
My point.
No,
you don't have a
Anytime
point.
somebody black is trying to do something and go beyond, automatically they're disparaged as a coon, as a sellout. We're gonna take
Who
their
did that
black
to Tyler
card.
Perry?
We
That's
do
what
that
it
to
is.
us.
No, you
We
don't
do
like
that
Tyler
to
Perry films because
No, I don't like his films. I'm talking about the money.
That's
Now
only because Tyler Perry
Tyler
he's the
Perry.
only writer.
Now
Tyler Perry is a
is a
predator.
colorist.
He's a
Tyler
predator.
Perry is a
No,
colorist.
you a colorist.
No,
Don't
no,
you
he's
even
a colorist.
acknowledge it? I didn't mean to do that. That's my Scorpio
No.
nature.
Tyler
I
Perry,
don't know you a
Tyler
colorist,
Perry
honestly.
is a
Like, I'll take
colorist.
that back.
If you listen, you'll peep the script. Tyler Perry is a colorist. Every Tyler Perry movie, darker skinned black. Hold on now. Tell me if I'm wrong. Darker skinned black man abuses black woman. Light skinned brother to the rescue. Married happily ever after the end. He's a colorist.
You know why I ain't think that Tyler Perry was a colorist? Because he put bad wigs on everybody.
Yeah, because he
got
did
a bad
some
wig on
wrong,
everybody.
baby. He did some wrong
Rich
with that
folks
wig, baby.
we was talking about the ghetto. Not you rich folks. We was up here talking about the ghetto, not you rich folks. We was making solutions for the ghetto, not you rich folks.
The solutions for the ghetto is do
The
what you
ghetto
need
got
to
to
do
get
to
out. They got
grind
to
to
get
get
out
out
of
of
the
it.
ghetto.
bragging.
It
That's
ain't gonna
the
be the
solution.
ghetto for long because it finna be white folks letting in.
Oh, it's
Just
all
like
going
in
in. It's
Atlanta.
all
That's
laying
what it
flat.
is.
The
Come on,
hood
man.
ain't even the hood
Diddy,
no more
what
because there's so
happened?
many white folks staying over here. It looks more
Conscious,
like a
next
white
time
Oh, yeah, I
neighborhood.
did have a
Oh,
question
yeah.
That's called
for
gentrification.
Because even speaking about Tyler Perry, like his studios in Atlanta are actually gentrifying, like the
Yeah, they taking
the
away
West End. I know where it's at.
for black
He
folks.
bought.
Right.
Look, Tyler Perry bought half of Fort McPherson.
Hold on, what's
a
going on
former
with Tyler
military.
Perry studio? They gentrifying. What was you saying?
Okay,
I
are
can't
you
hear what
willing to
Constance was
hear
saying.
me
What
out,
was you
sister?
saying?
Hear me out. Hear me out. Now,
I
Tyler
want to hear what
Perry.
Constance was saying about the studio first, please.
Jesus. That's what I'm finna talk about. If you'll let me speak.
Stop being mad at her.
I'm not being mad. I'm not mad at all. I'm giving facts. Now, what happened when the United States military started doggone getting rid of military bases, for budget requirements? Tyler Perry, he bought half of former Fort McPherson military base in Atlanta. He bought it for a steal. I was like, that brother got way up on that property. And that's, because you go to Tyler Perry Studios, they still got the guard shacks and the this and that, just like it's a military base for you to get in. It's great. And if you drive up there, you don't see no white folk at the gate working. All brothers.
That's even
Oh,
better.
man. I bet you will see a bunch of brothers there. He praying on them.
We were just saying how he was a colorist.
Oh
though.
my goodness! See,
wait, what's your
know what?
No, that was the topic though. That was
so foul. That's so foul.
Mad,
You could be a black. You could be a black man and hire a black man, and you abusing the black
He's
man.
not supporting
that
their
makes sense
union.
to me.
He's not supporting them having a union to work or nothing. He's using them like a
Georgia
slave.
is a right to
We
work
need
state.
Tyler
There are
Perry
no
like we
unions
needed that
down
fat
here.
ass Oprah that gave us that damn
Georgia
Obama.
is a right to
Wait a
work
minute,
state.
Miss Barbara.
Huh? What
In
you say?
Georgia, like what you're talking about with the union, there's a SAG that's in New York that has to be respected. You know why so many people film in Atlanta? Because there is no union in Atlanta by Atlanta rules.
It's a right to work state. We have no unions down here.
Period. So that's not a Tyler Perry problem. That's a Georgia problem.
I thought like he didn't want no
No,
union.
no, he didn't do that. That's a Georgia versus. It's like when you like. Okay, so I'm a CPA. So if I move to another state, I have to be licensed in that state to work as a CPA. You feel what I'm saying?
With the Screen Actors Guild.
Exactly. It's another union.
It's a union.
So
but
if I move to Texas tomorrow,
I just know what this man is a predator.
I have to say that in Georgia,
that's what I know about
the union. The union laws in Georgia weren't always observed. I have to say that they weren't always observed.
Like, you can't blame people for seeing around the game. And the thing is, I don't think that Tyler Perry movies are the best. I enjoy them. I mean, that's just me. Okay. So y'all can judge me on my taste, okay?
Now listen, I love Tyler Perry's movies. I watch them.
Yes, I love the plays.
However, I do see that he has
I love that movie, but his last movie, he got lazy. he really got lazy. He really was showing his ass.
Well,
that
I
he's
ain't
a
see the
boss.
last one.
No, but we ain't gonna
But
act
the
like
one that
black
he
men
had
don't
that
slap
had
black women though.
Felicia
What he
Rashad in
portrayed
it.
in his movie
What?
is real life.
That was
Like, what happened?
horrible.
I loved it. No, the wigs was horrible. The story was good.
It was horrible. What black
Did you
woman
see Felicia Rashad being the villain?
What black woman you know gonna have 55 white women looking like they in the slavery film in the bottom of her basement? They done just went missing from some.
Yeah, I don't know where they
right.
got them
Okay,
wigs
Lady
from.
T.
Like, they,
What
All
movie
right,
y'all
Lady
talking
T.
about? What movie y'all
And then the
talking about?
man wasn't even. Then she killed. She so-called.
Yeah,
killed
what
the man.
movie is that?
Diary of a Mad Black Woman.
Um,
Oh,
It's
I'm thinking
horrible. I
Diary
don't
of a
know
Mad
what
Black
movie
Woman.
you're
What's the
talking
name of
about.
the movie, please?
Oh God,
Oh, I
Fall
know.
from
I'm trying
Grace.
to
It's
think
called
about
Fall
it.
from Grace.
Okay, I was thinking about
It's called
Diary of a
who?
Mad
But
Hold
Black
on, I
shut
Woman.
missed
up.
that.
No, only thing
What's the name of the movie?
hold on, Leonard. But Lady T.
It's called Fall from Grace. That.
Fall from Grace.
Fall from
Let me
Grace.
tell you
Okay, let me
something.
write that down.
I was so into that movie. Like, I thought that everything was good. Bad wigs and all. But to have Felicia, Mrs. Huxtable as the villain, I never saw that shit coming. I never saw
That's
it
what made
coming.
it good.
I mean,
That's what made
that's
it
great
good.
that she was the villain. That she got a chance to play a villain. No,
I know.
Right.
too
And
bad
she
it
was
was.
really
Yeah,
into
he got
it.
down
Yeah,
on
too
it.
bad it was in a Tyler Perry movie. I preferred her as the villain on Empire. I thought that was way more well written.
Oh, I ain't never watched
Yeah,
Empire.
yeah.
Yeah, I
she
ain't
was
watching
good
Empire
in
like
that.
that.
Yeah.
I only know about Juicy because of the trial. I don't.
Yeah, I'm surprised they allowed Empire to be filmed in Chicago as much as they doggone hit them with union costs to doggone do movies. That's the reason there are not a lot of movies.
Hold them.
Woo! Chicago, it's very expensive for them to shoot movies there. That's the reason there are not a lot of movies. Look at all the movies you see. How often do you see a movie shot
Because
in
the
Chicago?
life expectancy is damn short shooting in damn Chicago.
The thing is, like, I have a background. Like, I'm an
You
accountant.
got 2
So
days
I have a
too.
background in
Chicago is
banking.
big on union.
I have a background in banking, and most of the banks are settled in are headquartered. They moved their headquarters to Delaware because they made it so. Like, when you ever see, like, say Jacksonville right now in Florida, they trying to make that the next tech situation on the East Coast. So they relaxing all their tax laws when it comes to tech. That's usually what happens.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm
Like
saying?
the
They
first,
usually make
now,
it easier for that industry to go. So I thought that Shy was like, okay. I ain't know
check
they
this
had.
out.
Like, why would you do that? If you're trying to attract a certain industry, you're going to make it easier for that industry.
That's right. That's right.
That's why
Right,
Georgia
but
did it.
Chicago
That's how
don't do
business
that.
works.
Now
That's why
let
we
me pull your
popping.
let me pull your coattail
There's a
on something.
black woman who's
Gotta
opening up a
investigate
large
these videos
studio
on
here
Leonard.
too. A black
Let me
woman is
pull your
opening up
coattail
a
on
large
something.
movie
Where's those
studio here in
videos?
Georgia.
Tell the chat to get those videos up to us so we can investigate them.
Yeah, please do.
Demon Slayer
Now,
in the house.
now when Walmart wanted to open up
Walmart
within the city of Chicago, right? They were forced to be unionized. Now, I don't know what minimum wage is, but how you gonna have somebody that work minimum wage paying union dues? Come on, man.
ShopRite does the same thing. Like, I don't even know if y'all have a ShopRite because I don't know where y'all from. But we have a supermarket that, like, has franchises all over the city. ShopRite in Philly.
Yeah, it's ShopRite in Savannah, Georgia.
Oh, y'all got ShopRite?
Since we got
Yeah,
somebody
Savannah,
new.
Georgia.
Yeah, hold on, you guys. So we got a new face to the panel, Mr.
Hey, Mr.
Brown with the
Looking like
vape.
a
What's
god.
going on, sir?
Shout out to everybody
Conscious,
on
I
this
hope you
panel,
forgive
man.
me. It's
Look
just
at
my
that
Scorpio
beautiful
energy.
hair.
I'm sorry. Like,
Okay, so it's a bunch of damn women on this panel, and you turning them on apparently. So you single?
I do that though.
I'm 58.
Are you an eligible? Are you an eligible, high valued black man?
I'm a high value than a motherfucker.
All right.
I'm a high value than a motherfucker.
Women, get on them. I'm gonna let y'all have it.
Put your dick on the glass.
Do y'all know what to do to get a high value man?
Talk to
In
us,
my
King.
Kevin
What you
Samuels
got to
voice?
offer us? What's going on? Let's hear your opinion on some things.
His locks
That's
look
funny.
healthy,
Okay. Well, check this out, sweetie. I ain't just gonna ramble off the top of my head. You just gotta ask me a question.
Okay, well, hold on. First of all, how did you find? Are you a subscriber? How did you find the stream?
I clicked YouTube. I clicked live. I seen a bunch of black people, so I.
Oh,
that's real.
The Black Holy Ghost do it like that.
Where you from, Mr. Brown?
It was just like that.
Where you from?
Look at her trying to figure it out.
Let me ask you a question, son, since you up here. All right,
yes, ma'am.
Do
What's
you
up?
know anything about gangs?
Gangs?
Yes, gangs.
I'm not a part of a gang, but I know a bunch of people that are gang members.
Okay, let me ask you this, son. Do you think that the gang members can learn their civil rights and sue the United States government for the control of marijuana?
For the control of marijuana?
Yes.
Sue them?
Yes.
Nah, they can sue them. Cause Freeway Ricky Ricky Ross sue America for the control of cocaine?
No. But see, now marijuana, we're talking about marijuana, son, because marijuana is going to be legal. You understand? And that's the person y'all need to ask. Y'all gonna have to unite, because let me explain. Like, back in the day, when they made liquor legal, who was that? What they call him, Al Capone or whatever it was. He had the liquor, So the white man, he go take over the liquor. Now, don't let the white man take over y'all marijuana. It belongs
he can't
to
do
y'all.
that. We can grow that in the backyard. He could never.
Let me tell you something.
This is why I've been wanting to ask Miss Barbara a question. Can you realize that gang affiliation, that being in that level of things is a choice? Can you give those
Excuse me, next.
You got Mr. Brown up here. Hold on.
Nah, I'm saying right now it's a joke. Just like if y'all turned on y'all TV.
Mr. Brown said he's not gang affiliated. So
yeah, I'm not
gang affiliated.
No, I'm not listening. I was just asking him something else, honey.
I was just asking you that question. Can we give accountability? Like, if you decide that you want to live this life, that's your life, son.
Oh my
God.
So I have
Hold on. So let's ask Mr. Brown. So let's ask Mr. Brown. Hold on, y'all. So let's ask Mr. Brown some questions.
Okay, I'm an open book, man.
Since gang violence are mostly made up of men and not women, what is your perspective on that?
I cannot respect any black people killing other black people. Just like if you turned on your TV, what's going on is Russia against Ukraine, right? So what if you turned on your TV and the Russians was killing Russians? You will look at them like they fucking retarded. So every time a black person kill a black person, I'm gonna look at you like you fucking retarded.
That's right, son.
We dwindling our numbers, nigga. You fucking retarded.
Yes.
We soldiers.
Yes,
we soldiers, and we need as many soldiers as we can get. If you a soldier and you taking out another soldier, you a fucking dumbass.
Sweetness.
Mr. Brown, let me introduce myself to you. Mr. Brown, let me introduce myself to you. I need you to go to my page because I got a lot of information I need you to share with the ghetto. Because I need you men to sue this United States government because you have the right. You have the right, and y'all can win if you exercise your civil rights, because the United States government has locked y'all up and imprisoned y'all. You understand? So you can get the total control. You can fight for this right.
Miss Barbara, they got to get lawyers first, though.
In prisons, people.
Yeah, they got to get a lawyer first.
My question is this: is it possible that we could possibly, instead of suing people, galvanize what is it? How many trillions?
You gonna have to.
How many we contribute, right?
Hold on,
definition
please.
of galvanize.
let me just get my thought
Okay,
out.
okay, all right.
To galvanize I think it's like $1 trillion in disposable income that Black people have amongst us. Is it possible that instead of suing, we could try to galvanize money so that
That's what I was saying.
The bottom line is our money is our right. So we're
But what
not
I'm saying
leaving
is
it
we
on
already
the
But we know we ain't gonna get it.
Yes,
But
we
my
are.
thought is we already
Yes, we are.
have
They thought we would never get freedom. We
Now
thought
that
we
the
would
rate
never
is
get rid
gone.
of Jim
Name
Crow.
and stuff.
They thought we would never get rid of Jim Crow.
Miss
We thought
Barbara,
we would
we
never get
have
rid
the
of
money
slavery.
already. We have
Right.
the
We
money
got more
already.
now than what
But
they gonna
why
give
are we
us.
still
Man, we
blaming the
don't have the
government
money.
got the
when
money
there
to
are
support
personal
Son,
choices?
Mr. Brown, Mr. Brown.
I thought you and Shelton.
be
Like,
working
I'm
with
not
you,
from
Mr.
nowhere
Brown.
nice.
I'm gonna be working with you. You go to my page, you study what I got on my page, okay?
See, the only
You
reason
gonna
why I
go
just
in
and I
line,
love you, Miss Lord.
You're gonna
I
see I
love you
don't
so
out of
much.
business.
Hold on.
Can
Okay,
I have
hold
a
on.
moment with
Hey,
Brown?
hey,
Sweetheart, I got my phone out right now. All I see is apartments. What else?
Right,
I need to
apartments
type in?
available. You're gonna see like some black writing on some buildings. I'm gonna show you.
Apartments available in New York.
There's so many shit that pop up. I got apartments available. There's so many shit that pop up.
No. Apartments available in New York. You're gonna see my little face,
In New York.
little bunny ears.
The
If you
thing
look at-
is, like
if
that gang member,
This
like
nigga can blow up.
I'm a viewer of your channel.
Mr. Brown,
and
hold on for 1 minute, Boo.
I'm
Mr.
sorry,
Brown,
babe.
do you see the screen? I had Miss Barbara up. You see
Yeah.
her name? Apartments available in New York City. That's the name of her
apartments
channel.
available.
Okay.
Let me
Yeah.
put it in city. I didn't put.
But
city.
we can't make excuses for each
What
other.
you'll see buildings with
Period.
black writings, and then
I
you're
don't
gonna
believe
see
in
when you
that.
press it, you're gonna see an old lady with a big ass afro. And a little next to me.
Okay. I
Okay?
typed in
Never
apartments available New York. Y'all see my screen like that? Yup. You ain't popping up.
Let me hold
All
on.
right,
Let
okay,
me
you see me?
Yeah, because I always say we need to be
All
more
right,
like
let me see.
Latinos and
Yeah,
Latinos.
okay, hold on. Go down. Down.
down?
No, down.
You tell me
You're
when to
going
stop.
up. Okay, no, go down. You
He said
scrolling
you
up,
tell me
son.
when
You
to
gotta
stop.
scroll down. Scroll down.
I gotta scroll
the other way.
way down.
You're
Okay.
going up. You
No,
gotta go
no.
down.
The opposite
Down.
direction.
Yeah,
Yeah,
down.
yeah.
Yeah, that way. Down.
Which one?
No, the other way,
Baby,
Mr. Brown.
down.
Yeah.
Down. Yeah,
There
down.
you go.
Scroll up to the
down.
top.
Keep scrolling down. I'm
Wheel
all the way
of
at the top.
Fortune.
I'm the first one. Wait. Yeah, okay.
So,
There I go
this
right
white
there.
boy, the first one.
There I go with the
Oh,
right.
that's you right there.
That's me right there.
Yeah.
You're
I
gonna
got
press in there, right? Now, what I want
You
you
got
to
a new
look for.
subscriber right now.
Okay.
Okay, hold on, Mr. Brown. Hold on. Well, you subscribed to the Queen first, but did you subscribe to the King secondly? How the hell you gonna jump up on my
as soon as I
Streamyard
hop
and
on
not?
the live, I'm gonna subscribe to you, bro.
Oh, okay.
You got my word. I got you.
All right. Now I got a question for you too. Now we went up here talking about male and female dynamics. What have you been taught about the way you are to relate to Black women? Like, what were you taught by the church? What were you taught by other men about women?
What was I taught?
Good question.
I don't think I was taught anything. It's just like a personal feeling with me. The you know what I'm saying? If me and the female can get along and we ain't arguing, then that's who I can vibe with. It's just about the get along. It's about the get along for me.
The vibe.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so let me ask.
Even if she bad as fuck, if we arguing, it's like, you know what I'm saying? Let's say she bad. She not a 10, she a 12. But if me and her, you know what I'm saying, yapping back and forth every day, that shit lower the quality of my life. And I just can't have it.
Okay, so let me ask you this question, because we also were talking about like men being in touch with their sensitive and vulnerable side. Do you feel like as a Black man, you are in touch with your emotions? Do you think that you know how to express your emotions properly? Like, are you willing to say, hey, I'm sad, I'm feeling fucked up, I'm depressed as hell, I'm feeling suicidal, damn it, I'm struggling with
I don't know about no suicidal. I don't know about that. I mean, but you know what I'm saying? I've been through some tough things. I've been through some tough things in my life, and you know what I'm saying? And sometimes when that shit, You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I think about it and I can't get my mind off of it. It keep replaying. And you feel me? You know what I'm saying? If I got a woman there and I can, you know what I'm saying, squeeze her tight while that shit replaying in my mind, it do help. For real.
Mm-hmm.
So what about the other emotions? Like, are you comfortable expressing like your feelings?
I mean, I don't know no other female emotion. I when you say female emotion, I feel like that's
Not
like
just female emotion, like
sadness,
just
like
emotion in
crying type
general.
shit.
Huh?
When you say female emotions, I think like crying type sadness type shit. Like that's when I need a female, when I'm sad and crying type shit. And you know what I'm saying? When tears come down my eyes, I'm thinking about people that passed away, and I love to have a female, you know what I'm saying? Because I had a lot of brothers that passed away. And you feel me? I like to have a female there by my side when I'm missing my people.
Okay, so let me follow this question out. So
go ahead.
Say that you're just really having a tough time in life, and you are just struggling. Like you are depressed, sad, you ain't feeling like yourself. Like, are you the kind of person who would just kind of hold that in and kind of ignore it, or do you reach out from that emotion to someone? Do you let someone know that like you feeling fucked up?
You see, like just like I said, the only when I need that female love is the time when I'm thinking about my guys that, you feel me, done passed away, and that's an extreme type thing. You feel me? When I'm just thinking about the hardships in my personal life, I really don't need no female for that. You feel me? I'm gonna hold that shit in. You feel me? Just like regular everyday type hardship type shit. I'm holding that shit in. But
now, is there a reason why?
Shit, you said, do I know why?
Yeah, is there like a reason why you prefer to hold it in
instead of crying?
Instead of like expressing it or confining in someone you trust and really kind of letting them into that?
I mean, the only time tears come out my eyes is when somebody dead. I
know that, Mr. Brown.
This is something conscious, if you don't mind.
Yes.
I think conscious is trying to get at is not so much just the emotion or just the act of crying, because the most you can be sad without crying and all that stuff. So he's not talking so much about crying. He's talking about, do you like women can be vulnerable. Vulnerable doesn't necessarily have to mean like crying. So can you be vulnerable with another, like with your friends, with your family, with your
lady,
your lady friend? Like, can you be vulnerable? Can you kind of allow people to see some other side of you outside of like what is considered super masculine or super macho or whatever,
If you don't mind me saying it, but I'm sorry, Lady T, but a safe space. Like, do you have a safe space?
Yeah, I probably got a safe. I'll probably be more like with the females that I'm intimate with, like we share a bed together. I've only cried with them through death. But like I be going through shit, like, you know what I'm saying? It might be the 10th of the month, and I don't know how I'm gonna pay the bills at the 30th of the month, but we sharing this space, but I don't let her know that. I go through that myself as a man. You get what I'm saying?
But do you trust her? Do you trust who you're laying down with?
But you feel me? I'm when I go through that shit, I'm never gonna fail. I feel like I'm a man, so I'm never gonna fail.
Hold on, because it's coming up and out.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Brown. Go ahead.
I mean, I be feeling like I'm not gonna fail. So I haven't failed yet.
But who are you partnering with?
ain't never not paid no electricity bill, nothing. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Bless your heart.
I've been through situations like, you know what I'm saying? It's the 10th, money ain't coming in like it's supposed to. The bill's gonna be due at the end of the month. I'm not letting her know that.
So you do believe that your role as a man is to be so you do believe that your role as a man is to be a provider?
Of course, yeah.
Excellent, excellent. Mr.
Yeah.
Brown, may I ask you, have you
regular
found it hard? Did you find it hard to find jobs when you go look for jobs? Did you find it hard to find one? What was your first job?
My first job, I was bagging groceries at Piggly Wiggly.
I know that's right.
My first job, I was 15 years old. Yeah, I was 15. I was bagging groceries at a Piggly Wiggly. I ain't never found it hard to get a job because if I'm looking for a job, I'm gonna put, you know what I'm saying, my suit and the tie on. I don't give a fuck if I'm, you know what I'm saying, walking in a Boost Mobile, AT&T,
Because you was determined.
Walmart.
So, like the ladies were saying, your determination helped you find your job. Your determination helped you find it, right? So I am marked wrong right now.
No.
If I'm looking for a job, I'm gonna get the manager's cell phone number and I'm gonna call them.
There we go.
And hold on, Ms. Bravo, because I think I got you, because he said Piggly Wiggly. And remember, it's not that Black Americans have an issue finding a job, finding quality.
Okay,
employees.
baby.
I said Piggly Wiggly, you doing from the South.
Exactly.
Okay.
I didn't never see a Piggly
So he
Wiggly
said
till I moved
15.
to Georgia.
So let
I'm
me
like,
okay.
Piggly Wiggly,
So
what the
Mr.
hell
Brown,
is that?
Mr. Brown, can I get your next job? Well, after you got a little older, what was the next job?
I worked at Piggly Wiggly until I graduated high school, and then I was in college. I was probably in college for 2 years.
What did you take up in college?
I got a degree in computer science.
Did you get a job in computer science when you graduated?
Nah, I own my own business right now. I never worked in my field.
Hey. You the man, you the man.
Oh my goodness.
Excellent.
Shit. The motherfuckers with jobs got a whole lot easier than me.
What is your business? Maybe we can support it. What is your business?
Well, you feel me? You see, I'm you know what I'm saying? I've been on YouTube for a minute. I ain't trying to give out no information. Motherfuckers are trying to spoil your plan. Motherfuckers that get the calling and the emailing and doing all kinds of dumbass shit with this YouTube shit. So I'm gonna let you know I do own my own business.
Okay.
I do make 6 figures. I'm not a millionaire, but I'm trying to be. I make 6 figures.
That's what's up.
Right. But, well, I'm gonna need a nasty cash app for you.
Yes.
$sign Consciouztv.
Yes.
Y'all cash that me. Mr. Brown struggling. Y'all cash that me, guys.
But can I bring it back though?
How you struggling with 6 figures? This our cash app right here.
No,
it's all lies. It's all lies. It's all lies. Y'all hit my
like you making 6 figures and it's like you still like what?
If he said it, I believed it. I'm not
I'm just saying, like
I'm the only one.
I was expecting about $1,000 in our cash app.
Can I get a comment in?
Fuck that.
Shit, I love it was $1,000 cash app.
Can I get a comment in?
No,
yeah, Mr. Brown here.
No.
Can I talk to you, brother?
Shout out to you, Leroy. Shout out to you, Leroy, because me and you the only one cammed up.
Hello.
I'm wondering how cute apartment is right now.
I'm 58-year-old old lady laying down.
I can cam up, but you know, y'all say it's real ghetto and unladylike.
All y'all just wearing house coats and shit. Y'all got y'all house coats and y'all
I got my bun
slippers on.
My hair is soaked in oil because I'm washing it tomorrow.
I got my bun on.
Shout out to Sweetness.
Hey.
215. What is that? Philly? 215.
Let me holler at the brother for a minute.
Which way we going?
Leroy.
Yeah, let me holler at the young man for a minute. Now, I really love when you said the gang thing is a choice, right?
So it's a choice. It's a choice down south. You see, it's a
No,
choice down south.
It's a choice.
but-
It's a choice up north too, though.
Check it out.
brother.
I've been blessed.
No.
Hold on, y'all. Everybody can't hear what everybody's talking at once, you guys. Hold on.
Can this brother and
Leroy,
myself
let me stop you.
Anybody trying to tell you
Let me
different
stop you because I don't want you to think that I said the gang. I did say the gang thing is a choice, but it was a choice in my bringing up. I've been blessed enough to travel to the West Coast, to New York and down south. It's not a choice on the West Coast. It's not a choice on the West Coast. They
You a
game
liar.
thing different from us down south.
Think about the history of Ice Cube.
Dang, y'all ain't gonna give me a chance to communicate with the brother.
That's right, because you out of here. But
no, see, that's where you
about
go.
the West Coast. No, for
Women
real.
not
No,
knowing
I'm
their
not.
place. You got men talking. Can men talk?
You didn't even
No,
get
not on this channel. Everybody
Can men talk?
experience.
Can
So
men
men
talk?
don't get to talk. No, that's the manosphere.
Oh, men don't get to talk.
This
Right,
YouTube, bro.
right.
This ain't real life,
We
man. This
we
YouTube.
have company.
You know
Let
what I'm
Mr.
saying?
Brown
now
talk
check
to the
This
out, man.
YouTube where everybody got
Yeah,
an
Mr.
equal
Brown
voice.
I
I ain't saying
understand.
women voice ain't equal, but this
No, I ain't
bro.
saying
You know
it
what I'm
ain't
saying?
equal, but I'm like, we
You know
trying
what
to
I'm
have a
saying?
conversation here.
Speak if you want to speak.
We trying to have a conversation,
Just
and
don't cut nobody
talk
off.
what's
You
going
feel
on.
me? That's the
Everybody,
thing.
Now,
y'all on
peep this out, young brother.
Clean up
Yeah,
on
peep this
out.
out, young brother.
Hey.
Now, I
Get
can
your own
appreciate
page to
the
say that.
information that you brought as of the West Coast, how they rock. You know what I'm saying?
It's way
Now, you
different
got
from
people,
down south. That gang
right? Now
banging
you
shit on
got
the West
people,
Coast, totally different from down south. Totally
right?
different.
So see, you got people in Chicago. They try to run that game like if you born in this hood, you BD. If you born in that hood, you GD. I'm like,
I
no,
ain't
you
never
ain't.
been. I ain't never been there. I ain't
No.
never been there.
Hold
Okay.
on, bro. I ain't trying to. I'm just saying. I
You
grew up
school
2
me because
blocks.
I ain't never been there, bro.
Right, but I grew up 2 blocks away from Larry Hoover. Larry Hoover was on Peoria. I grew up on Emerald. That's 2 blocks away. I ain't no BD, GD, folks, none of that. You know what I mean? Never that.
Did you not make the cut?
Leonard,
No, ain't no not making the cut. I
Leonard,
made
my
it out the
ancestors
hood.
are telling
'Cause
me
you know what?
for you to
There's a
be
whole lot
quiet
of
in
BDs
Chicago.
and GDs still in Chicago wishing they had my life right now. But
There
that's
you go.
beside
They're
the
gonna come
point.
take it. Keep
It's
going.
a choice. It's a choice. You know what I mean?
I
Now,
tell you
in the
something
West
though.
Coast, I don't know how they
Leonard.
rock on the West Coast. You know what I'm saying?
No,
But
Leonard.
what trips
Listen.
me out, this will trips me out in Atlanta, right?
Atlanta.
You got like 4 different gangs down here. I'm like,
You
how
been
you
to
gonna
Atlanta?
have Chris
No,
Bloods,
gang. No, Atlanta
folks,
don't got
and
gangs.
people?
Atlanta got Crips.
Leroy, have you been to Atlanta?
I live in Metro Atlanta. Ain't no been to.
Okay. I'm
That's where I
just
live.
trying to make sure you've been there
It's only
before you
2
speak on it.
gangs.
Go ahead,
Everybody
though.
else a clique.
I felt like it was affiliations.
Okay, you got folks, you got people,
And
you
you
got
gotta
Crips,
know,
you got
Leroy, we gotta let
Bloods.
these queens
They
have their
all out
equal
of pocket.
voice.
Nah,
They all out of pocket.
I'm gonna tell you
These
something.
folks be making everything up
I
now.
don't know where you
I
from.
want to hear
Where you
Mr.
from
Brown
for
and
real?
Leonard talk for 1 minute. I want to hear these gentlemen talk. Please let us hear what they got to say.
Men talk.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
I
hurry
mean,
up.
for real. It's like
It
check
ain't
this out.
about men and female, Nisi not
It
nice.
is
It ain't
going
about
on.
men and female. I already said he need to let the queens have their equal voice.
Oh, I didn't
But
say
Well,
that, baby.
I'm trying to talk to
Okay.
you though, brother.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I was trying to have a conversation with
Okay,
you,
Leonard,
and we
proceed.
could doggone drop some
You
jewels
ask me
and some
specific
knowledge.
questions, I'm gonna give you specific answers. I ain't gonna beat
Okay,
around the bush.
that's why I was talking about the gang thing. Now, if you ever come to the A, right? If you ever come to
Yeah.
Atlanta and you kicking it, you could
I
go.
lived in Atlanta, I think like 8 months I was there. I think like 8
Okay.
months.
Well, you know what West End Mall is, right off Lee Street, right? In the West End. Now, if you
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, you see cats in there. You see Crips, Bloods, folks saying people walking around in there. I'm like, how all 4 of y'all walking around in here? Right, the West End.
I know exactly what you're
talking about.
But
Somebody got some
Because they not gang
Somebody got some
That was my point.
background going
Those
on.
aren't gangs. They not in no real gang.
Just popped in, got background going
The
on.
reason why I knew
Hold
that
on, you
gang
guys.
back
Everybody, hold
I don't
on.
got nothing going on.
That's jazzy.
Jay, I think there's some background going on, boo. Jace, I think there's some background going on.
Yes.
I'm gonna mute you. It's some background in the background.
Yeah, I ain't got nothing going on in my background. My
I've been
phone.
silent.
I don't know who that is.
Okay, I'm gonna mute
Yeah,
her
we
until she
we
get.
all been good until somebody new
I
popped
don't
in.
have any.
But you know, down
I'm
south is
muted. I
more
don't
so
have anything going
I'm
on
penitentiary
in
hold.
gang
the
banging
background.
than on the streets gang
How
banging.
how doing you guys? Jazzy, let me unmute
I'm
you.
on mute. I don't have anything going on in the background.
No,
Yes, baby, it's coming from your background, boo.
in.
Because every time you mute, it goes away. And
And you
see,
like
it's back again. I think you listening to me on a separate device. It sounds like.
No,
right
my
here.
phone shut down, and I'm.
Yes, baby, it's coming from your background, boo.
I
No,
don't
because I can hear myself in the background, baby.
There's no sound. That's why I'm putting it on mute. No, I'm on my
He's talking
laptop.
to the background instead of listening
You
to
gotta
the.
take. You gotta cut the window off.
This is my first time on Streamyard.
Yeah, it's something else that you got activated, Jace, because I can hear me in the background trying to talk to
You
you.
probably gotta take away your headphones and everything.
Okay, Mr. Leonard, you explaining the West Coast, East Coast, Georgia, South California border to Mr. Brown.
Yeah, I'm still trying to wonder where he getting at.
How?
Okay,
What I was saying was this: when you said it's a choice, I said, okay, that is true. But you enlightened me on some knowledge that on the West Coast they rock different. It is no choice. You got to be clicked up. I didn't know that. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
So, because I have not been kicking it in LA and this and that and the third.
And you from Chicago?
Right.
Yeah, from Chicago.
Okay.
And you from Atlanta, right, Mr. Brown?
Hell no, I'm from Atlanta.
Where you from?
Oh, well, you ask a personal question, sweetie.
He ain't saying where you from.
Oh, he
Somebody
ain't
asked
saying
him
where you
before.
from.
He didn't say nothing.
All right.
He didn't say nothing. Somebody asked him
Well,
before.
I don't
He didn't
even
say
understand
nothing.
how you
So
thought
that told me
Hey,
he ain't
check it
trying
out.
to let nobody know where
I'm
he
from
at.
the dirt road. Country. I grew up in front of a goddamn cornfield. I'm from country.
Like
dirt
where
road,
you at,
country than a motherfucker.
Mississippi.
Are you a
Might as well be
Midwest
Mississippi.
or?
What did you say, sweetheart?
I'm saying, like, are you from the Midwest? You ain't gotta say a state.
No, I'm from the South. From the South.
Period.
Dirty dirt road.
All right. So you don't collect no data from the West off of Mr. Brown.
The thing is, you feel me? I'm 29 years old. You feel me? I done been everywhere from Florida to California to Nevada to St. Louis. I've been everywhere.
See, the only reason why I connected with you, honestly, when you first
I
came
touched the
on,
dollar everywhere.
when you came on and you were like, no, I got friends that's gang affiliated. Like, all right. So in Philly, there were gangs, but it went street by street. And if you pay attention to like how West Coast gangs was, like it was street by street.
That's street by street also.
Yeah.
Project by project.
Street by street. So like even the way, I'm not going to get too deep because I'm going to try to sum it up because I ain't got that much time. But yeah, this shit went on. My father, much like you, said hell no. So that's why when you came on, you're like, no, I know that gangs go on, but it has to go down to that word choice. Because my father chose not to, just like you chose not to. And everybody, like a lot of the collective of black people,
I'm gonna be real
try
though.
to pretend.
I think, you know what I'm saying, if I had stayed where I grew up at, you know what I'm saying, I probably would be gang banging. But when I was as soon as I graduated high school, I moved. I moved out my whole state soon.
Now my father never moved out of North Philly.
I moved out my whole
Wait,
state.
I want to give you a scenario
but
right
everybody
now.
try to act like it's a trap.
Okay,
no.
sweetie, I'm gonna give you a picture to the paint right now. You're in a project. Say this project got about 200 units. In this 200 unit projects, you got 100 children. Out of the 100 children, 75 of the children are gang members. You understand? So everybody got to come outside. Who's going to be overpowered? The 75 or the 25?
I don't like it.
You
It's
either
either
going to
you
get
gonna
down or you
gang
going to
bang
lay
or
down.
stay in the fucking house
You
all
either
day.
going to get down or you going to lay down.
Like,
It's either you gonna gang bang or you gonna stay in the fucking house all day.
Exactly.
This why parents
So
gotta
why
do
not
better to get
move?
our kids out the ghetto.
If you wanna come outside and smoke blunts with the fellas, then you gonna gang bang. They're gonna put you down. And I was on that track, but I just, you know what I'm saying? I was just blessed enough to be able to move.
Can I say something?
And they you know what I'm saying? They knew I was gonna go to college anyway.
Can I say something if you all
Go ahead.
don't mind?
That's not a
Why,
choice.
sweetness, I just have a question.
All right.
We're in let's just the hood, right? Everybody has an apartment, everyone has somewhere to live, right?
Right.
Why the heck are we so hell-bent on moving rather than changing the mentality of the people where we live so that way we can make that neighborhood flourish? I just sat there. Hold on. I just sat there. I went the other day. I was going to start doing Bodega Chronicles because every time I go to get my cup of coffee, some shit happens, right? So I go get my cup of coffee. I come back. I'm smoking my cigarette with my neighbors. We go to look in the tree. And we're talking about the garbage. This is across the street from there's a project. We talk about the garbage. And we like, dang, that the girl who does the maintenance, she having a hard time because the weekend people ain't doing their job. So then we just started talking about how bad it is. And I was like, child, I'd be sitting across the street looking at y'all throwing shit out the window. Then they started talking about how the hair weave was in the tree. This is going somewhere. People was throwing dang on hair weave bundles out the window. My neighbor's like, I know who it is. So now we looking at there's black hair, there's blonde hair, and everything. The birds went and made a freaking nest.
Can I tell you my story?
To the point where it looked like it was so many nests. It looked like they built a community. So the birds had a community in this one tree full of the garbage. That didn't have to necessarily be a gang member who threw the stuff out the window. What is wrong with people's mentality? As far as
The ghetto isn't a place. The ghetto is the people. The hood is the people.
That's why the white folks are
point.
gentrifying all the hoods because they realize we ain't gonna do nothing about it. So they gonna do something about
because
it.
we have because they want to live where we live. Why? It's not that our apartments are fucked up. It's not that our houses are fucked up.
We don't care.
We're fucked up.
Right.
So when are we gonna start talking about the real issue? Which
is we can't tell these grown folk what to do, how to raise their kids, or
Real talk. I grew up down south. I grew up down south. You can go to California where Nipsey Hussle and all them California niggas grew up. That shit look beautiful. Palm trees, the houses is nice. You would never think that they living the way they living. Everything looks so. Everything is beautiful in California. You would never think they living the way they living.
Oh my God, I can't even say the word. They
houses. They living in
Waterville.
bedroom houses.
I have it right across the street from my house. I offered free Excel programs because I said, yo, because I thought about it. I was like, yeah, everybody doing everything for the kids, but if you don't change the head, you know what I'm saying? The whole body, like you gotta change the neck, you know what I'm saying? You gotta make them feel empowered for everything to change. So I did something for adults right across the street from my parents' house. You know, and I spent money on flyers. Everybody show up, everybody get the Excel skills. So at least you know Excel. You know how many people showed up? Like 3 people the first week. And guess what? I didn't even care. Y'all showed up. I'm going to give you y'all skills. I graduated 1. Because they looked around and said nobody else is showing up. So they ain't showing up. But it's like you need these skills, my nigga. I mean, I don't even say my nigga. But you understand what I'm saying?
That's all in the house.
That's skills.
People don't want to self-educate. People don't want to learn. We can't change.
Like, how do you convince people that this is what you need on a job market?
They already know that though.
Learn
I'm
how
not
to
even
change
talking
the
about
goddamn
jobs. I'm talking about
transmission.
basic human stuff. Basic human stuff like throw your cup in a garbage can.
It starts in the home.
Basic human
See,
stuff.
I ain't from that. Like, I'm from
When
black
you say
communities
it
that
starts
care.
in the home, you know what I hear? It starts with y'all, the ladies, the women.
That
It
too.
starts
No,
with
that's
y'all.
Yeah, we got to take
bullshit.
accountability.
Like, don't put
We're the
nothing
men
else
who leave the
on us.
household and leave it
Don't
all
put
on the
nothing else
women
That's
on us.
to do it
exactly
on
what
their
I'm
own.
saying. I'm
But wait a
putting
minute,
it
Mr.
all
Brown.
on
Mr.
What
That's
about
where
the
it
Brown.
men
starts. It
that's
starts
supposed
in
to
the
be in the
home.
home? What about the men that's in the men?
Where are the men?
I just
Where-
said that
yeah,
too.
that's what I'm
Everybody got
I'm
to take
saying.
accountability.
It's
Period.
Period.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. I gotta
Where the men,
hold on.
y'all need to pick better.
Hold
I'm
on.
respecting the
Hold on.
feminine black
Hold on.
bush.
I got a question. I kind of been gone cooking me some hamburger helper. What the fuck are y'all talking about?
Oh, honey.
I was getting
They're
mine.
talking about hold up. They're talking
Period.
about if gang banging is a choice, and then they went to the whole thing about being in the
All right,
ghetto, and then
Who is talking right now?
and then they went into the whole thing about it's all about the mentality, not exactly about where you are, because they
Right.
wanted to know why is it that you can just leave instead of actually staying there and changing the mentality and the
Yes.
culture of what the hood is and the mentality and etc. And then on top of that, and then Mr. Brown said talk about well, because earlier someone had mentioned, because I've been sitting here listening, going like in and out.
Oh,
But someone had mentioned that it starts at the home, and so Mr. Brown basically said that when he hears that, he basically hears that it starts with the women, and so that's when
we don't
something
understand
like
the
that.
portion to be 11 or 12
Hold on.
years old.
Hold on. I want to clarify. It starts with the women in terms of unteaching the ghetto as a psychology.
Yes. You are in your house watching Barney Sesame Street playing video games until you are 11 or 12 years old.
But can I ask you something, Mr. Brown?
And that's all on the women.
Mr.
No,
Brown.
it's not, because there's
That's
supposed to be a
not all
man in
on
there
the
with that
women.
kid.
Mr. Brown,
don't
you
take
already
accountability.
agreed with the fact that it has to be a feminine and a masculine, right? Weren't you in
In
that
order
conversation?
for a person to be balanced. In order for a person to be
Isn't
balanced,
that what
yes,
you
there
said?
has to be a
Isn't that
feminine
what you
energy
said?
and a male
You
energy, yes.
agree.
And I'm just talking about the type of psychology a motherfucker gotta have to destroy
How
his
do
own
you
neighborhood.
blame the feminine that don't have a masculine?
Where are the men?
If
Where the
we
men?
agree as
They
a
out there on the
panel
street
that there has to be a balance of
or
feminine and
behind the
masculine,
bars.
I'm
Y'all
not
don't want
talking
what's
about a
called
person being a
educated lanes.
balanced individual.
Y'all don't want
That's a
that.
separate
we're talking
conversation.
about
That's
the
a
energy
separate
of the
conversation. I'm just
universe.
talking about the
It's
mentality.
the
Like I said,
universe.
these
I'm
kids
talking
out
about
here
actual
doing
balance.
what they doing because it starts in the home. If these parents
It,
start
Period.
teaching
that's
better,
that's
these
exactly what I'm
folks
saying.
start caring more about their kids, then the ghettos wouldn't be looking like this. People would
But why
actually be out
ain't
there
all
cleaning
that
up the
energy
ghettos.
The
towards
People
ghetto
would be
is
making it
not
look better.
a
People would
place. The
cut some of
ghetto
this
is a
out.
people.
But
But
until that
why
happens, I
aren't
mean,
your
what we going I
energy
can't do nothing but
towards
pay my
the
bills,
Okay,
men
hold
run
on,
my
y'all.
that
It's
house.
so many people
benefit?
talking at once. We
I'm
need to.
sorry.
Can we?
I'm
And
sorry.
before
Oh, I didn't
anybody
hear
gets to
nobody
talking
when I was
again,
talking.
Mr. Brown, I want to let you know that the views expressed here on this program do not reflect the content holder. Whatever these black women take you through today, don't let them discourage you from hitting
Hey,
subscribe on my
everything
channel.
I
Okay?
say is for
No, I love
Don't
Mr.
let
Brown.
them
purposes
discourage
only.
you from hitting the subscribe button on my platform, no matter what type of
I
eternal
love Mr.
everlasting
Brown.
work they give you on this panel tonight. Don't
Beans,
let
they
them
finna dog
discourage you
walk.
from hitting that subscribe button.
This shit for
The only
entertainment
question I
purposes
have
only, and I'm gonna
is,
subscribe to
hold
your
up,
channel, brother.
Mr. Brown.
What's up?
Why ain't the same energy tossed towards the abandonment of a father? That dude that walked away, why? Like, that's where your heat need to be.
But that's a separate issue from what I was getting on.
No.
We can get on that
That
too.
is the main issue.
That's
You're
not
mad
the
at your mother
issue about
because the
black men
father
killing
walked
each
away from
other
you.
No, not
and
killing each other,
black
but
people
Mr. Brown, you said,
disrespecting their own goddamn community. It's
But
a whole
why
separate
you
issue.
don't have a community of heat towards abandonment of fathers? Why is it
Y'all
all
need to pick better.
affected?
but
That's
wait
what
a
it
minute,
is.
hold.
Y'all need to pick better.
Do I got heat today?
Oh,
Yes,
yeah,
I got heat
give
today
it a minute.
too. I got heat
Hold
today
on,
too.
Mr.
I don't
Brown.
like that either. I'm
Mr.
just
Brown,
saying
I
it's
have
a
a
separate
question.
issue.
I have a question, Mr.
I don't
Brown.
like that either. I'm just saying it's a separate issue. I ain't mean to cut you off, Lady T. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I have a question. Do you realize why we went there? Why we went to the abandonment when you said it starts in the home?
No, I
Do
said
I
it
know
starts in the home.
why
He said it
y'all went
starts
to
with the women.
abandonment when you said start? No, I don't.
Because there's supposed to be 2 people in that home.
Yes.
You understand? So when we talking about it starts in the home, then the first issue is that there's supposed to be 2 people in the home. That needs to be addressed. Then as a unit, that family can work on raising up those kids. You understand what I'm saying? To be able to be productive and decent human beings.
I can understand that
Where Mr.
when
Brown is coming
a
from.
12-year-old, 13-year-old boy get a little bit of bass in his voice, he's not trying to listen to his mother anymore. And he goes outside of his home and he starts. Just let me finish this thought. Maybe you'll get some clarification where I'm coming from. Just let me finish my thought. Okay, so I can understand where a 12-year-old, 13-year-old boy, you know what I'm saying, once he gets a little bit of bass in his voice, he's not trying to listen to that, you know what I'm saying, feminine voice, that feminine energy that you giving him. You giving him good advice, but he's just not trying to listen to it no more. And he walks outside of his home, and now he starts listening that your same son, the 14-year-old, 13-year-old son, he's going to start listening to 21-year-olds, 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds. But those same 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, 21 years old didn't have a father in their house either. And they got that same energy. So it's a cycle. It's a cycle. It's definitely a cycle. I'm not disagreeing with you at all.
And
I'm not talking.
Only thing I wanted to say.
Let me just say this, ladies. We could talk.
All right, go ahead.
I was on a panel today.
Go ahead,
I was on a panel today where I stated we have to stop letting pimps raise our sons and daughters.
Boom.
A punk in a man's place. That's what I call a pimp. P-I-M-P.
Thank
A
you.
punk
See,
in a man's
hold
place.
on.
P-I-M-P. A punk in a man's place.
That is a good acronym. But I have to say this because everybody has to relax. Because there was a certain point in the Black collective where Black men took pride in their families.
I know a lot of
After
pimps.
the feminist movement in the 70s, y'all killed that shit.
I just want to get it off, and I want to let it go to somebody else. Only thing I'm saying is, like when we started accepting the words of baby mama, remember the first songs came out? Oh, that's just my baby mama, and all this other shit. We accepted that. Baby mama was not a part of our dialect or like
vocabulary.
Baby mama was introduced. And y'all chicks that's on this thing, that's as old as I am and older, y'all know that's true. You didn't have men having 5 baby moms. This is a new thing that was introduced. And the thing is, Johnny Appleseed and all this crazy shit that's going on, men had families. Period. And if you couldn't afford your family, you couldn't have that family. You had I don't even know what to say to you right now. But I appreciate you, Mr. Brown. And I'm gonna let it go.
It's not what you gotta say to me. Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. Talk to us.
No. I'm talking to you because
I ain't know you was talking to me.
You make common sense. No,
God
I'm
damn.
talking to you because you
I
make
thought
common
you was
sense.
talking to us. Goddamn.
No. I mean, it's you and the whole panel. But the thing is, it's like this whole, it's a dereliction. That's an addiction of the whole black community, as far as I'm concerned. Everybody want to do the dirtiest stuff. It's like the most lowbrow shit, the most low level, low vibrational. When they said demon time, it was on.
It's despicable.
I think the white
ride
folks got
around
this
with a
beat on
gun
that
every
one. I'm
day.
sorry. They do some
You
crazy
think I'm worried about some white people?
That's
Hell
what I'm
no,
saying.
I
They
ride
not
around
with
with a
us.
gun
They not on
every
our
day.
Hold on
team,
for a
right?
minute,
You
y'all.
think
Hold
I'm
on.
worried about some white
Let's
people?
leave them folks
I'm
alone.
looking for
Hold on for a
Like
minute,
they
niggas.
y'all.
trying to leave us alone. What the
Hold
hell?
on for a
Why
minute,
we
y'all.
trying to be
I want
offended with them?
to
I'm looking for niggas.
hold up.
I ain't
Hold
never
on.
got
I'm sorry.
never got nothing stolen from me by a white person.
Hold on. I wanna introduce Information Man. How you doing, sir?
I'm
What's
doing
good?
fine.
What?
I was just listening to the conversation. I just had a
Respect,
couple of
Elder.
things that I wanted to add. Respect to everybody on the panel.
Yes,
Because
sir.
I'm hearing a lot of people say things about California. I've been living in California for years. Some of the things are true. Some of the things are not true.
Have I ever?
In terms
Did
of
I say anything that wasn't
well,
true? And
I'm
exactly
gonna
about
tell you.
people?
I'm gonna tell you how it is. I grew up in California
Hold on,
most
you're
all my
listening to
life.
Mr. Brown.
Most all my life, I've been in California, Oakland, San Francisco, Bay Area, Hunters Point. I've been in some of the biggest hoods out here. And not everybody's a gang member. I grew up around people who did gang activity, but I didn't get involved in gangs because it's a choice. And I know this because I deal with guys in the pen in California. I deal with gang members, Bloods, Crips, everything you can name. And most of the guys that I deal with, they tell me that the gangs became their family. They also made bad choices because they're looking at a life sentence. They also said that they wish they would have listened to the men in their communities that tried to guide them away from it. Now they're saying, damn, I should have listened. So there are people in California, you're right, it's broken up by different neighborhoods. But there are people who live in these neighborhoods like South Central LA who are not gang members. And this is the thing that people fail to understand about California. California is deceptive. You come out here, you get caught up in the palm trees and the nice looking neighborhoods, but you can get yourself really hurt out here because California is very deceptive in that manner. I wanted to say this. When we talk about
while you taking a breather, just let me say this. I wasn't talking about the Bay. The Bay is a different animal. I was talking about LA.
I've been to LA too, brother.
Me too.
I know LA very well.
Cali, and you know
the Bay is a different animal. I was talking about
the Bay Area has. I just want to say a couple words because I'm gonna drop off.
So I understand what misinformation was talking about.
The Bay Area has gangs as well, but it's not on the level as LA. LA has a whole different gang culture. I've got friends. I've got people that live down there. I've been down there. I've been living in California I'm 52 years old. I've been living in California through the late 70s into the 80s when things were really banging. So I'm not saying that you're not right, brother. I'm just saying that there are people like myself who have been raised in these kind of communities and we did not get involved in gangs because when I grew up at a time when if you were a baller, I've played sports. If you were a baller and you were doing certain things, we had the type of gang members and pimps in the neighborhood that would say, like you would see off of a Superfly movie, I never want to see you do this. I never want to see you do that. Right? Because they had a code. Now there's no code anymore, but you would have gangsters that would pull you to the side and say, you know, you're supposed to be in school. You don't want to be like me. You don't want to be hustling. So I grew up with those type of cats that would kind of tell you, school you not to go down the road that they were going into. But you're right, brother. You're right about what you're saying. I just wanted to make this statement right here. And then I'll leave the mic from there.
You good?
In my hood, they didn't let you come home if you were still in school.
Right,
Like, if you wanted to
and you're right, though.
You either got to drop out or wait till you graduate or something.
Yeah, you made a good point though.
When come home if you were still in school.
Right. You made a good point though when you said that if you're out there in the streets,
different from LA though.
If you're out there in the streets and you're smoking weed and Buddha and all the sort of stuff we used to call it back in the day, and you are involved because you're involving yourself. Like when I grew up, I spent most of my time playing basketball in the gym. And a lot of the guys that were in gangs in my neighborhood, they would go to the gym and play ball. But I would be known as, oh, okay, that's such and such. He play ball. He cool. He ain't with the gang stuff. But people knew me because you in the neighborhood. And you could either go that way or you could not go that way. I remember, brother, when you talk about rapper Forte, I remember him when he was selling dime bags in the Fillmore area of San Francisco. So a lot of these cats came from that type of mentality. But I just want to say this because you made a good point, Mr. Brown. I think ghetto is not just a place, but it's a state of our mind. And if we can get our minds to a more elevated level, no matter where you live, because we have black children that I've worked with, that I've mentored, that are coming out of these, what you would call ghetto communities, but they don't have a ghetto mind, because if you just give them opportunity, you just give them some other way. And if you do have men in a community that are willing to be fathers of their children and men willing to mentor, you can mold the minds of brothers and sisters that come out of these communities that we would call ghettos, but it's really not the community, it's the mindset. If you got a dirty
Starts
mindset
at home.
If you got a dirty mindset, then the so-called ghetto.
Mr. Information?
Okay. Let me just finish this point here.
I'm sorry.
If you have a ghetto mindset, that ghetto mindset will make the neighborhood look terrible, where people don't care about putting garbage out on the streets and things of that nature.
Contagious.
It's generational, right?
Mr.
That's what I was saying.
Yes, ma'am.
I
Yes,
just want
ma'am.
to answer this question.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I love American history, like all of it, right? So, my only question for Black America, if I can ask it towards all Black America, is that you always have a new immigrant, right? And in America history. So how
That's beyond American history.
No. Just listen to me, Mr. Brown.
I got you.
If you have the Italians, you have the Irish, you have the Jewish, you have now we have new immigrants. So we have Indians, black and white Indians. We have all this. I feel, and you can stop me if I'm wrong, Mr. Information. I really feel like the fact that Black people claim dereliction is the reason why we stuck.
I'm sorry. You said Black people claim what?
Dereliction. So black men claim being baby daddies instead of fathers. Like, it's not the same. Like, and nobody understands how they broke us apart. If you have young Black girls thinking they're going to be a stripper instead of a lawyer, that's a problem. The only reason why people is anybody understanding what I'm saying?
I understand exactly what you're saying.
I understand what you're saying.
It ain't nothing but a psyop.
It was called
the Jews call it crime rhyme.
I want to answer a question, though.
Only believe into the stereotype, they are living the stereotype for the first time. Because I have to tell you guys something. You remember the first movie that was ever cast? It's an epic movie. It's like
Superfly. You about to talk about Superfly?
No. Come on, no.
My bad.
Old movie.
I'm speaking out of turn.
Put on them listening ears, Mr.
God.
I'm speaking out of turn.
Even when they did, sorry. But even when they did that movie where they had the white men that were dressed up as black men with the black face, and they were raping people. I don't even remember. I'm so
You're
sorry.
talking about Birth of a Nation, the first
Birth
movie
of
that
a
was
Nation.
ever shown. You were talking about the first movie that was ever shown in
Yes.
the White House when Woodrow
But do
Wilson,
you know that
president,
there was a protest?
Democrat. Yes, I know exactly
there
what
was
you're
a
talking about.
protest nationwide. Even in those times, Black people really cared about their image. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, see, that's
But
when you had
now
the Democrat president trying to bring. That's when you had the Democrat president trying to make Jim Crow laws.
It didn't
in
matter.
Look, brother.
Protest in the
Both the
1800s
Democrats
over that movie.
and the Republican, both the Republican Klan and the Democrats are the same bird of two wings, brother. I hear people give that argument all the time about, we know that the Democrats were the Dixiecrats. They ran over to the Republican Party, which is why the Republican Party is the way it is. Both these parties play games. Just like Dick Gregory say, we don't choose presidents, we just elect them. They're chosen for us through the system. But let me just say this. Let's keep this in mind, that black people come in all different walks of life. We have black people who do not fit any of the narratives that some of you have spoken of. We sometimes what we do, and I'm not denying that black people are struggling out here. We don't have generational wealth, but keep this in mind, that there are black people out here that are striving for greatness every day. But the media doesn't talk about them. We don't talk about them enough. See, this is the thing. We sometimes take the maximum and make it the minimum. Take the minimum and make it the maximum. So if you have a percentage of our people, or men or women or whoever, that are doing the wrong thing, and then we take our anecdotal experiences, we use that as the barometer to judge what black people are. When there are black women and black men doing many things, there are black professionals, black middle class. I heard people on here say that, or is there anybody that lives in the hood that has a master's degree? I can take you to South Central LA or communities that I've been in where black people live.
Wait a minute, that's not what I said.
And you go there and you say, is this a hood or is this and you'll be surprised.
That's why I asked, what is a hood?
How many black people? Let me just finish my point, please. Let me finish my point. You'll be thank you. You'll be surprised how many black people. You have a brother on here, Mr. Brown, who just told you that he has a degree in computer science. But what did he do? He decided to go into business for himself. You'll be surprised how many black people live in these communities that we would consider hoods. And I keep saying it's a mentality more than anything else, who went to school, have some skills, and maybe they couldn't get a job in the area that they wanted to get a job in because of various circumstances, right? But they're still intelligent and they've made a way in another way. And keep this in mind, you don't have to go to college to be considered an intelligent person. So even if you don't have that master's degree, we have intelligent people in these communities underneath the bullshit that goes on in some of these communities. I know for myself, when I was in college and out in here, at 21 years old, my fraternity, we went into an area called the Sunnydale Housing Project area in San Francisco. Alpha Phi Alpha. Alpha Phi Alpha.
Alpha Phi.
And we went into the Sunnydale Housing Project area near Cow Palace in San Francisco, real rough area. One of my frat brothers, he lived in that area. We started a tutorial program. We got a program helping kids coming out of juvenile. We got some funding, created a boys and girls club out of that program. Now the community runs that program, and we were able to mentor young men and get them college bound or trade skill bound. And guess what I experienced? In all the years I worked in that community, we never got our cars. See, it's a mentality. We never got our cars bust in. We never got harmed because the gang members that were in that community, they dug what we were doing with their siblings. And they liked the fact that we didn't come in preaching to them about what they were doing. And they told everybody, nobody mess with the alphas in this community. They're doing some good work, right? And to this day, I have ran into those young kids that I work with, and they're doing very well in life because somebody believed in them, and the people in the community appreciated what we were doing. We weren't preachy. So what that tells me is that we have gems in these communities.
Let me just get in 1 second. That's why the Holy Spirit chose the gang members to save the world. That's all I wanted to include.
Oh, okay.
Well,
yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Mr. Information Man, I believe that, and because I could tell by your statement and some of the statements that was in the chat earlier, because I didn't actually finish my sentiment.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
When I mentioned the master's degree and the people living in the hood, my thought process and my sentiment behind it was the fact that their counterparts with the same credentials don't have to be subjugated to that sort of a living circumstances, because there's certain disparities and certain systematic like the systematic racism, and there's certain disparities that kind of keep them pigeonholed because, like you said, they can't find jobs in their field, and that's why I brought that up. The fact that there are people living in the hood with master's degrees, that to me is a bit of an oxymoron.
But in Atlanta, that's a choice because the hood is the city. So if you live in Atlanta, that's basically considered the hood, and white folks is running all through here. Like,
right,
so
and I'm
I
not
don't
saying
that's
that.
why I say, like, what do you
I
consider
ain't
that?
never seen nobody make over $50,000 a year and move out the hood.
That's the
Goddamn,
reason
you
I
make
know
over
that
Folks stay right
50,000
down the
and you
street from
living
me,
in
and
the
this is
hood. I've
considered
never
the
seen
hood.
that in my
I get
life.
it.
They got nice houses. They done
Y'all
renovated
school
their
me
house.
on that shit.
But keep this in
The
mind,
biggest
though.
house on the block. These folks chose to move here. They
Right.
chose to buy a house in this on this
Right.
block,
Yes,
and this
and
is the hood.
Y'all
and that,
don't
right,
But
and
keep-
that goes,
keep-
white people
and that goes
worry.
into
Right.
and that goes into what I was saying in regards to us having to change the mentality of the neighborhoods we're living in, because even I was being a bit facetious. I'm not saying that there's anything necessarily wrong with living in the hood. The reason why I was getting at that is because there's racial disparities that we can't ignore. They're there, they're prevalent. And that's why certain people, even if you are going on the so-called right track, you're still being pigeonholed.
That's true.
My thing is, where you live, we have to start getting to each other's minds. Like, it has to be conversations that we're having on the daily, reprimanding your friends and family for doing certain things that's out of line, because there has to be a change. We can't sit and keep talking about give us this, give us that, when you have it's bananas to me that you have everything. You have it all.
Only
However,
certain people are
Well-
asking for anything, though.
Can
There's
I
a lot
ask
of us
a
that's like,
question?
I don't need it. I'm gonna get it on my own.
Right.
So
So
Can I
keep
talk
it-
to
it's really only the people that's
Keep-
asking for something.
yeah, keep this in mind, ladies.
We can
that-
leave it at the people that's asking. For my
No, I want to talk to Lady T real quick. Like,
I'll
for
reach
real,
down.
for real.
I'll reach down and pull motherfuckers up.
Like, for real, for real.
Hold on for a
Lady
minute,
T.
y'all guys. Hold on, because I know that information man ain't gonna be here long.
Yeah, because I'm about to get off. But I want to ask Lady T something.
Goddamn, what you motherfucking Donald Trump? We can't get you for too long.
Well, brother, I gotta get ready to hit the. Brother, I gotta get ready to go to bed. That's why I got a long day, and I didn't want to take up a lot of time
I'm on
tonight.
a different time zone.
But
It ain't that time here.
Lady T, I just want to bring this up. Although it is true that
I'm cool.
That black women are actually getting more degrees in education in general, in terms of college education, than black men.
Yeah.
Although it is a myth that all black men. I did a video about this on my channel. There's actually more black men in college overall than in the pen, although we are disproportionately arrested and put in the pen. Believe it or not, I have the numbers, statistics, and data.
What you're hitting on, but
however,
it's the enrollment rate.
Right, we get enrolled,
rate,
but
not
however,
the graduation rate.
Right,
you speaking on the enrollment rate.
Right,
not the
we're
motherfuckers
getting
that
into the
graduate.
schools, but overall, black women are still getting more degrees than we are.
From
But
HBCU, by the way.
oh, okay, fantastic, brother. But although black women are getting more degrees than we are, at the end of the day, there's still a disparity in the kind of pay that black women get for having the same education that a white person will have. And you do have sisters who have advanced degrees and they got the car, the nice apartment or home or condo. And in some way they are still kind of struggling. You know why? Because even though we can go to school and get college education, because we don't have generational wealth in a banking system for ourselves the way we should, even though you do have a couple of black banks in Atlanta and you got one in LA, a couple in LA.
North
that
Carolina.
Lack of generational wealth, as I wrote in the chat room, still becomes the problem for even when we go to school and get education and then you're paying all that student loan back, you still have a lot of black women who are dealing with debt within their college education. That's an area that doesn't get talked about much. So I just want to say that, and I appreciate everybody.
No. Don't walk away. Please, can I talk to you? Can I
yes,
just say
but
this one thing?
Go ahead. I got an early day in the morning, but go ahead, sister.
I know. I got an early day too. I just want to say one thing to what you just said.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why most black women are highly degreed is because that was the curse. So we were already doing the job You know what I'm saying? We were already doing what it needed to be done. And then they said to us, oh, I would give you this title. I would give you this salary. And then, but you don't have a degree.
Right.
That's why we're degreed.
That's
So it's not like a thing where black women just decided to shit on black boys.
We thought that was the only way to be successful until folks start saying we don't need no degree.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
but
pop
I didn't
without a
mean it
degree.
for. I'm not saying it to say
Degrees
that
is
you
bullshit.
shitting on.
I'm just telling you the why.
I get it.
I don't want to know your explanation for anything like you were saying about. I'm just saying, as a black woman that worked in court, I am a corporate accountant, so I know how it goes down. So if you can't get that promotion unless you have this thing, you're going to go get that thing. But we're not thinking like we're going to shine on black men. We're thinking that we're raising up the whole family. And that's how I want to let it go.
Because
I hear you. I
always
really
keep
appreciate
up
that,
front.
sister.
Always keep up front when it comes down
You know
to
how
the
many
black.
dudes
You know,
that black
I'm
women-
free. I want to say something now, right?
Yeah, go in.
Always
Go
keep
in.
up front when it comes down to the black woman. Half of our men are in jail. Half of them
And we
don't
always
want
get
women.
for 'em.
Don't want women. They prefer a different preference. And then
That's not half. That's less than half.
and then hold on, wait, let me finish. And then the ones that get money get black washed out by whitewash. You understand? They get white people and make them more richer. Their generation more richer until they blackness get washed out. Their money get washed out. The black man will become extinct if we don't cut this nonsense out.
No, they already do it. You like listen. I stopped watching basketball because I created a hashtag that said NBA too light skin. You know what happened? All them niggas got with white girls, so all the NBA stores are super biracial. You ain't no black stars no more in the NBA, and that's the shit that we got.
Dick Gregory was gay.
Listen to
this. Constance, I need your third eye for this one. Give me 1 second, sweet, because Constance got to listen clearly. What Dick Gregory? No, you're not be sorry about, baby. I just want him to hear what Dick Gregory said. Dick Gregory gave $1 million for an experiment. And because back in the day, the slave masters used to have us, the mothers feeding the white kids. He wanted to know how much more of can a white man take from us until they become black.
Yes.
I
remember
physically black.
I know that.
He said that he wanted a study. How much more are they going to take from us until they become black?
They're gonna take whatever we let them take.
Our bodies
if
are
somebody
stronger.
keep letting you
Our
take
skin
something,
is
ain't you gonna keep
stronger.
taking it?
From one black woman, they took all her cells and saved the whole world practically.
Henrietta Very good.
We have different bodies from them, bottom line, and much stronger.
Miss Boyd.
So he wanted to make a study. How much can these white folks take from us until they children start being born black?
Miss Boyd, can you talk to them about the whitening of
About 15%.
Can you talk to them about the whitening of Costa Rica? Can you talk to them about the whitening? Like
No,
I can't
because I don't know what
now.
you're saying.
It's a whitening. And
I
y'all
don't know.
even see
Like I
it.
said, I'm only educated by the Holy Spirit. And
No. I mean, that's a historic thing, the white thing. So, like with all these black dudes, all of a sudden they get an access to white pussy, and then we all know as black women stand up and tell me the ones that they get is the same ones that at the end of slavery that they allowed them to breed with. You're not getting the tops of the tops. You're getting the bottom of the barrel. We all see it. We all know it. That's why black women.
The melanin on our skin is worth over $27,000, $29,000 an ounce.
Yo, look at the
Melon.
NBA. That's
Like,
all I had to say,
okay,
and I'm gonna
yeah,
let it
whatever's
go.
for, baby.
I'm
I
not
can't
even gonna
do
get into an argument about it. Look at the NBA. Hashtag too light skin.
And another thing Dick Gregory said, United States committed a war crime because them immigrant children are missing. Where are they? He said it was organ stealing.
Yes.
Where them kids?
They ain't doing nothing new that we ain't seen them do
It's
before.
not your problem. The father that walked away from you that you never knew is your problem. It's not our problem.
Right.
Period.
Well, have a good night, ladies. It's a great discussion. Conscious-TV, thank you for letting me come on board, man. It's been a minute since I've been on your panels.
Through this information, man. It was great.
Yeah, I appreciate good discussion, and I appreciate what the ladies are saying, and I appreciate Mr. Brown and Brother Leonard. I appreciate everybody's contribution to the conversation tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Peace.
I'm sorry to act up.
Every time that y'all get to talk about some skin harvesting and $27,000 an ounce, I get to thinking about the goddamn sunken place. Like, what the fuck is that movie?
Get out. That one I'm not
Get Out.
with, 'cause I'm a
Get Out,
movie
yeah,
That was
Get
a
Out.
good
Yeah.
ass movie. Oh, I love that movie.
Yeah, and that's true. That's the
I never saw that
Kardashians.
movie.
Constance, that's the Kardashians. Close your eyes and figure it out. That's the Kardashians. They're actually really doing that. They
you want to hear a funny?
And I ain't
I'ma give
being
you-
funny. I'm serious.
I'm gonna give you a funny, bro.
What's your wife look like, Leonard?
And Mr. Brown is over there looking like he is through.
I'm
He looked like he don't know what's going on.
Nah, he got a lot of
Why we gonna try to go
Hold on for a
there?
minute, you guys. I want to
What's your
introduce.
wife look like?
Hold on for a minute. I want to introduce Mama Rose.
Okay, let me flip my
Hola,
camera.
Mama Rose.
Let me show you
Well,
what
hello.
my children and grandchildren look like since we bringing up wives.
We don't want to see the family tree. I said we got a new person on the panel.
Yes,
I want to
thank you.
introduce to the panel. Hey, Mama Ross.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing?
Please,
How-
before Leonard do, please start talking right away.
How are you
before
doing,
Leonard do.
love? What do you have?
I'm doing fine, conscious, and good to be able to come up on the panel. I just
Yes.
wanted to say to my black, I just wanted to say to my black sisters,
Leonard, we have a guest on the panel.
Now, what was that about? What color your wife?
I'm about to drop the whole wall down.
Everybody look like a Lindsay.
Come on, bring
Let
that.
him turn his camera around, boy.
Bring that.
He gonna show you
He
something.
married to a white woman.
Okay,
But bring that. Bring
Now
that.
go sit back down on the couch so we can hear what Mama Ross got to say.
All right.
Only thing I like white is my drawers.
wait,
Okay, Mama
I
Ross.
think everybody's had full communion tonight. That cocktail's making them feel good. But anyway,
me personally,
I just want to say to my sisters that I've enjoyed the conversations, but we're going to have to learn to listen more to each other and stop butting in and thinking that you're only the one to have something to say. What I want to say to all of us, including the men, that God has blessed us all to be able to make it thus far. I've just recovered from COVID. I was in the hospital for a month. And everything that was going on with me, it almost took me out. So what I promised the Lord when he allowed me to live is that I would try to help my black sisters to realize that we are the tree of life. And because we are the tree of life, we've got to start bearing better fruits. And the only way we can do that is we start teaching each other and reaching each other. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I said most important.
Go ahead. I thought you wanted to say
Black woman, most important. Fuck what I got to say.
That's correct.
If y'all not teaching it to the children, then fuck what I
We
got to say.
usually have better order than this. Don't think that you'll come here and listen to this out of order. But Leonard just stole everybody's nerves.
Well, excuse me.
I'm not getting on everybody's nerves. I'm getting on your nerves. You should have picked a better man. You should have picked a better man.
That's what I wanted to address. Leonard,
See, when I was young in the hood, they called me Lynn the Nerd. Now Lynn with the fans.
Hold up.
With our wives, and we good.
All
Staying in the hood.
Hold
To the
on.
east side.
Hold
To the other
on.
side
I
of
want
town.
to interrogate Mama Ross more. Some
Big Teeth
so,
Leroy.
What? So can you give us?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
So
My
can you
teeth are
give us?
big, and I can pull big faces out.
Leonard,
my
I
wallet,
know
too.
y'all hear the
I like it
I
big.
know y'all hear the captain driving the boat.
I like
I
it
know
big.
y'all hear the captain driving the boat. Mama
Conscious.
Ross.
Okay.
I like it big.
Stop being
Mama Ross.
Oh my goodness.
I can
I ain't being
communicate.
disrespectful.
I-
I'm telling you the
Shut
truth.
up.
Chris.
Be
I'm telling the
quiet, y'all.
truth.
I'm worried about
Okay,
you.
hold on. I'm gonna find
Yeah.
this mute button. Hold on. Let me mute
I
the collective.
can pull them big
Like
faces
God.
out. You dig?
What are you talking about?
Hey, Conscious, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do a whole.
You are mute, sir.
Damn!
Mama Ross.
Yes,
Cold-blooded!
dog.
Mama Ross.
Yes,
Can
I'm
you
here.
hear me, love?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you give us some more of your insight as a melanated woman about the state of melanated women? What do you think about the Megan Thee Stallion culture, the thought culture, the baby mama culture, black men? What are you seeing? What do you think has gone wrong? How do we heal that?
That shit all some bullshit.
I'm actually 57 years old. I have little girls that are 12 and 14. So what I've seen that's gone wrong is that the generation prior, that they're not raising their children and teaching their children. They don't really know God in a sense. They don't have an anchor to lean on. So they're into it. They've been introduced to. I've even about nobody against nobody, you know what I mean? But they're being introduced to a world that's of evil, and there's no one teaching them. There's no one reaching out to them and letting them know that they talk about all these different spirits and ancestors when they need to deal with the spirit which the Lord left here for us. So I think that that's a generation of lost souls that we have to try to reach out and save them.
And they're being guided by,
I
you
can't
know, the
agree
Pied
with that.
Pipers, Cardi B, Jay-Z, you know, with taking off the clothes. My daughter used to be a very good songwriter. Child, after all of that music Cardi came out with, or everybody changed their song to
I have a question.
Let Sweetness speak. I feel like she got some good ones.
I have a question. So what's really wrong with the whole culture? I'm confused.
Can I say something?
Well,
It's
basically
the
what I was saying
is getting women to be prostitutes
Lack of
and
self-respect.
getting niggas to
the
be
sluttiness, the abortions, the drug use.
This is why the white folks look at us the way they look at us. Basically,
Yeah.
We wonder why
Well,
they look at us and treat us a certain way.
Hold on, because I always get triggered by that statement.
Yes, you already
We've
know.
already said it 500 times in 7 hours that we have given 50 million 11 historical references that dumb, degenerate, non-melanated motherfuckers was killing us even when we was in our Sunday's best. So when they burned us down, when they burnt down Wall Street, we were in Sunday's best. White folk don't give a damn how we present ourselves. We do not need to justify their genociding of us. They do that anyway. There's nothing we can do to earn white violence. They will project that onto us just because they can, just because they will. So
because we trying to be a part of them.
Brother Conscious, can we see what Sweetness got to say? Because she's been raising her hand for a minute.
Well,
I'm just asking.
Sweetness.
All right. Okay, hold on. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, loud and
I
clear.
heard you loud and clear, sister.
So, all right, let me just say this. Conscious is the reason why I'm here. I saw your video on Young Pharaoh, the Megan Thee Stallion, the Christmas massacre.
Lord have mercy.
No, don't do it like that. Like, I hate when you do it like that. Like, you have a balance that I'm here for, and it adhered to me. Because I think that we're on the same vibe. That's why when I was in the comments earlier, I said no disrespect. I just didn't agree with you. You understand what I'm saying? I'm a Scorpio.
And me too.
And I'm a Scorpio from Philly. So I'm used to wrecking some stuff up if I have to. And I give you all due respect. You have to understand that about me. And please acknowledge it. But when y'all were talking about hip hop on the Megan and all
let's not do it.
Hold on.
Let the sisters speak the mind.
Can I just get my bit?
Yes.
I'm gonna just get my truth. I am 43 years old. I have been watching hip hop not through my eyes, but when my sister, that's 7 years earlier than me, planted it down and made it a thing. I remember when hip hop was a thing, where it was not allowed to be played. Because my father was a musician and was like, what the fuck is this? Oh, sorry, I said the F word. So bring it all the way up. I mean, it's just like, listen, this stuff that they doing, I would prefer for them to call it something else. Because if we don't have that same level, and like when that argument happened on your channel of, oh, well, Whitney Houston never wrote her songs. First of all, from the time that music was written, the vocalist was always an instrument. Just like a trombone, just like a trumpet or whatever. But if you can't write as a rapper, call it something else.
Period. That's not hip hop.
It's not hip hop. It's hip-pertainment or something. Call yourself.
Well, you know, Nicki claims she write all her rap, so I guess.
Yes. And did you see that Joe Budden, Niecy? Did you see that Joe Budden interview with
Nicki Minaj?
When they were the sit down. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she stayed true to that because all right, for me, it's like 3 elements. When I was growing up, because I'm old, I'm 43 years old. There's always 3 elements to hip hop. It was lyricism.
You look 35, sweetie. Don't do all that. Don't do all that.
That part. But
I was trying to. Don't do all that.
It was always lyricism. It's DJism, because like people that can actually scratch, that's an art. And it was break dancing. That's the 3 elements of hip hop. Period. Like the culture. So if you walk into that door and you got somebody, girl, I'm not to disrespect anything that has ever went down, but when it comes to the conversation of hip hop, like, because I knew, and I'm gonna fuck up. Oh, excuse me, I'm gonna mess up everybody's situation right now. I knew that Lil' Kim wasn't writing her lyrics.
Oh Lord Jesus!
All the sexual things that she was talking about was from a male point of view. There was no chick nowhere talking about coming down nobody's throat. When I first heard that lyric from him, I knew a dude was writing that lyric because that's not how girls think about sex. Wow, I knew that he was writing her lyrics.
Wow, you started some mess now. Baby.
Yes, I did.
Oh yeah, you did. Mute this motherfucking panel.
Yes,
Mute it. Mute the panel. Go ahead, Reckless. Go ahead, Reckless.
So basically, that's where it started from. Women trying to sound like men.
Her perspective on sex told me that a dude was writing her lyrics because that's not how women think.
Wow.
Very true. Think about it. And I got this book on my top right now.
Oh my goodness.
Well, Cardi B and Megan, that's why females love them now, because they speaking about what women really do.
What woman would ever say I came down your throat? That's a
well, I ain't talking about Lil' Kim. I'm talking about Cardi B and Meg. I'm saying they speaking about what
they try the same shit.
I like Cardi B.
No, Kim will say no. Hold on. Let me talk about Kim back in the day, baby. She will say I came in your throat. You understand? You cannot make a statement like that about our legend. You have started. You have opened up Pandora.
Miss Barbara, you think that Little Kim was writing the lyrics?
Huh?
I asked Miss Barbara if she thought that Little Kim was writing her lyrics.
So okay, so my question. Okay, wait.
I did. She's a genius.
Okay, so I have a question.
I was asking Miss Barbara, did she think? That's okay. I was asking Miss Barbara, did she think that Little Kim was writing?
I pledge allegiance to that flag. Never heard any other way about it.
I gotta use that one.
No woman. This is the Lil' Kim's
Y'all hurt my feelings. Y'all gonna get in trouble. Y'all gonna get in trouble for this.
She's like, you is not gonna do my girl.
Y'all
like
gonna
that.
get in
I
trouble
even
for
tried
this.
it because I was young at the time.
Y'all talking about a legend. Y'all gonna get in
Miss
trouble.
Barbara, I'm gonna tell you
I'm
my
sweating. I'm
exact. I'm gonna
sweating.
tell you.
I'm
Sex
sweating.
works with girls.
I'm
I'm
gonna tell you
sweating.
my exact words when I found out that Biggie died, and we were talking about.
To come down somebody's throat.
I'm gonna tell you my exact words when I found out that
Hold up,
Biggie
hold
died.
up. Okay, question.
No, I
So
gotta hear
women,
what lady is
don't
saying.
flirt.
After she say what she's saying, then you can
I will
answer.
come in your mouth.
Lady, wait
but
a
I
minute,
can't come
sweet,
down your
please.
throat.
Lady, please,
Yeah.
T. Lady T. What was you saying, baby?
I was saying that when I found out that Biggie died, I said, "Dang, who's gonna write her songs now? What is it gonna sound like? Is she gonna I did. I said, is she gonna be coming like what was Miss Melody? I said she gonna be like, my name is Little Kim and I'm a born again rebel. I thought she was gonna come with
She came with the Notorious K.I.M. instead. She came with La Bella
Exactly.
Mafia. She came with the Naked Truth. She came
Exactly.
with
So
it.
all y'all,
She came with it.
and
She came
exactly. So
with
all
it.
y'all, yeah. So exactly. So all y'all better back up our Kim face.
Y'all ain't right.
She came with the motherfucking jump off.
Thank
They
you.
were
Y'all done lost your mind.
And y'all done tried it.
She said she
Lil'
make a
Kim
Coke
was
bottle
nothing more
disappear
than
in
a
her.
rap
She
version
make
of
a
Millie
Coke bottle
Jackson.
disappear in her throat. What are
And
y'all
don't
talking
forget
about?
how many licks does
Lil'
it take to
Kim
get to
was
the
a
center
rap
of a
version
what?
of Millie Jackson. Stop
And
playing.
she also told y'all in the Notorious K.I.M. What if I start talking to you dudes like a dude and tell y'all to suck my dick?
Exactly.
And that's on period.
You gotta stop.
Hold on. Do y'all remember how Kim got that whole look?
Yeah.
Look at that. Hold on. Because
you talking about the movie.
Wait a minute. And let me talk.
It's the origin of
Mr.
prostitute
Brown, and
culture.
I love you the most, but everybody has
Mr.
the
Brown got a
guy
serious face.
de la boca. Like,
Oh, Lord
For real.
Jesus.
hold up.
Lil' Kim is the origin of the prostitute
Okay,
culture.
I can't do this. I can't do
No,
this.
we
I
cannot
can't do this.
Millie
We're
Jackson.
not calling Little Kim
Millie
no prostitute.
Jackson.
We're not doing that.
Millie
She is not
Jackson.
no
Stop
raggedy
playing.
ass Cardi B.
Hold up.
She is not no raggedy ass
I need to clear things up.
Hold
Millie
on,
Jackson.
hold on, because we gotta let. Hold on, let's let. Hold on, hold that thought, sweetness. I want to let Reckless get up in here and refute, respond, declare, and start war.
Set it straight.
All right, I've been off. Now, just so you guys know, I have been off all day. Usually, I come on panels and I try to get it juking, but however, I've been off. But however, I'm back on duty. I can't. Okay, so to Mr. Brown, you said that it's the origin of whole culture, prostitution culture. But however, let's be very clear: the reason why a Little Kim existed is because of white toxic patriarchy, and that was also a way to be able to fight against that, as in saying, "This is my body." Because keep in mind too, men always talk about what they would do to women. They go smash it, flip it, and turn it all around. But however, when a woman say, "No, this is my body, and I want to do X, Y, and Z," that is the reason why Little Kim, Cardi B, Nicki Minaj, and all those other rappers exist.
See, this is why
That's
this is wrong.
Hold on. We gonna let everybody have their due diligence. Hold on. Sweetness, hold the sweetness in. Hold the Kool-Aid in, honey. You got it. I believe in you. Hold it in.
But what I have to say is important, Conscious. Like, I wouldn't be fighting this hard. And it will change the whole conversation.
Okay,
what
what's
I
up?
have to say.
It better be revolutionary too.
No, well, maybe it'll be revolutionary, but I've been known.
Do it.
Hold on. Only thing I have to say is, this is what happened. No, for real though. This is what happened.
I'm with you. Baby. I'm with you.
Was rhyming with the Junior Mafia.
I'm listening to you.
And y'all remember it was like this scene of Lil' Kim before she became Lil' Kim, and she was in a Aaliyah video. That's how Lil' Kim used to show up at shows and shit. So one day at a show, Lil' Kim was sexy. Like she had like a red garb on, like it was like something sexy that she put on.
How she look now?
Then hold up. The crowd went wild. So
Like a
then
fucking
Puffy
alien.
told, no. Puffy
Okay.
told her,
Lord
that's
Jesus.
what we got to go with. So that's how the little Kim alter ego became her. It's not like
It was a
Kim
shock
just
factor.
stepping out. Hold up. It wasn't like she was just stepping out the projects like looking that great. That's
Bragging
when
about how many
got
dick
on
she
it,
can
and
suck.
that's how the
just like
character
that.
was born. It was a character that Puffy founded. Like he
Right,
put
because
money
the conscious rap wasn't working for the females.
because you gotta think about who Misa was, her stylist. That is all towards Puffy's first baby mom, Misa Hilton, that was the stylist of Little Kim and Mary J. Blige. It wasn't a Little Kim concept. So when people be like going off, like, oh yeah, Little Kim
I ain't never seen
Well, we
Mary
say
J.
Lil' Kim
Blige
concept
fight
because she the
a
face
dude.
of it. We say that because she
but
the
she
face
was
of
the
it. If it
one.
was
She
somebody
was
else,
the
they
one
still
that.
say they
Yeah,
name
go
too.
off.
But
Yeah,
Lil'
but
Kim is
she.
the face
Oh,
of it. She was like, you know, the one that
yeah.
made it okay, I guess.
No,
Can
No, but
somebody
she.
name a Lauryn Hill song where she was singing about
Baby
shit?
mom that was a stylist for Little Kim and Mary J. Blige in them early 90s, in them late
talking about
90s,
Mia?
2000s, that was the trendsetter.
Don't forget about my baby Lauren.
Exactly.
Don't forget about my baby Lauren.
Let's go. Like, you cannot act like this bitch because we saw her in the If Your Girl Only Knew video. Y'all remember that video?
Well,
The thing
Oh,
is,
damn, I'm boiling. I'm
y'all
boiling.
too young to
I'm
remember
boiling.
Millie Jackson.
I'm boiling.
That's what that is. Y'all too young to remember Millie Jackson. Millie
I'm boiling.
Jackson is Lil' Kim's alter ego. Stop playing. Look at Millie Jackson. Listen to her lyrics. Y'all learn something.
I have some girlfriends that actually hung out with Mary J. Blige and Little Kim, and they told me she dressed like that.
Like, Little Kim don't even belong to that stuff. Y'all give up. Now, if you
Wait a minute.
Oh, she just
If you look
talking.
at the Junior Mafia album cover, Little Kim is covered. Sweet Nuts ain't telling
But
no.
then she came and popped it. She came and squatted.
It was a
and
product.
popped it open.
Squatted, but if you
Yo,
was Junior
you
Mafia,
went to that show, you wore that red leather. Look up the interview when Puffy was talking about the becoming of Little Kim. He chose that because he said, yo, because Junior Mafia was nothing. Y'all all know Junior Mafia as a collective never took off. So when they were doing little shows, boom, 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 and then when Little Kim hit the stage, and one night she wore a leather, like really scantily, like with her boobs out and all that stuff. Because I'm an old head when it comes to hip hop. I love it for the death. So when she did that, and all the dudes went wild, Puffy told her, that's what you need to do. And that's when he got Misa concerned.
And that's when she
that's
rolled
how
with.
the infamous Little Kim.
Okay, so my
That's the whole
question.
point. We
Wait, but my
And
question is
that's why
this.
she was
Hold on, wait a minute.
because
Wait
that's
a
why
minute.
she was never
So let me
aligned
say
in
this
it.
for Little Kim
That's why
defense.
she was never
We give
aligned
somebody
in
a
it because
second.
it wasn't her choice. And that's why, because think about it. Look at Rihanna. Every choice that she made, like that was her. It was an evolution. Look at Janet Jackson.
Wait a minute.
It was an evolution of Janet Jackson. All that shit was forced upon Little Kim. She thought that she was good because she was sucking his dick. She was doing good. And then all of a sudden she had to become this sex bot. Why y'all think that all of a sudden she wanted to be a Korean/Puerto Rican woman? She never believed in it because that was never her. Think about it, people.
We get
Wow,
that.
that's deep.
Oh,
That's
Lord, yeah.
Like when the image and the placement don't come together.
She's never.
You know what falls
She,
into the gap?
hold on. She's never.
Exactly.
Hold on.
Okay.
Okay, sweetness. You done talked the whole Bible. Okay.
I'm sorry.
You lost me a whole lot.
No,
and new.
that was little. That was Miss Kim. She's never contested her image. She has stood behind being
Mhm.
a revolutionary badass bitch, and
And that's no period.
busting
Who
the
you talking
doors
about right
down.
now, Conscious?
We
Little
talking about
Kim.
Kim.
We talking about
Kim.
We
Lil
not
Her
gonna act like she
influence, her
didn't own it.
impact.
Like she owned it. She was cool with it. That's what we trying to
You
say.
won't tell me that
Whether
she
it was
was
forced
cool
on
with
her or
it. That's
not,
a
she rocked the
lie.
hell out of it.
yeah.
Exactly. And no one could dress you 24/7. A lot of that was her style. She got better
And
and
the
better.
thing,
Right.
No,
okay,
Kim was
okay,
giving up
tag me
all
in, tag me in,
the
tag me in.
Okay, Reckless, come
The
on in here.
thing, because the thing that's really driving me insane is kind of like how
just like when you used to
Sweetness,
be
we gotta
forced
hear,
to.
please.
mute her. She looks like her.
Well, I
But
gotta
the
go,
whole thing
video. I'll get back with y'all later.
Psyop slut box.
but okay, but here's the thing that's driving me insane.
Slut box.
The thing that's driving me insane is that once again, the car can go forward, it can go backwards. How can we sit up here and we call her sluts, this, that, and third, but yet we don't keep that same energy when it comes down to the men? The men sit up there and they sit up. No, but how it's praised. That's the difference, and that's the reason why when Kim was doing her stuff, people was like, yes, yes, yes. But however, at the same time, people was like, no, 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 because we're so used to men degrading women. But now when women actually want to take power back for them saying, bitch, this is my body, I can do what I want with it. Yes, yes, I will agree it's at an extreme level, but however, it was used in a way to be able to bring women up to say that this is my body.
Always the
I want
argument,
sex.
but that's
I
not
want to
okay
do that.
either.
Reckless, I'll
Right.
tell you
It comes
this.
down to
I'll
we
tell
can't
you
always
this.
do what
No
the
matter
men do.
how sexy little Kim
We
dressed,
still
I
gonna look
never
like a hoe.
considered her. I never considered her to be a slut. Always an entertainer in a fashion trend. I never
It's
look,
not
like I
okay
look
for
at
me
Cardi
to
B like the
be
dog
a man
slut
and
she
dog
is.
women. It's
Let
not
me say what
okay.
I'm saying, Mr. Brown. Like I look at Cardi B like the dog slut she is. I never looked at
Oh Lord Jesus.
She a whole wife.
So let me add to what a Reckless is saying.
I'm a generation after Lil'
Hold
Kim,
on,
so
hold on. I want to add to what Reckless is
might
saying
be looking at it
because
that clear view. I'm a
because
generation after Lil' Kim.
the problem of Mr. Brown, to Reckless' point, is that niggas wasn't out here breaking Jay-Z CDs when he was talking about big pimping spin the G's and he wants some of that sweet, nasty, and gushy shit. Nobody was breaking the nigga CDs and contesting black men who were being hyper misogynistic. And so women like Foxy Brown and Lil' Kim came along and said, okay, since these are the type of women y'all rap about, I'm a body and personify that type of bitch. Since y'all want to slut a hoe, y'all love to talk about, to Reckless point, this is what y'all do to women.
But
all
that's why these girls
did
getting the
was take
BBL.
that. All she did was take that.
thought.
All she did was take all the gross shit that being talked about in their music and personify it as a raptress,
Put it in your
as a
face, and then y'all
raptress,
be
and
happy.
hold on, and at the same time, even though it was raunchy and explicit, it was still revolutionary because it was an opportunity for women to have a deeper conversation about having the same autonomy over themselves and the same self-expression and the same creative right over their life, even the right to be a hoe and to be sexually fluid and to be sexually liberated and to say what the fuck they want and to think what the fuck they want and to write what the fuck they want and communicate what the and communicate what the fuck they want. Just like the niggas did. Now, nobody ever likes a revolutionary bitch at the time until 10 years from now, you able to be in your mini skirt without being called a hoe, because a hoe in a mini skirt 10 years ago set the precedence for you being able to be respected and doing what you want to do. This is why women like her end up being praised. Nobody ever likes the bulldoze effect. It never sits well at the time, but women literally to this day could not have a leg to stand on. It could not be okay for women to now have sexual conversations, for women to have the autonomy that they do without these women here who did it. And you don't gotta like it. And you don't gotta like it.
Feeding into the.
Can I say something?
You feeding into it. You feeding into it.
But you ain't gotta listen to her music. You ain't gotta let your kids listen to it.
For us to,
if you don't like it, don't listen. Don't watch
women.
it.
It's not okay for women to be hyper promiscuous. both of those things are wrong. Both of those things are wrong.
How both of those
When
things
you
are?
get into the battle
How are
of
both
which
of those?
is right and
How
which
are
is
both?
wrong, you feeding into it.
How are
If
both
both
of
of the
those?
things
Hold
are
on.
wrong,
This
we
is
don't
the
need to pay
issue.
attention to none of that shit.
This is the issue.
Can I-
Hold on. 'Cause this is the issue with Western culture is Westerners are so fucking arrogant, thinking that our little way of life is just like the universal language of all worlds. We're talking about human beings who have produced societies in all various ways. We're talking about kings who have had harems of wives and concubines. We're talking about queens who have had equally to that concubines of husbands and male concubines. So this idea of promiscuity, I don't.
Monogamy.
Yeah,
And we also
hold up. People, I cannot look. Y'all have spoken for several fucking hours on my platform.
Okay.
I think
For
I
real.
get to just complete a damn thought here.
My bad. I thought you finished.
My God, I'm not trying to fight through every syllable here. It's not necessary. Jesus.
For real.
Every adult gets to be grown. So I don't know why we mad that people want to express themselves fluidly. People don't have to be in relationships. If people want to enjoy menage a trois, if they want to indulge in hookup culture, if they want to have casual sex, if women don't want to have children, if men don't want to be in monogamy, that's perfectly fine. My issue here is not this genre of music. The issue may be that this genre of music is taking up it's taking up a lot of space, and I don't like anything that takes up a lot of space. I think that yes, to that point, women like some of my favorite. Like I love Miss Jade. Y'all probably have never even heard of fucking Miss Jade. She came up under Missy Elliott. That was my chick. I love her. I love Dej Low. Like I love a lot of the girls who are not scantily dressed and who are not talking about sucking dick. And I feel like the table should be a buffet. I don't like when I see an oversaturation. So my issue is not, I want these type of women to exist too, though. The women should be able to do what the fuck they want to do. Those women should be able to exist. They should be able to prosper. And if this going to be a patriarchy, I'm also not mad at women hijacking patriarchy and making it work for themselves. If it's going to be a male-dominated world, then people like Cardi B, Lil Kim, Megan Thee Stallion are turning patriarchy on its head because men produce the system that they're sitting there hijacking. And women are getting theirs in a male-dominated ass world. Like, y'all want the skeezer and the hoe? Boom. I'm going to come up on the skeezer and I'm going to come up as the hoe. If that's the way out of the barrel. If we're sitting here celebrating niggas talking about busting guns and selling keys and pushing drugs and then mad when the women find a way also out of the barrel, because all of it is niggas trying to get up out of the barrel, including the women are trying to. And the women are using their bodies, their seductiveness to get up out of the motherfucking barrel, because it's the barrel that's the problem. All of these things that niggas are doing are just a way out into the light, Caroline. It's not, I think we spend too much trying to penalize the players and not realizing that it's the system and it's the machine that got niggas trying to find every motherfucking way out of the
you got to top the next person to get #1 on the billboards or something. Yeah, your video got to be the most.
When I listen to a rapper and he tell me to sell 100 keys, it's some bullshit. When a woman listen to a female artist and she tell y'all to suck 100 dicks, it's some bullshit.
That
don't mean I'm gonna do it.
It's awesome.
Tell that story, right?
But they are though.
But that don't mean they doing it because they listening to Megan Thee Stallion. They doing it, they was gonna do
Are
it
you around my
You know what I find so funny?
The nigga telling me to kill 100 niggas.
Mr. Brown.
Niggas
Now,
is
you gotta
rapping.
let
They
him
tell
lead.
me to kill 100 niggas, sell 100 bricks. Female artists is telling y'all to suck 100 dicks. It's all some bullshit.
Listen,
You know what I find
only thing I
funny?
have to say is this.
Oh
Like, when them
Don't listen to none of it.
No, when them motherfuckers was telling y'all that they was on some demon time, they was. And if you look at the music, it like going to Miss Barbara point, because I listened to videos before I got up here, and thank you, Conscious, for letting me even be on the panel.
You're welcome.
Talking about the Pied Pipers, that shit is a real mofo thing. You don't see that the level. You don't think that. Hold on. With Black people in music, it's always been a siren song. We taught each other how to get over the water. Think about slavery and how we got out of it. To look for the North Star. Hold on. But it was always the message is in the music.
I'm gonna look everybody in this panel dead in the eyes.
The first,
if somebody gave me $5 million to rap about killing everybody, I'm gonna take it. And I'm gonna buy my mama a new house. I'm gonna buy me a Lamborghini, all that shit. I'm looking at everybody's eyes. Give me $5 million. I'm gonna rap and I'm gonna tell all y'all to all y'all.
Both of y'all are saying something powerful. One at a time. Both of y'all.
I was gonna say, yeah,
we
because
don't
if
want
we
to
know
miss
they
this.
just doing it for money, why is it like a problem? If we know they just saying it to make a coin,
You know why it's a problem?
That's a whole.
It's a problem because motherfuckers is listening
I
to
just
it.
Can I just make a point if you don't mind?
I can't believe motherfuckers taking this shit
Mr.
serious.
Brown, wait a minute, Mr. Brown, please. I have a question. How many people were alive? How many people were alive before there was parental advisory labels on the
That'll be me. I'm 58. I'm the oldest one on this panel.
Okay, so let me ask this. Who wasn't alive before there was parental advisories on the stickers on the music?
The reason why they put
that whole parental advisory thing that came from people like Maxine Waters going up to Congress complaining about the gangster rap and all of that stuff. It's not like Snoop Dogg came out with the Chronic and everybody.
No. It was before Snoop. It was
okay, now I'm going to say what I have to say. Okay, this is where I didn't mama.
I'm going. I'll talk to y'all later because this is.
Please.
I'm in the middle of talking.
I didn't hear you. Go ahead. I didn't
hear. God damn.
Y'all from New York.
And
somebody must be from New York. Y'all talking like y'all from New York. God damn.
That comes from Maxine Waters and people going up to Congress talking about the gangster rap. It's not like the Chronic came out and he was calling bitches and people bitches and hoes and stuff, and it just went over like oh sure, we're just gonna go for it. No. Now, did I enjoy the Chronic? Did I enjoy hardcore? Did I enjoy these songs? Sure. But I'm not gonna sit here and negate.
Because our people make good music.
Right. I'm not going to sit here and act like I have not seen the shift in our people, in our culture, in our society from before we was making that kind of music to what we are looking at right now.
That is so correct.
That was the seed.
It's a real thing, and it's affecting us. So we could keep saying, we could keep putting it up and dressing it up and putting that lipstick on that pig. But the fact of the matter is, we are really going down, and we're going down fast, and it is due to what we are consuming in our eyes.
Yes.
Then y'all listen to gospel. So look,
can I say something? If you just hold on. Suck a million dicks, you gonna go suck a million dicks. Bitch, you been wanting to do that. That ain't just because you turn on the song.
No, that's right.
But if you listen to that shit, if a little girl 7 years old,
really?
Sorry.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
I remember when I was working at a summer camp, and my 10-year-old campers was listening to Little Kim because one of the CITs, that's the counselors in training, was playing it. And the kids,
my baby don't know just because you hear something don't mean they don't do it.
But here's the thing, and this is the thing
Reckless.
I need to. Okay.
Hold on. I'm gonna let. Hold on, and then I wanted to a Reckless follow.
Snitch on myself, goddamn.
But that's the thing about But that's the thing about imbalance. We went from the woke culture, but we got to remember the world was not perfect just because a niggas was rapping conscious. Because while niggas was rapping conscious, our grandmothers was still getting their asses whipped by their husbands. Christianity was teaching patriarchy down to the ground. Like a molestation was being swept under the rug and normalized in black families. Like the world wasn't any more perfect before or after. The issue is when it comes to how the universe corrects shit, sometimes the universe gots to go to the extreme right to correct shit at the extreme left. So if women were sending out some type of an energetic vibration into the universe that was screaming oppression, we need relief, then that pendulum finally fucking swung. And the liberation went to the extreme. Now we have women so-called wilding out, busting it open, dignified and proud. But that's just the correction to the patriarchal issue. That's just women kicking the top off of patriarchy and exercising, once again, some autonomy and agency and liberation. Now, of course, liberation always looks extreme. When motherfuckers grab their guns, liberation always going to look extreme. Now, it's not going to stay to the extreme right because that pendulum got to now rest in the middle. But right now, we are to the extreme right. But the extreme right is to correct the patriarchal issue. Now, women are sitting up collectively. Now we're sitting here in the women's equality. Now we're seeing
root word
women.
Mean father.
Now we're seeing the divine feminine enraged, declaring her throne for better or for worse. The divine feminine know that these niggas gonna judge her anyway, so the divine feminine is in a I don't give a fuck state because you gonna call me a hoe anyway. You gonna rape me anyway. You gonna pillage me anyway. Even with my skirt down to my ankles, you gonna hurt me any motherfucking way. So once again, just like we're talking about racism, we don't have to justify oppression and abuse. That's gonna happen. Like the motherfuckers who after us and praying on us, they gonna pray on us any motherfucking way. We either can pick up our guns, metaphorically speaking,
I think
or not.
You should just say white, or maybe you should just say capitalism. Don't say patriarchy.
All right, so let me say this
patriarchy means father.
Let me get this
just
in.
say white or say capitalism.
Toxic patriarchy.
That's what you really mean by what you're saying. I already know.
Okay, Reckless, what you gonna say, baby?
The whole thing about the whole music and stuff, I think another thing too, you guys have to realize you guys are parents and also have to realize it's no matter you like it or not, you got to explain everything up under the sun. And also you're going to have to be able to take account for what your child may come across. Because keep in mind too, there are artists out there that are meant for adults. So just because, you know, there are things in this world that are only meant for adults, but however, you know, porn is out there, that's not meant for children. But however, we understand that sometimes when children come up in the puberty age, they come across, guess what? You got to explain it. That's your responsibility. And also, too, on this panel in particular, I don't know who it was. It probably was somebody that already left. When we were discussing rap, or maybe it was a different panel, I remember a time when someone said you have to also keep in mind the context of the music and stuff. So with the context of the Lil' Kim era, with the context of Cardi B, Megan, Nicki, all those things, that was just a way to be able to combat toxic patriarchy that was used against them. And the thing is now is that it's not fun. It's not funny when the rabbit got the gun. And the whole thing behind it is that we're so socialized to believe in toxic patriarchy. Like even something so simple as in being married, like women must submit to their man. Actually, if you think about it, even the whole ceremony of marriage, why do you think the father has to give away his daughter to the husband? Because women are considered items. Even in the Bible, they were the ones that were getting penalized for the exact same crimes the men were. But the thing is that we're so socialized to, okay, when the women do it, okay, yeah. But when the men do it, it's kind of such a norm. And I find it very funny, like the whole thing with WAP. People always cringe when Cardi and Megan said wet ass pussy, but no one ever cringed when the guy was in the background talking about there's some hoes in this house. No one ever said nothing about that because we're so socialized to it because it's accepted. And so that's the thing behind it.
When a father gives his daughter to a man, it's not like you giving an item to that man. It's like you giving the most precious thing that you hold
But see, that's what we saying. You got to teach our daughters that. You got to teach our daughters that. Cardi B ain't here to teach her that.
It's
Megan
not
Thee
like you
Stallion and
selling
Lil
this
Kim
man a
wasn't here to teach
car.
them that.
You giving the most precious thing that you hold most dearly to your heart. Everything that you would die for. Everything that you would do anything for to another man.
Yeah,
Right, we get that, but
I don't know what. Hold up.
I wanted to go back on Reckless. I asked if I could go
I'm
after him.
activated. Hold up, because I'm activated. I don't know what men have this whole thing with this whole purity thing when it comes to women, but we also understand it. We also know how men are also socialized, that we are encouraged to have sex at young ages. We are encouraged to have the philosophy that there are more fish in the sea. We are encouraged that if something were to happen with a woman, fuck that hoe. There's more fish out there. So I don't know what this whole philosophy of that thinking that just because women are this whole philosophy of that now that women are also having that same attitude and also participate in the same system that was built from men. Now it's a problem. But the thing about it, it's not fun when the playing ground is even.
But guess what, Mr. Brown?
If somebody come, I'm going to go out there and die so these women can live.
Mr.
That's
Brown.
my job as a man. I'm going to go out there and die so these women can live.
Mr. Brown, I'm definitely okay with the yoni being a sacred object. I just want you to agree.
What we talking about?
I want you to agree, though, that the dick is a sacred object as well and should be met with the same preciousness that the yoni is met with too. Okay?
I done ran into a whole bunch of dirty assholes.
The only thing I wanted to say,
but I know women are way more important than me. God damn. I can't make no more of me.
Where is the
hold up. I can make 10 of myself.
No, because to Reckless' point, I want to know in the male community where is the philosophy around the penis being sacred and needing to come under chastity?
Because I know you know
that's exactly the opposite of what I just said, my boy.
Can I just say
the
one
opposite
thing?
of what I just said.
Please,
we gotta protect them.
Okay, so I want everybody. I'm sorry, y'all, because usually I'm so sorry, y'all, because usually I try to let everybody talk, but I'm activated right now. But the whole thing behind it is that I want you guys to pay attention to what he's saying, because he's literally sitting up here saying fuck the men, but however he's not saying fuck the men and upholding the women just because he's saying it just so he can make excuses for why men are able to participate in sexual activities and women aren't able to have that same opportunity. That's the reason why when men growing up, they have the opportunity to be able to sexually actualize. Like that's the whole thing behind it. Women are not even given that same opportunity all the time.
That's the socialization of men versus women. And on this particular song, like I was trying to say, the reason why to me, I don't care how many numbers that WAP got, okay? But the reason why to me the song was a flop.
Y'all to be choosy.
Hold on, Mr. Brown. The only reason why that song was a flop because you had one chick that was talking about how what that definition of WAP meant, and I don't want to get your thing flagged, so I won't put it all out there. You had one chick that was literally getting gang members to beat up a chick because her man couldn't stop cheating, and the other one got shot in her foot over her WAP. That was the whole point.
Once again,
we can't
go. Okay, now sweet, you done talk all about the music. Let me say about this.
The city girls, they are all living like traditional lives. Cardi B was married before she had her child. They keep looking for relationships. You got the city girls. You got Young Miami that's doing like she was trying to be in relationships or whatever. The dark skinned girl, she's still with the little bi-curious dude from Philly. You know what I'm saying?
So Consciouztv,
they're not living the lives that they're spilling to the chicks that's out there.
All right, can you give me 1 minute, sweet? Let me tell you this before I keep forgetting what I'm going to say.
And then
Now,
Mama
first of
Rock.
all, allegedly, they said that these views on WAPs was bought. You understand? I'm saying that to say that. I'm saying that to say this, okay? Because you keep making me lose my thought. It'd be right there. Oh my God. Oh, forget I lost it again. Go ahead. I can't keep forgetting.
No, you said the views were bought on WAP.
Okay, because you see how little Nas came out with his mess, you know, and all the parents was like,
Yes.
you know, they subliminally brainwash our children. And what we was able to see, what we wasn't able to see up front with Cardi, a lot of people I was, because like I said, my daughter's a songwriter and all of her songs have changed. Cardi is a piper.
I don't look at Lil Nas and
But see,
but
the point that Wesley is saying at the end of the day, we know.
This is
Can I
what
say
I
one
wanted to
thing?
say
We know that
earlier.
these artists,
They used Colin Kaplan. They took him off his freaking knees and put Jay-Z in that damn NFL to lure all of our black kids to be their next gladiators to bang their head in for millions of dollars. You understand?
But
They're
whoever
Pied
trusted
Pipers. They
Jay-Z.
put the best
Because we the
Pied
main
Pipers
ones
there.
joining the military.
okay, well, my point is that we can't keep blaming these people in the industry that's just trying to make a coin. We already know
Because
they're
it
doing this to make a
brainwashes our
coin. We
children
know they're doing
regardless.
this to get out
It's
the
in
barrel.
the air.
So
It
stop
gets
trying
to
to
our
blame
children.
everything that these
Like
kids are going
radiation.
through or that they're experiencing on these people that are just doing a job. Like,
And I'm gonna tell you,
your
why?
kids
Hold
are
on.
coming to watch and your
Hold
kids
on.
are
Hold on.
that. Oh,
Because I'm gonna tell you why I agree with not nice.
I've been I've been trying to say that
when
for a
the
bit.
conversations came up around last year's BET Award ceremony, and they were calling out Lil Nas X for the same gender kiss and all of that stuff that happened, it was interesting to me that nobody said, "Wait a minute, why is your child watching the BET Awards? Period. This is an adult theme award show. Why does Lil Nas X need to not be there? Because there's plenty of other explicit ass shit taking place on the BET stage aside from what Lil Nas X is doing, and it's only a problem in a congressional hearing because it's some gay shit going on, and so it begs the question
to the
of
point right
hold
now
on,
where
it begs, hold on. No, to not nice point, it begs the question of is what I feel like a lot of people don't want to admit is that they are literally willfully allowing their children to be indoctrinated by a lot of shit, and they are being just like selective about the things that make them draw back right now happen to just be the gay shit. But long as it's not gay, then it was not. Then it's okay. Because I'm trying to hold on.
Do you know Lil Nas X got a spot on Sesame Street?
I'm gonna let everybody rock.
So
because
what?
It was
Okay,
hold on.
I'm sorry.
Because it was the same question about Empire. And I was thinking, well, why are we talking about the kids? Why the fuck are your kids watching Empire to begin with? Like, I don't understand why are the kids in front of the screen watching these things, and because all the critiques is what about the kids? What about the kids? What about the kids when it comes to the
It's
gay
ain't
shit?
TVMA
They're
when the show come
brainwashing our
on.
kids. They are hypnotizing our kids like that
No,
movie.
because
they can't be hypnotized by
If
something
you're
they don't
gay,
see.
you're gay.
It's
It doesn't
not right.
matter. Like, let me tell you
The
something.
thing
There were
is that we can't let our children listen to any music, watch any TV, and we surprise them.
There is no.
I'm gonna tell you why.
Can we go in the order or something?
He
can't
hold on.
Yeah, call us out. Call us
definitely
out.
want to. Yes, we are. And before we do, there's definitely a fake ass outrage because I turn on TikTok and Instagram Reels every day, and there is some little girl, some little boy doing some fresh ass dance to some censored ass grown ass folk song, and the comments are little with grown folks finding it so cute
that a little mama is twerking to this, a little poppy is twerking to that, and there's no outrage over the fucking kids. A bunch of adults celebrating
be exposed to anything anymore.
A bunch of adults celebrating kids being fresh and being and acting more mature than their age. And my question is, where is the same censorship and where is the same outrage? Because it seems like the kids are being allowed to be exposed.
Yeah, everybody blaming everybody but the parents.
Like,
Well,
you
you
know
what I
like, because I got a lot of stuff to say.
I want to know at the
you know what I think in
Hold on.
regards to that.
Hold on. So no, because we're gonna set a whole order. So a reckless, then not so nice, then Lady T, then Mr. Brown, etc. A reckless. Go ahead.
What do we
All
answer
right,
first?
so I'm
Get
about
the
to say
question again.
I'm about to say a few things. First
The
things
only
first,
thing is you
we
gotta
have
go
to.
out of
Oh,
your
Lord,
way
we can't even get started.
to make sure your kids not.
It's a round. It's a round.
He
No,
gave us
it's all right.
he gave us a
I gave the order.
What's the question?
Go ahead, reckless.
Okay. So the whole thing behind it, I'm sorry, I'm just going to have to be the one to say it. Yeah, some of us have to let go of that old philosophies and pathologies and stuff that our grandparents, our great grandparents was holding on to, because apparently if it didn't work for them, it's not working now. Secondly, the whole thing about Lil Nas X being on Sesame Street, I'm trying to see what would be the difference than Destiny Child or 2 Chainz being on Sesame Street as well, because guess what? They are adult artists. But however, they do understand they have young fans. So with that being said, I would like that answer from you. And also, and this is a very interesting question, you talked about media and influence. So my question to you, and besides the last 20 years, which I sound like conscious, besides in the last 20 years, there was no gay representation, but however, there were gay people. How can you explain that? That's my question to you.
Because they were in the church.
Well, my thing is you gotta cut off your kids completely. Now today, either they're gonna be exposed to, if you raising a young male, they're gonna be exposed to sexuality. I'm not bashing homosexuality, but I don't want just me personally, right? I like thick, I like nice, thick ass motherfucking females.
But that's because that's
my kids don't need to be exposed to thick ass booties on the guy, even though that's what I like. I like that shit. My kids don't need to be exposed to that shit.
No, the reason why. No, okay, because right now,
kids to nothing today.
Because right now you're trying to dress it up. But here's the thing. I also preference the question. Wait.
I
also preference the question.
If a man likes another man, that's what you like sexually. I like fat asses. That's what I like sexually. Children don't need to be exposed to none of that.
It's so funny, but what about Cinderella? What about all these other cartoons that also express heterosexual relationships and also but the thing is that you guys, whenever you guys see it, excuse me, that was a comma, not a period. I was not done.
Hold on. I ain't think I was cutting you off. If I thought I was cutting you off, I wouldn't even spoke.
No, Mr. Brown, because see the problem that a lot of niggas do is that all of a sudden everything needs to leave the motherfucking table when LGBT shit enters into the space. All of a sudden now, all of it needs to be gone. Hold on, wait. Wasn't nobody contesting everything on the motherfucking table before LGBT shit got on the motherfucking table? It was okay for Cinderella and Pocahontas and Aladdin and all them hoes to be gyrating and floating and kissing and heart throbbing out of their damn chest and floating and levitating and tails wagging and all this shit.
What the white people put in front of
Minnie and shit before the LGBT shit got on the table. So it's literally the hypocrisy and the escapism for me, because if it's off the table, the outrage should have been there from the heterosexual community about the level of hypersexuality that was being introduced to their children through mainstream cartoons and media and pop culture and hip hop and rap, and none of that became a fucking conversation until Lil Nas got his ass up there in high thigh boots descending down into hell, giving Satan a lap dance.
Okay, in this world, there are some children that have never seen nothing like that.
two men together or two women together. That's all I'm trying to say. And what them put, by them putting it on TV, it exposes innocent minds to that. You understand?
That's what I'm getting at. Just like I said, I like fat asses. I don't want my little boy to be thinking about fat asses. I want him to be thinking about math, science, and motherfucking literature. That's what I want my little boy to be thinking about. I don't want him to be thinking about sex.
Right. Okay, so let me say what I was saying. There's
gay or whatever. I don't want him to be thinking about sex.
We going, but what we do, Mr. Brown, sometimes when this board gets too crowded where we talking on top of each other, we take turns. So now it's your turn, and I'm going to wait till it's my turn because everybody got to get a point across because this is very important.
Okay, that's what I had to say. Maybe I was talking over you and people didn't hear what I had to say, but I'm giving it up.
Yes, that you.
We want to hear what you got to say. So
you said it that you were. No, I understand what Mr. Brown. I agree with him. He wants children to be children. I agree that kids should be.
Right. This boy definitely agrees with this. This king up here definitely agrees with this. He don't play that pedophile bullshit. Okay, he's definitely strict about kids. So I want to hear your point of view. Everybody got to get their point of view because I definitely want to tell you what this is all about.
But I just wanted to be clear that who I'm calling out is not the kids. I'm calling out the hypocrisy of adults who are all of a sudden now screaming about uncensored world, but they're only screaming about the uncensored world because LGBT people in them spaces. They wasn't screaming about.
This is the reason why, Conscious. This is the reason why. Because as a norm, that this so-called normal society, it's normal for a man and woman, and it's supposed to be abnormal for anything different. So that's the reason why, but what I'm trying to say, in this world, there's a whole lot of children that have never experienced or seen anything of two men together or two women together. But when they allow this on the internet and it not counting over, it brainwashes the children. It lets them know this is okay. It guides them and influences them. It makes them curious. You understand?
So if we
can I ask a
why
question?
are the kids
In real talk, bro.
Can I say one thing?
Just being 100% real with you, bro. Homosexuals are less than 5% of the population, bro.
But so what?
Why is it? Come on, bro.
No, but so what?
Okay, so can I just say that at the end of the day?
Hold on. We have set in order, and we're going to abide by it because not nice. Go ahead and not be nice, boo.
I've been trying to be nice. But yeah. So
nobody else talk. Just let her talk, please. One at a time. We're gonna stop. Go ahead. Be nice.
Okay. Well, yeah. Basically, I was just trying to say, like, we as a people have to start just taking accountability because at the end of the day, it's 2022. There are too many parental controls on any device that you buy. There are parental controls on the TVs, parental controls on every damn thing that your kids have access to. And even if your kids are exposed to something, it is your job as a parent to teach your children discernment and to understand that just because you see something or just because you hear something does not mean go do it. And this is why you shouldn't do it. If people start doing that, just because people make music, it's not going to be the blame of everything. Like, that shit been going on, and it's going to continue to go on.
Can I interject?
Whether it's...
Hold on.
Okay.
Are you finished?
Yeah.
The answer is no, you can't
answer,
Mr. Brown.
Answer the question, Mr. Brown.
Miss Nisi, can I interject on your conversation?
She said yes. Go ahead.
Okay. We have gotten to a level now where you can't expose your children to any media at all. You can't expose them
if that's
to
how
any
you feel,
music
then
at
don't.
all whatsoever.
We've been talking about choices. That's a choice. Then your children don't have to. You can play gospel music all day. You can have gospel movies on all day. That's your choice. What you expose your children to. Like we help do that when we ride in the car. We listen to our music. Yep. Like people aren't conscious of the things that they put on their children. Then when their children go out here and do things, oh my God, the kids. Save the kid. You ain't save them in your own house. So of course, when they go out here in the street, they gonna act buck wild like they ain't got no damn home training. It starts at home. I'm tired of all these black
They
folks trying to blame the
200
white man
channels that
and
you
the
pay for
TV and the radio. The TV and
every
radio
month,
been
but you
here.
can
That don't
only
mean
let your
everybody
child
out here
watch
doing
one.
what the TV and radio is saying. Why is
Do you
everybody
realize?
not
Hold on. Do you realize, Mr. Brown, that there are people still, as contemporary and technologically advanced as the world is? Do you know that there are still parents who do not allow their children to listen to the radio and watch cable television? I know,
right?
because I had two. Because I got two.
That's the
I got.
same
Hold on.
way I
Hold
would
on.
raise
Hold
my
on. Hold
child.
on. Because
I
I got.
believe you,
Hold
because
on.
that's the
Because I
same way
got
I would raise
cousins.
my child.
I got cousins who raised
I don't
my
have a
younger
choice.
cousins very strictly. They were not allowed to listen to mainstream radio and none of that shit.
Mm-hmm.
They wasn't allowed to watch, and they had flip phones while everybody else had smartphones. Because
Period.
to to not nice's point, you got choices. Now, if you don't exercise the choices you need to exercise to ensure that your child's mind is protected accordingly, that's on you. That's the burden of being a
I
parent.
agree with you,
That's
brother.
the
I have no
that's
choice
the
but
burden
to
of being a guardian.
raise my
No, they go
child
right to the
exactly the
school and they
same
get
way
their
you
Thank you,
saying that
Conscious.
they have options to. Exactly how you saying is the same way I would raise my child. I
And
wouldn't
guess
throw
what?
into any of it.
And let's also hold on, because parenting is also not the art of just keeping inappropriate shit from your child. Parenting is also about appropriately informing your children about the way the real world works. In every household, there should be a hold on, wait a minute. In every motherfucking household, there should be a conversation going on about all of the very interesting people that your child is going to grow up enough to end up in school with, to end up working next to end up in society with. You should
Right.
be home teaching your child about the diversity
Don't
of
wait
the
till they
world.
grown.
The world is not a fucking bubble. So at some point in time, you have to educate, and education has to be non-biased, because the world looks very.
But you see,
everybody in the world don't
okay, I'm gonna
identify
let you
as
finish, bro.
Christian. Everybody in the world ain't no motherfucking Muslim. Everybody in the world ain't African American. Everybody in the world ain't motherfucking
Right.
gay.
I was just telling my
Everybody in the
son being
motherfucking
gay ain't
world
the worst thing.
ain't
Being a
straight.
thief is.
Don't
And
send your little school around
your job as a parent is
The
to properly enlighten your children accordingly. If you're not doing that, you don't get to blame that on the radio, pop culture, TV, the white man, none of that shit.
Right.
But please, can I just
I
say
agree.
this? Hold on, Mr.
Let
Brown.
me just give my retort to Conscious. The way I will raise my child on one rule: if somebody treats you nice, if somebody does good to you, if somebody treats you good, you treat them better. If somebody does you bad, you treat them worse. If somebody does you good, you treat them better. If somebody does you bad, you do them worse. That's the only thing my child needs to know.
Yeah,
It don't matter if you white, purple, it don't matter if you gay, it don't matter what you is. If somebody treats you good, treat them better.
Hold
If
on,
somebody does you bad, treat them worse.
Hold on. I'm glad you. Hold on. I'm glad you said that, Mr. Brown. Let me ask you a hypothetical question. If you were to have a gay or trans child, what would be your approach?
A transsexual child?
Yeah, or a gay child. If you were to have a queer or a transsexual child, what would be your approach?
Be real.
And be 100.
First and foremost, I'll probably be raising them to you. And we talking about male, female, it don't matter.
It don't matter.
Okay. I'll be raising them from the cradle to as soon as they leave my house to, you know what I'm saying, just the way I view the world. And, you know what I'm saying, the way they mother and they father view the world. And once they leave, I guess I don't got no choice. I'm not going to just be like, I don't give a fuck about my child. You get what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I thought about this scenario because I think about a lot of things. But you know what I'm saying? I would just raise them as
Are you going to accept it? How are you going to
I
treat
would
them?
raise my son to be a reflection of me. And
No.
I would pick a good female, and I would raise my daughter to be a reflection of the female that I chose. And if they leave and they decide to go to do something else,
It usually
I
don't start
wouldn't-
once they leave. It
I
usually
still
start
love my
before the
child.
child even leaves the house.
See, this is the only thing I wanted to
He
say.
didn't answer the question.
If I could just-
Wait. Sweet, no, we need him to answer this question. Please.
But he
give us a
did,
minute.
though.
No,
Hold
he
on.
didn't.
Did I
Mr.
not?
Brown, you did not answer the question.
I said
Are
I would
you
love my
going
child no matter what they
you
did.
said, what you said, Mr. Brown, was you was going to raise your child not to be gay. That's what you said.
No, I
Well,
ain't.
Sweet, I'm not
I
talking
did
to
say
you
that.
right now, Sweet. Please
Not
give me a minute to
in
talk to
less
Mr. Brown.
words than what she
No.
said. Of course, I'm gonna raise my son not to be homosexual.
What we are saying,
I'm gonna raise him
what
to be a reflection
what
of
we
me.
are saying, what we are saying, to on your knowing, if your child, you don't know, you're raising your child of a certain way, but you don't know, but come to find out, your child is different. How are you gonna act in your house? You're 15-year-old.
I'm not going to disown my child. I'm going to raise my child to be, I'm going to raise my son to be a reflection of me.
Listen, you are not gay. We are talking about a gay.
Woman,
if your child
and
is
I will
not
raise
a
my
reflection,
daughter to be
if your
a
child is
reflection
not
of the woman that I chose.
if your child is not a reflection of you, let me try to get this, please.
I would not disown him. I wouldn't.
I'm asking you that. Okay, so how are you going to treat him? Now you know that he's gay. Now, okay,
Hold on. I think I see. I think hold on.
Realistically,
I think I see the issue. It's a lack of clarity. So, Mr. Brown, you seem to be under the impression, gathering your response to the question, that homosexuality is a taught thing, is a psychological condition, right?
I know. I've looked at documentaries and shit like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? People are born with, you know what I'm saying? Like, your hormones are just different, and people think different ways. It is a scientific fact. It's a scientific fact.
And what are you going to do?
But to Miss Barbara's point, hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. But
I'm gonna raise him to be a reflection of me up until the point he leaves my household.
Yellow light. I'm not talking. I ain't talking about that. To Miss Barbara's point, you said you would raise your child to be gay. She said if you,
I said I will raise.
You would raise him not to be gay. But she said, she asked you, since you don't believe that it's necessarily a choice, then how are you going to raise him to be straight if he identifies as gay? If he identifies as gay, how are you going to raise him as straight? He identifies as gay.
How are you going to?
I think that's something he can't do. He won't be capable of doing it.
Let us get the answer from him. Let us get the answer from him, please.
Listen, I would not mentally abuse him. I would not physically abuse him. Okay, but I'm going to raise him to be a reflection of me.
You just Mr. Brown.
I can't clarify anymore.
If y'all think I would do something,
let me jump in. Hold on. So what you saying you're going to do?
I'm going to instill everything I have in me onto my son,
regardless of however his child comes out.
that my woman has onto my daughter.
Yeah, and there would be nothing wrong with that, sir. It would be nothing wrong with that.
That's all we can do.
You said that you wasn't going to abuse him or misuse him. There's nothing wrong with you continuing to guide him. You understand? But when people try to abuse that's what makes a difference. When they
hold on, Miss Barbara. But as a queer adult who was a queer child, I need to say that
I knew that.
Hold on.
First time I heard you speak.
Hold on. As a grown gay who was a young gay, I can tell you that raising your gay child as straight is abuse. It is abuse.
Exactly.
It's deeply negligent and it's deeply oppressive, and you have no idea the can of worms you're opening up when you're trying to convince someone of one orientation of another orientation. And this is why the download community exists. This is why Niggas are married women just to pretend and have a beard and fuck up other people's lives just to showboat in front of their parents, in front of their community, and sacrifice themselves and their own authentic truth, and then have the audacity to get caught in their bullshit and be judged by the same community that told them to wear a mask, that conditioned them to wear a mask. And then when they're discovered wearing the motherfucking mask, there's a witch hunt. We can't have it both ways. So you either have to facilitate an environment that's safe for the truth that your children come into this world bearing and come to know about themselves, or understand that whatever happens as a result of you trying to enforce another law upon them is going to be littered with a lot of consequences, and that blood is going to be on your hands.
And two consciouses.
It's like I said, I'm every day when I wake up and I look at my child, I'm going to try to make my child a reflection of myself, and I feel like that's my duty as a father. If I feel like I'm a good man and I'm a good person, I'm going to try to make him a reflection of me.
So hold on. I wanna push the gas a little bit more. So let's say hypothetically, I'm your 14-year-old son, and you my dad. I'm little Mr. Brown Jr. I'm Lil Brown Jr.
Okay, so you my 14-year-old son, but when you speak, you don't sound like me. You sound like your mother. That's what you're saying. I'm going to keep on trying to make you a reflection of me. I'm not going to abuse you mentally. I'm not going to abuse you mentally. I'm not going to down you. I'm not going to dash you.
Mr. Brown.
I'm going to keep on and trying to make
you keep on projecting your will over my truth.
One day you're going to be 18. You're going to be a grown man.
And this is why queer children are killing their motherfucking tail.
Exactly. I was just about to say.
Queer children. I ain't finished with this. Hold on. I'm not. Hold on.
I will never give y'all any kind of response.
Hold on, Mr. Brown. Now, hold on. I want you to be for real, because I want us to
I'm gonna be for real,
Mr. Brown.
Be for real.
Okay, good. I want us. Hold on, wait. I want us to step into hypothetical role playing here. You are
hypothetical, you said you was 14. And you don't sound
Mr.
like
Brown,
me, but
I'm
you
gonna
sound
leave.
like my wife.
I just want
You're my son, but you ain't talking like
Mr.
me.
Mr. Brown, I'm gonna leave.
Like
I just need you to follow in this hypothetical. Okay.
All right.
Now, I'm your 14-year-old gay son. You my father. Now, I'm coming into puberty. I'm coming into wanting to date like any other normal 14-year-old boy is coming into right now. Right. But except my love and romance is yielded toward the same sex. How can I even come to you and talk to you about my orientation and what I'm experiencing in the context of same-sex attraction, same gender loving, rather than heterosexuality? How are you prepared to meet me where I am?
Obviously, you must you feel me? You more like my wife than you are like me.
So he can't go to the wife.
Go with her with that shit.
Right.
Yeah.
You need to go with her with that shit.
That's right.
That's all I can tell you. You need to go with her with that. I'm not going to abuse you mentally or physically, but obviously, if my wife likes men and you like men, then you need to go with her with that. I don't know nothing about it.
That's rational enough. I'll take it.
Yeah, he might take that. I feel like definitely take that.
Reckless. Is there anything as the other same gender loving man on the panel that you want to chime in and ask Mr. Brown before the ladies take over?
Oh Lord Jesus! All right, so however, two
Let me
consciousness
say,
point.
if anybody want to say something, Nisi, not nice. I've been looking at your little profile picture. You little sexy,
Oh my
little
God.
brown skin, John.
She married.
I do like that.
To the money.
I leave that. I leave that just like I said it.
All
No, I
right, so
appreciate it though. I appreciate it. You're not bad looking yourself.
come on, look at y'all flirting. All righty, so two conscious point. You did mention that you did watch documentaries and stuff, but however, I want you to also watch the documentaries of parents that have given their testimonies about them losing their child because they were so hell bent on trying to grow them in their teach them to be straight or cisgendered or whatever, and now when they go inside their own home, there's a bullet between their in between their eyebrows. So also I want you to
I
want you to
couldn't
watch
see
those
myself
documentaries as well.
harming my child. I couldn't. Me personally, I couldn't see myself ever harming my child.
No, he's not
didn't
saying
say
you do it. He's
but
saying your
it's also
child did it to themselves.
yes, as in harming themselves because of the stress of because keep in mind too, children are not they're not nice at all too. So keep in mind other people are going to be teaching their children about homophobia, internalized homophobia as well. So that also comes with bullying, name calling, and then on top of that, you're reinforcing them quote unquote to be straight. So they're not going to feel safe to even come to you about it. They're going to feel alone.
Motherfucker, I've
And
been beating
then
motherfuckers up all in elementary school. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if he gay or whatever. He gonna beat your ass.
Yeah, because I know some gay boys that rock
He gonna beat your ass.
as soon as you say
The gay
something
boys
wrong.
around my way was knocking more niggas
Yeah,
out than
I know a couple of them. Yeah,
but also
if he coming for me,
if you
he
want
gonna
to.
beat your motherfucking ass.
Exactly.
As soon as you say something slick, he on your ass.
And
but
has a whole
also
neighborhood
okay,
behind
so
him.
I grew up in the
okay, so I
down low
do.
era. I grew up in the down low era where they had to wear their suits and be GQ. You understand? But baby, they would tear your behind up.
Fuck you
So
up.
I do have like three more hypocrisies I do have to call out. Okay, so here's one of the hypocrisies is that when it comes down to parenting, you have 18 years, but however they have to be straight. But however, I mean they have to be straight up under your roof. They must wait to
I
after
didn't
they're
say
18.
he gotta be straight. I'm not even
They
trying
must be.
to think about a psychological situation with my son. Yeah, okay, y'all put me in this.
Well, this is the problem,
as
though.
gay men, y'all put me in this situation.
I'm gonna tell
Okay,
you why.
okay,
Hold on. Hold on.
Right.
Before you get started, I'm gonna tell you why. Because these are the hypothetical positions that every so-called person considering parenting needs to. Because you can undergo the process of
I can birth a son that
yes,
has
anybody. Hold on.
A hormonal imbalance.
Anybody,
he has more estrogen than he has testosterone.
Anybody. This is the problem with the straight community is
It
that
happens. Just
they
like,
don't.
I ain't even trying to compare it to that.
Is that they don't consider whom they're giving birth to. They don't. That's shit that straight people need to sit down and think about. Who the fuck am I giving birth to? What if I have a trans child? What if I have a same gender loving child? This is who could be coming through this process.
Conscious. As soon as I hopped on the panel, you sounded like goddamn Hillary Clinton, motherfucker. I knew you was gay. As soon as I hopped on the panel, motherfucker,
You
I'm
should. I ain't hiding the motherfucking
thing.
thing. You should
Nigga,
though.
Obviously, you know what I'm saying? I'm here for an intelligent conversation, goddamn. But I knew.
Hey man,
you open your mouth, goddamn, I knew.
But
I
also,
lived it loud enough for you to know.
But let's also keep in mind
What the fuck?
You should know, my nigga. It ain't nothing being kept hidden from you.
I know, but check this out. This is all I want to ask you, Conscious.
No,
this all I
Mr. Brown,
want to
before
ask
you
Conscious.
all right, before
Was it a choice for you? Was it a choice?
No.
It wasn't a choice.
Hold on. Let me answer. As terribly mean spirit as some of your
am I
Mr.
being
Brown,
creative?
are you I ain't can I
feel like I'm
can I complete
okay,
the sentence?
never mind.
Can I complete the sentence?
I feel like I'm being accepted
as terribly mean spirited as some of your heterosexual peers can be. I think I speak for every LGBT person in existence. If there was a switch that any of us could fucking flip to avoid the trauma and the bullshit that we've been through, being this way, all of us would have given our lives to hit that fucking. And matter of fact, many of us took our lives because there was no switch.
Reckless logic. You feel the same way?
That was so.
Let me talk to you. Let me talk to you.
Everything that you just
Wait,
said.
I wasn't done. Let me tell you my story, okay?
You like women?
Wait a minute, Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, I'm telling you a story right
I'm just
now.
asking. I'm just trying to get everything straight. Okay?
All right, I want to tell you a story right now.
No pun intended. No pun intended. I'm just trying to get everything straight.
Let me tell you a story right now. I have two beautiful. I have two beautiful little girls. Beautiful girls, right? When my girls was young, my second daughter, you understand me? We was in TJ Maxx. You understand? This little girl, all she wanted was the boys section. All she nothing. All through her growing up. This child
with girls is
my
different.
my daughter sat at the table. When I went to the school, she was sitting at the table with about 20 boys, not with the girls. When she did sports, she did boys sports. I was a mother here, play with the
I dicked down a couple of females on the basketball
Mr. Brown,
team.
I'm in the store like this. I'm in the store like this. Here, take the doll, baby. No, I want this, mommy. This is a boy toy. You can't play with this. Here, take the doll. No, mommy, I want this. Never did nothing. A little girl. Never was girly. But fine as hell. Never was
sexier than a motherfucker. She was thick too, wasn't she?
Beautiful.
And
still is. But she, that's what.
Yeah, but being a tomboy
is different
because
that's
the freedom.
Parents don't know what their kids do. That's a cute way of saying anything. Parents don't know what their kids do. Okay?
No, but what I'm saying is,
you know what I'm trying to say, Conscious, right?
What?
Yeah, like niggas be trying to get
but what I'm saying is in my own life,
because the tomboys ain't been fucked a million times.
Reckless, are you understanding what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, but she was a tomboy because I was a tomboy too.
Hold on, wait.
Understanding what I'm trying to say?
Hold on, wait.
Parent know what their damn child is doing.
Oh, for sure. But let me hold on.
Never.
Let me ask you, Miss Barbara. Hold on. I want to ask Miss Barbara for clarification and verification. Are you saying that your daughter is a tomboy, or are you saying that she's same gender loving?
Listen, I think no parent know what the hell their kid is doing. I can't be saying nobody business over the internet. I don't know, but that's how it's supposed to be.
Whole face
Mommy
up,
don't know
you
nothing.
say what your daughter doing.
You understand me? But I'm saying when she was a little baby, I'm trying to push all the girl toys on her and everything. She ain't never played with no little girl.
I was just saying, like, I always been the same way.
She was a little girl, sweet. Let me tell my story. When she was a little girl, she never played with little girls. Always boys, everything. Boys.
That don't mean you don't have dick inside of you. Like, she was just tomboying.
The same thing. I know girls like that too.
Because little boys don't get the same protection. Like, little boys don't get
oh yes, a reckless. Hold on, sweetness. A reckless. Continue with your contradictions.
This gonna be a
tomboys got some tight pussy.
Oh Lord Jesus.
Oh Lord.
All right, so one of the things that when it comes down to this parenting, I understand there's no pamphlet or no blueprint when it comes down to parenting. But however, if the child is straight and cisgender, they're able to participate in being the appropriate quote unquote normal gender from birth, as in girls having pink, boys having blue, associating basketballs with the male gender and all those different types of other things. But however, if the child ends up being
I don't mean to cut you off, brother, but you lost me. What does cisgender mean? I got you. So in a nutshell, if you are not trans, you're cisgendered. So basically all that means is that
you're not trans. That's
Is
basically
that
what
where
it
the
is.
word
It's the
sissy
opposite.
comes from?
Basically.
No.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
What?
Like
Yeah,
saying
see,
Yeah.
cis,
so
Yeah.
many
you saying
titles
cisgender.
and
That's where the
words
word
put
Hold
on
cis
and
on,
comes from.
labels.
Mr. Brown, about that. It's very easy. All cisgen. Okay,
I'm
so
talking intelligently. I'm
hold on.
not trying to bash nobody.
I'm about to help.
He said
I'm about
it
to
before
help.
I said it.
Can you? I get it.
Okay.
Okay, so do you see how trans people are a thing, right? Like there's a term called trans people, right? Transgender, right? Yes.
Yeah. Hey
Okay.
man,
All
you
right.
can
Okay.
pay
No. Just
$10,000
yes.
and
Just
goddamn.
oh my God, Mr. Brown, don't make it hard for me to don't make it hard for me to educate you. Just yes or no.
You didn't have
Yes.
too much communion.
There's a thing called transgender. Yes. Okay. Cisgender just means that, to Reckless' point, you are not trans. It means that you are born a male and you agree with
Conscious.
your. Hold on, no. Hold on. I'm making progress here.
All right, because I'm going to straighten this panel out.
And you are male. Your anatomy is male, and you agree with that anatomy. That's all cis mean.
Oh,
Or
wow, I
it's
didn't
just
know
It
another.
has
that.
nothing to do with the word sissy.
Hold on, wait. Or even more simpler terms, it just means that you are a biological male, not a trans male, but a biological male.
And you agree with your assignment.
You're not gonna tell me that
You're not a man no more.
real
You a
term
cis
is
man.
cis,
You can't
but
be
it
taught.
don't
You're
got
not
nothing
considered
to
a
do with
man no more.
cis.
Miss Kelly Thornton in
Because
the
it's
chat.
You're
I
a
got
cis
something to
man.
say to you
Wait, hold on,
about
no.
Miss
Okay.
Michelle ATLE panel, baby. I got something to say to you, Miss.
The
That gotta be the origin
problem
of the
with
word
Mr.
sissy.
Brown is that while people
No.
trying to teach him, he be thinking
But
about
Niecy, do
he
you
be
agree with
in
that?
his head instead of
Stuff?
listening to comprehend.
So, Mr.
Listen,
Brown.
don't think while you're being taught, Mr. Brown. Don't think. Just
I think the
listen with
questions in the middle
comprehension.
of the statements are throwing him off because when as soon as you ask a question, he think it's his turn to answer instead of just
Conscious, I have
continuing.
emergency.
I just
No,
want you to
Conscious,
know,
please, I
Niecy,
have
I'm a thick
emergency.
sexual.
Conscious, no,
I'm
I
a
need
thick
your help.
sexual.
Conscious, I need your help. I have emergency.
Okay, good to know.
Conscious attention.
He's shooting his
Before-
shot.
Whatever.
No,
I don't know
need
what these
emergency.
niggas
I need
talk
to speak
about,
to
but I'm a
Conscious
thick
right now.
sexual.
Mr. Brown,
Put your
please be
number in
quiet.
the back chat
Mr.
for this
Brown,
nigga.
Mr.
Not
Brown,
nice.
please
Put
be
your
quiet.
number in the
Mr.
back
Nobody
chat.
Brown,
gonna
please,
get
The
it.
please,
thirst
Conscious,
is
like
real, honey.
Conscious,
Mr. Brown
please
is
give me
just
your
shooting his
attention.
shot. Like he
Please
don't
be
even
quiet,
care. Like he don't
everybody.
even get a one.
Conscious,
This man trying
Conscious,
to
I
get a
need your
date.
attention.
Please make him a happy
Conscious,
man.
please. Conscious, please, I need your help. I need your attention. Something happened to me.
Yeah, Niecy,
Okay,
hit me
something
up. He
happened to me.
already
This
told
is
you.
very important. I need your damn attention. Okay, I was on the panel. That damn, I'm so mad. That ATLE Michelle, right?
Oh,
So I
God.
made the mistake. I told Michelle, I said, Michelle, I told these black women, I don't believe that a black man should have more than one woman, right? And I made the mistake of calling Michelle miserable and lonely. The bitch is damn lonely, and she fucking miserable. Because I'm gonna say that shit right now. Because let me tell you something.
I don't
When
necessarily
fucking
agree
Cole
with that.
Medea told her ass off and called her all kinds of stinking and putches and
fucking
stuff like that,
Geneva.
I had her back. You understand what I'm saying? She allowed this woman to get on her panel and talk about my grandbaby. Babies are off the limit. Babies are off the limit. Yeah, this bitch was talking all kinds of shit about my grandbaby. This bitch don't know in person I would have blasted her head.
Oh Lord. Mama Rose, what's going on in the black
in the damn
community?
bushes, this bastard in the bushes gonna talk about calling me slap crazy. Baby, ain't nothing crazy about me. So what's crazy was for that fucking bitch to let that fucking cunt stay on her panel disrespecting a baby. Don't play with me. I'm not to be played
Yo,
with.
Miss Barb.
I have a question, Miss Barbara.
You need to calm down.
Hold on, y'all.
Hold
Hold on, y'all.
Cause she not over here.
Hold on. What had triggered that, Miss Barbara? What
No,
triggered
this damn bastard was in the chat talking about Barbara slap dip crazy. Michelle ran her off a pen. Michelle ain't ran me off a damn place. And I can't wait to check her ass.
Oh, somebody said that.
It's not the wrong
Nobody
thing.
grandbaby.
Oh, okay. So she was talking to
nobody
Kelly. That was for you, baby.
That's why I'm gonna get her ass. You don't talk to nobody grandbaby.
forget
Anytime
her.
you try to explain the truth to these black bitches,
No,
they want to get rid of their husbands because they done stuck their thing in somebody else. You want to destroy your whole family because of that? Get over it.
Hold up.
That man was
Miss
not
Barbara.
created
Oh,
for
I see. I see the comment. I see it. I got it.
That man was not only created for your ass, because half of these men have relationships. Don't play with me,
take
girl.
a deep breath. Take a deep breath.
Play
and
with
drink
me,
some
bro.
Drink some cool
No,
water.
because that Michelle got some damn nerve.
No,
You
but
understand what I'm
relax on
saying?
that.
No,
Hey, you don't
talk about
recognize
nobody's
that she's
grandbaby
weaker
and
than
stuff
you.
like that.
No,
Then somebody
Miss
gonna come up here.
Barb.
Don't
Miss
play with me.
Barb.
Don't
Relax.
play with me because my panel, I gotta protect my panel because I'm serious about suing
Yeah, I
this
know.
United States
I know, but
government.
you gotta
I'm
take a
not
deep
playing. I
breath.
put my life on this.
But
Yeah,
don't
y'all better
give,
watch yourself. Be
Cardell,
in check now.
with gang members,
but don't
I'm
give
not gonna
anyone
play with.
trolling that kind of power over you, Miss Barbara.
Yeah,
Don't
relax.
give them that kind of power
Take a
over
breath.
you.
Now, hold
I'm
up,
not
because
playing.
now, hold up. I have
I'm not
another
playing.
hypocrisy.
Uh-oh.
Now, Miss Barbara.
Yes.
Hold up. I have another hypocrisy. Now, Miss Barbara, you remember who was on that panel, and then weren't you just talking about us turning cheeks?
No.
But
You're
baby,
an
you know that
angel. You're supposed to walk away.
when you mess with the Bear Cubs, it's a whole different story. That bitch could have called me stupid and everything. She could drag me. She could call me. Don't be trying to play with my grandbaby.
So
don't be running your mouth on my grandbaby. You should heard what she allowed this lady to say on a panel about my grandbaby.
What,
because
though?
I told that fat bitch she lonely. That fucking dog she got is only
What?
gonna last
You
12
say it to
years.
your
That
face,
little
so
fucking
what?
dog is
Just let her
almost.
get it out.
Her
Just let her
dog
get
is
it out.
almost half fucking
Nah,
dead
You
right
been
now.
holding that on
Yes,
her
she
chest.
gonna have. She gonna be holding
I
up
hear
pussy
you,
with that
Niecy,
fucking
but
dildo. You
you need to
understand? Like
relax.
like Cardi B told her to. Huh.
Yo,
Huh. Boom.
Miss Barb.
Okay, go ahead, Reggie.
Yes.
What you was saying, Reggie?
Relax. You want to breathe with me?
Yes.
Oh, Lord,
Okay,
Jesus.
while she breathing, go ahead,
3
Reggie.
deep breaths in.
I got you, Miss Barbara.
Yes, please, Conscious, please.
I ain't never.
And
Hey,
3
y'all.
breaths out.
Hey, y'all. I'm never
these
gonna get
niggas.
through this. I'm never gonna get through this.
Right.
Sorry. So the
Forget
whole thing
that,
about the
though.
parenting,
Who cares?
if the child, please, no one, please do not interrupt me. Now, when it comes to the whole parenting thing, like when it comes down to when it comes down to children, when a child is like straight or whatever, they are able to participate in gender roles immediately. But however, when that child. But however, if that child is gay or trans, they have to wait. They have to wait until a particular age, and that is what we're talking about. Now, the whole thing that was mentioned before is that you did mention that the homosexuals are only 5% of the population. When we were referring to the whole thing about representation or media, or whatever, but my rebuttal to that is that the black community is only 13% of the population. So what's your rebuttal for that? So is it important for black people to have representation as well, even though we only make up 13, I believe 16 currently % of the population?
All right, who is this brother? You just got to me. I got a real slick answer for you, my nigga.
Oh, okay, let's go.
Check this out. You know what I like?
Mm-hmm.
I won't tell you what I like.
What you like?
You know what I like? I like when a female upper lip is a little bit darker than her bottom lip, and I like for that bottom lip to be real big. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
When a female got like a little slim upper lip and the bottom like she got a brown upper lip, but the bottom lip is pink.
Oh, Lord.
That shit real sexy to me. It's shit super sexy to me. Like that like let's say like you feel me, I'm in the mall, right? I'm walking through the mall and I look to the right and a bitch upper lip is brown, but the bottom lip is pink. I will walk into the store and pretend like I'm trying to buy some shit.
I think he's
just
trying to
to
change
talk
the
to the
subject on
bitch.
purpose.
Your bottom
You get what I'm
He
saying?
doing that on purpose.
Your upper lip.
I
He do not
already
want to
said
answer Reggie's. He
2%
like,
of
I'm
the
just not gonna answer.
population is homosexual. What's the percent color the population like motherfucking different color lips like me. I like thick bitches. I
didn't say nothing.
I like brown
We
skin.
appreciate that.
I really
answer,
don't
sir.
give a fuck about skin complexion.
Now I need
I
to
like
see
dark
your lips.
skin
If your upper
females,
lips
brown
smaller
skin.
than your bottom
Yeah, he
lip,
not gonna
and then
he not
your
gonna answer
upper
the
lip
question.
browner than
But you
your
get what I'm
lips bigger
saying?
than
That's
your
just my
upper lip.
preference. That's just what I like.
We was talking about
He don't make
parents.
me
That had nothing to do with
I'm glad
anything.
you are a stickler for details,
This is
sir.
what I like.
Exactly.
Crazy.
We had
Baby, he had too much to me.
You like, that's just what you like.
But I think that I
Don't
actually think I understand him,
you
and
ain't gotta put
I
it on
think it's when it's
me
time for me to go
or
on.
put it on
No, it
kids
is on you, Mr. Brown.
or make it a whole
Now
big
imagine
thing
if you was
because
my.
that's what you
Now
like.
imagine.
I got what
Now
I like. You got what you
Now
like.
imagine.
no, but
Hold on,
imagine,
so
but
Mr. Brown, you don't
imagine,
have kids?
no, but
Now,
fuck this.
Mr.
I've
Brown,
been
you
nice
don't
now
have
with that.
imagine if you was my son and I told you that you couldn't like that bottom lip top lip
My
ratio.
pull-out
Like
game is
Mr. Brown, you don't have
extraordinary.
kids?
Yo,
My pull-out game
if
is
he was my
extraordinary.
son, I would tell him
Okay,
that.
well,
Like,
see,
that's crazy.
I guess it's hard for him to relate because he doesn't have kids.
Yeah,
It's
my
kind of hard for
pull-out
him
game
to
is
put himself
extraordinary. I
in
don't
that
be.
position
I
mentally.
ain't. I
the
swear.
Which is
pull-out game. So you
I
hitting
don't
dangerous.
it
be
raw
nothing
too?
in.
So
I
you
don't
hitting
be
it raw
nothing in
too?
these females.
Your
Which is
pull-out game.
which is dangerous.
Are
Like,
you in
and that's the
Atlanta?
point
So
that
you
we're
Like
shooting the
saying.
club
even
up
with
like
like
that, Mr.
She said, "Are
Brown?
you in
even
Atlanta?"
like when I'm in a relationship,
Because they got the highest.
I can be going with you for a couple years.
See,
I'm
in
still
Atlanta, we
pulling
like
out.
this because everybody
I
want to
don't
come
care.
here. If motherfuckers take their ass back home and leave Atlanta the hell alone, we'll be all right. Everybody want to run here
Yo,
because the
I'm
rent
happy
cheap.
we up north
Everybody want to run
because,
here for everything
like,
to
them
come
new,
make some money, and it just got Atlanta looking all kind of crazy.
What you
but the
think
black
pulling
females
out
No,
is
is
you
helping
see,
you
shorty
do?
from Atlanta.
What you
Oh
think
yeah, I'm
But
pulling
born and
yeah,
out is
raised.
helping you
I
do?
just pull out.
I mean, Atlanta got them
What you think
highest
that's
You know
helping
that
you
pulling
do?
out
We got high
I ain't
numbers
fucking
because it's a
nothing
lot of
raw
pregnant,
people
right?
unless
coming here
we in
that's
a
not from
relationship.
Atlanta.
Yeah.
But
What is
So
helping
many
even
pull
people
if
don't
out
I'm
make
in
it
a
to
helping
come
you
here.
do?
relationship, I just
city at
pull
this
it
They
out.
come here and don't leave.
So he said
Man,
he only having unprotected sex in a relationship.
Yeah, I only have
But
unprotected
how
sex
long
in
is your
relationships.
relationship, and
but you
what
still
does a
pull out,
relationship
right?
mean to you? Like,
Yeah, I
how
pull out
long?
every time. I
Like, do you see a
But
trip
you
how many
know,
times you think y'all?
I ain't never nutted in no female in my life.
You ain't been in
but
love
you don't have
though.
to
Thank
nut
you.
inside of a female to get
Hit it
pregnant.
raw.
Pre-cum
Thank you.
does
Hit it
exist.
I
raw.
feel what you're saying. I'm just saying I
Do
don't
you
have any
have children,
kids
Mr.
and
Brown?
I never nutted in no female
So
in
how
my
But you
many
gonna
life.
times
stay
do
up
you
off
have sex
Atlanta
with
though, because
Well,
all them
I
numbers
did
ain't
it in
from
high
people that's from
school
Atlanta. A lot
one
of them
time,
numbers
I
is from
think.
people that came from Hurricane
Probably.
Katrina that never went home. People from Florida, every damn well. Everybody come to Atlanta because they feel like Atlanta popping and they don't take their ass home. That's why we got so much traffic. You can't even go no damn where. Like Atlanta never used to be like this.
It's a vacuum.
I
It's
know.
a
I remember
vacuum.
when
Yeah.
Well,
the
Mrs.
Ozzy
Tyler
brothers were
Perry
singing
made
about
it
Atlanta.
Black
Nobody even knew
Hollywood.
about Atlanta for real, for real.
No,
Black
Freaknik made
Hollywood.
it to Black Hollywood.
Yeah.
People
Well, we
been wanting
had
to
a
come to
Freaknik
Atlanta
up
before Tyler
here,
Perry
but
was
then when they
bothered.
I
stopped
gotta be
doing
the
it,
Who
only
came
person you
first?
fucking for me to
Before
fuck you
Tyler
out.
Perry, I never heard. Who came first?
I said Freaknik.
Oh,
yeah,
I don't know. I never heard the
Freaknik.
name.
But
They
people
used to have
went to
Freaknik
Freaknik
in
and left.
Philly.
They didn't.
I
They
never even
didn't.
heard the name.
You know,
Oh yeah, Freaknik was
yes,
Luke
you
popping
type
did,
back in the
shit.
Uncle
day, back
Luke.
in the 90s.
Like it was before Uncle
You
Luke.
did
It
bust
was
it
like
Freaknik.
it was
It's
like
the
up in
bike week
Philly.
of
It
the
was
90s.
a sorority
Right. It
thing.
was for the
Thank y'all for holding
HBCUs
me
here. It
down.
was
I
for
thought
the
I
for the
was going to catch
colleges.
a heart attack.
Huh?
I was so upset. Thank y'all for holding me down. I was so upset. I thought my eyeballs was going to pop out.
Nah, you ain't need to do all that.
No, because
Barbara.
like, you know what I'm saying? When you try to teach black women something, you know how many women ruin their relationships because they man done fuck somebody else or got somebody
Yeah, but
else
they should
pregnant.
ruin that
You
relationship.
understand?
Fuck
And
them.
then they got how? And the kids got stuff and everything.
everything because of a mistake. If the man still love you and want to be forgiven, forgive that man.
Then he need to be
Miss
okay if I
Barbara.
go down.
Miss Barbara.
Yes,
Wait a minute,
that's reckless. I want
hold
reckless to talk to me.
on.
That's
not
reckless.
reckless.
You know what?
I have a
Explain to me.
I'm
Like,
explaining
why
to
would
you.
a girl
If
stay with a
Squeaky
guy
said
that
about
Because
fucks
she
somebody
want
else?
you to
Like,
talk
that
to
wouldn't
her.
make any sense to me.
I know,
Yeah,
I know
reckless
that,
talk.
but I need for her to explain to me the logic
I want to
behind.
explain it. I want to
Okay.
explain it. I want to explain it. Let me
All
explain it to you, son.
Mhm.
See, Black Americans are kings and queens. They was never intended not to multiply. Okay?
Mhm.
It was the white man that didn't want many Indians running around because he already was paying fire. That was a white man law, not a God law.
You understand?
1% of the
From
population.
India or
So
Native
the white
American?
man made that the law
Native
of the
Americans,
land,
like 1%.
so we
of the
will not
population.
Is that what
produce.
you talking about?
So we would not produce. So the white man made that law. So what? We cannot produce.
What?
But the black American man and woman is kings and queens on this earth and supposed to rule this world. And we supposed to multiply more
Original
kings
people.
and queens. Not pimps, prostitutes, and hoes, what the government turned us into.
But we had
Deny
pimps,
us
prostitutes,
I
and
was
hoes
thinking
back
in
then too. That
2022.
didn't start from the white
You know,
man. That been around.
Right
it's
where
gonna
we
work
at.
out. It's gonna
Back in
work
the beginning of time. All right.
Yeah,
Like,
in
you
the
can go all the way
revelation,
out.
every
Word.
You can go way out
The
to Adam
first
and
thing
Eve,
that
but I'm gonna
ever
tell you in
was sold is
2022,
pussy.
Sex work.
it doesn't make any sense.
The first
for
thing
you
ever
And
sold
for a
on
Chamberlain
this
woman
earth
Maze
is
has been
pussy.
to
around.
live with a man
Every
that
woman the
betrays
king
her.
slept with wasn't his
Period.
wife.
Listen to what Sweet
He
is
had
saying.
his own
Betray.
whores.
Who is
The
you?
oldest
The king used to
profession.
go have whores
Nobody.
too.
Me.
I'm
No,
saying
no,
that
no.
our black
All this
kings that used
betray.
to be in
Betray
back in the
what?
day, they had
Your
their own
cookie
whores.
is
They
not
didn't
the
only
only
have sex
cookie
with
that
their
God
wives.
created on this
Well,
earth.
if he wants as a cookie, let him be the cookie monster.
He need
but
to have a
don't deny
palace
the
before he do
Most
all
black
that.
women are sitting there
What?
holding a dildo in their hand. That's why most black
Why
women are
would
sitting
a
there holding a dildo
woman
in their hand.
stay there
And
with
that
a
white woman is letting
man
that man
that's a cookie
do as many as
monster?
he can afford. And that white woman
A
ain't
cookie
staying.
monster. What's the definition of a cookie monster?
Miss
But she's
Barbara, I'm
saying
sorry
that this
to
dude just can't stop getting enough
Let's go.
cookie. So
Who
he
wanna come
doesn't
to
need to
me?
be in a relationship. He
Who wanna
needs to
come
be a
to me?
cookie monster. He
I'm
needs to
saying
be
Carl,
on his
who
own
wanna come to
going,
me? I said it.
cookies.
I said
Like that, what that
Oh
got to
my
do with
God.
me?
He should be
Why I
cool with
gotta
his
be
girl
the
being the cookie
girlfriend of
monster.
the
They should
cookie
be both
monster? That
cookie
don't even
monsters.
make any sense.
Father
He should be
God.
cool with her
And
doing it
that's
too.
why most black women are holding a dildo in their hand.
And the dudes
Not
got the
me,
little pussy
ma'am.
cup. They got the little cup with the pussy in it. That's why a lot of dudes walking
So
around
you
with
just
My
the
gonna
God,
pussy
let
cup.
today.
a man just keep
I
having
no,
sex
Miss
with
Barbara,
you
I
now?
know you
Name
ain't up here
Just care
upholding
about
patriarchy.
who
your
got the cup with the
feelings or
pussy?
what? I'm like,
Who
why
got the
Oh,
can't
cup
that
with
you
the
that
pussy?
that
have
Miss
everybody ain't find
Barbara,
out.
question,
Damn,
Miss
we ain't
When
gonna
I
act
was
like
Oh,
young,
yeah,
we
when
got
I
the
he
was
same
did.
young, my
everybody.
Do
man,
you know
I
any
Don't you
black
know?
man?
was
I know what
pleased
you're
with
talking
women.
about. You talking about like a pocket pussy?
Yes, I know
no, or
teenage
just
boys.
pussy
A
They lost
black
as
they they
in
lost
man?
their
A
pussy,
black
virginity
man
to
that got
one
a
of
pocket
nothing
those.
to be
pussy?
weird.
Yes,
No
yes,
way.
yes.
And
Not on my
half of these
dime.
They on
women, I
Amazon for
want
like
all these women that
$15.
saying
It
they
don't
man
even
ain't
cost
gonna mess
nothing.
around. I want you to know when he
I
go
ain't.
back
I
and
ain't
forth,
worried
he
about
didn't go for
where it's
coffee.
sold at.
Miss
He
I'm
didn't
talking
go
Barbara,
about
for
have
I
you
have
coffee.
ever
a
seen a
He
question
didn't
for
go
Miss
for
person
Nobody
with?
Barbara
coffee.
doing
and
a
Miss
He
man
not
more
Yes,
working
than
late.
I've
no
seen
He don't got
one
a
teenagers
night
doing
with
job.
that.
that.
That's
He
what
Miss
I'm
don't got
talking
a
about.
Barbara.
second
Barbara,
job.
this
He
is
lying to
Shirley
you.
Miss
These
conversation
are the
Barbara.
even on in
excuses that they use.
2022.
Yes.
Is my I have a
Any
So,
question.
Miss
man is better
Barbara,
than no
I
Yes,
man
have
at
a
yes,
all.
question.
yes.
Nobody's doing that
Miss
no more.
wait,
Barbara, you
Yes,
say
it
Someone
you
is.
has a
said that
someone has a question, you guys.
you
Yes.
said that men you were saying something in regards to men and having more than one woman and I heard you through all of the chaos say if they could afford, right?
Oh, well, you know, your affordability is not always in money. It's also in love.
No.
No. Being able to
that's
no,
actually
Your
right.
riches is not
no,
always
wait a
in
minute.
money and material things. Your riches is in love.
Not
On this earth.
my riches
Anybody
are in
can
Love.
love.
get some pussy
Yeah, my riches are
anytime.
in love.
Let
Okay,
Literally.
so if that's so I'm gonna ask two questions then. One,
okay, baby.
when you say that a man if a man can have more than one woman, he should be able to afford her, right?
No, I'm not
That's
only
what's
talking
going on in
about
Well,
Africa
hold on,
because
Mr.
talking
Brown.
about
the
I have
love
African
I'm
women
trying to
ain't
get
fucking with broke
Mr.
niggas.
Brown. Thanks so much. I appreciate you. I just needed to hear
Oh,
from
no,
Mr.
okay. Don't be
I just needed to hear.
condescending. Don't
I
be
just need.
condescending, though,
I
sweetheart.
All
didn't
right,
mean
so
I
it.
got
just be quiet, Mr.
okay.
Brown. We
All
won't
right,
I
I'm gonna
be
let you
I'm
speak.
not
I'm
being
gonna let you speak.
condescending. I do appreciate you. I've been listening to you this whole time. I appreciate you, but I needed to hear
And
from
she
Miss
been
Brown.
listening to you interrupt the hell out of everybody, Mr. Brown. So
Oh, okay. It's
so,
probably the
Okay, so go ahead. Let's start all over.
You were
I'm
saying
lost.
that if for the man that can have more than one woman, right? He should be able to afford all these women that he's with.
If you talking about financially, I'm talking about he got to afford with love also.
Okay, right.
Not
So
only that, he don't have to have a dime. He don't have to have a dime.
Okay, so he doesn't have to have a job. So now since we're talking about affording, and having all the love to give, can a woman have more than one man?
Yep.
No.
I mean,
no, you know
y'all
why?
do what y'all do.
You want to
Y'all
know
can
why?
fuck broke niggas, but when y'all fuck broke
Wait a minute,
niggas,
Mr.
wait
Brown.
a
let her
minute.
answer.
You gotta answer the
That's
question,
all
Mr.
I
Brown.
ask my
Be
sisters
quiet.
to
You gotta let
do.
me answer the
If
question.
y'all fuck a broke nigga, just make sure he got a condom on. God damn.
Go off, bro.
Sex
Hold up,
is
no,
good.
it's a
Everybody
hypocrisy
likes
here.
sex.
Hold up,
But
wait,
if y'all
it's
fucking
a
a broke
hypocrisy.
nigga,
I have to
Hold
call this out.
make
I'm
sure he
sorry,
got a
I have to call this
condom
out.
Go ahead,
Now,
Rick.
what's the difference between Cardi and Lil Kim saying all the stuff y'all were over here repeating right now? I want to know the difference.
And Erica Badu.
What am
I
I
want to know
saying?
the
That's
difference.
vulgar.
I ain't
You was doctored.
Five, I ain't heard you speaking so
We saying
long.
about
What's so
women
vulgar
having
about what I'm
multiple
saying?
men, a
They're
woman
vulgar.
having more than
The
one
difference
man.
is, I'm gonna answer your question, Reckless. The difference is they're vulgar. They're nasty.
What the?
What? Who?
Cardi B, not Little Kim. Cardi B is nasty.
Now wait a minute, you
Glacier.
are wilding, Miss Barbara. Do you remember hardcore or you forgot the lyrics?
Oh yeah, she laughing, girl.
That's what Cardi B got it
Miss
from.
How would she
I
get
would
from
never
the
put
juice that she was
We
dealing
seen
with?
Lil' Kim
that
do it.
dud. That
Miss
dud.
Barbara,
Yes,
hold
baby.
on. I just want to recite to you one Little Kim verse.
Uh-oh.
I don't care.
I want you to
don't care
listen.
if she
I want
right
you
or
to listen.
wrong.
I want you to listen.
Do the
close.
whole verse.
I want you to listen closer.
You only gotta do 2 sentences. Go
Hold
ahead.
on. Is you ready for it?
Yes.
Brace yourself. Brace yourself. I'll let you. Hold on. Okay.
You gotta say it like a.
Hold on. I'll let you come in it. Stick it in the booty. Lick the nut off and stick it back in the cootie.
Ew.
Y'all let
My
a dick
vagina.
Quote
stick his
Lil'
dick in y'all
Kim.
ass, then
The
y'all
That's
put
why
it
I
in
ain't
y'all
no fan
mouth.
of
The
Lil'
legend,
Kim.
Miss Barbara.
Like
The
I said,
legend.
listen,
The legend.
listen, check this out. Like I said, frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. I love her anyway.
That's how we
There
feel
we
about
go. It's
Cardi.
the
That's
unconscious
how we feel
bias.
about Cardi and Megan.
Ass
It's
to
like fuck what
mouth.
she's saying. I fuck with the
Okay.
music. That's
Yeah,
what.
I don't mess with none of that at
Call me
all.
You's a
That don't mean I'm
nasty
finna go out there and do
motherfucker.
I
exactly
can't
what she's
stand
saying.
Cardi
Ass
B. You
to
can call me
mouth.
racist. I don't give a damn. As much as
No,
I
me
love
and
my Puerto Rican community, I'll give them up right now. I
well,
can't
she's
stand Cardi
Dominican,
B.
right? But at the same time, I don't deal with low vibrational
You might as
music,
well
so I'm with you.
just scoop it out the toilet and put it in your mouth.
I think that
Goddamn.
Cardi is like rolling around the
Who
round.
put out the toilet and put in your mouth, Mr. Brown? That's what you said.
Yeah, ass to mouth. Ass to
Ew.
mouth.
Amen.
I
That's
mean,
what y'all
people
just
do
said,
have
right?
sex like that. I mean,
No,
that ain't nothing
but
new.
the gay boys cleaning it out. Nobody
Not
else cleaning
hey.
it out.
Okay.
Like if
People
you
was doing that before Lil'
like
Kim
let's be
said it in the song.
Freak level 10, Mr.
Okay.
Brown. Freak level 10, bro.
You said what? Y'all
You
on
had to
level
clean
10?
that cootie than
Your freak level is at a 10, bro.
If y'all on level 10, I'm on level 2. Goddamn.
Nah,
I'm just saying, like most girls don't clean their booty holes out like a gay man will.
Ooh.
So if you gonna go anal, and
I
you
ain't gonna
let
lie.
this
You know what I'm saying?
flag,
I was going for the pussy and I seen some shit I ain't like and I just said nah. I ain't
from a vagina.
I have denied some shit.
What the hell?
I denied some shit because when I spreaded the cheeks, the ass won't looking like, you know what I'm saying? Like
Well, it probably look run
it
through.
was like toilet tissue particles and I was
Well, it was clean. That meant it was clean, Mr. Brown. If it was
Oh
put
my God!
Just got off the toilet.
Don't know how to clean themselves.
She just got off the
I
toilet.
couldn't get myself
She said, "Hold on, let me
excited.
go to the bathroom real quick." Okay,
That's why they gotta take a
that
bath
was
before
one of
the shit.
them.
No, like my
nah.
my great grandma said it's a
You know
shoe.
it had to be something on there for the tissue to stick,
You should
right?
have asked
Because
her to
a
make you
tissue
some
ain't gonna stick
oodles
to
and
a clean
noodles.
ass.
You should have
That's
told
where
her. You should
I
have
start
said,
coming
"Why
up
did
with
you
it, too.
spill oodles and noodles in the bed, baby?"
God. Oh, God.
Yeah, that's
That's just me.
You
I
should
ain't
have
talking
denied
about
that.
nobody else. I'm just talking
I'm
about
glad you turned that away.
what I did.
Should have been right.
Baby wipes.
They said she need baby wipes. Nah, I
gotta be
keep some
more
wipes in my bathroom for my
inconspicuous,
kids for that reason. Because I know kids don't always wipe themselves well. So yeah, they use wipes when you do number 2. God damn it.
You know that there's girls, Niecy, that don't know that they supposed to how to wipe themselves.
Right. And that's the
Right to
sad
the
part.
back. That's on the basics.
Right.
On the one-on-one
Starts in the
how to
house.
wipe yourself.
Right, exactly.
I don't know
So
how
like
y'all do it because being a woman is too damn high maintenance for me. I
Oh,
can't
it's
No,
a
do
it
it.
lot.
It's
absolutely
too
I
much.
is.
mean, it's a
It's a
It's
whole
too
lot.
much.
nother level for real. It's
I
our body
can't.
hygiene, all that, because our
No, it's
body,
not because if a
just
man
like
is
y'all
not
body produces
if
smells,
a
but our
man is not
smells come from everywhere.
circumcised,
Goddamn it.
if a
Don't
man is
worry.
not
Nisi,
circumcised,
she
it's the
got that
same
shit
thing.
worked down to a science, ain't that right?
Yeah, Nisi got it all. She
Yeah,
got
she
her
got it worked
own
down to a
brand of
science.
I'm so
female
glad y'all
products
If a
that
know.
you
man
can
is not
purchase.
circumcised, he'll have the same problems that a woman has. Trust me.
I'm sorry, Nisi. We just putting everything on you.
No,
Nisi got
y'all
her
good.
own brand of female products. You can buy them.
Right,
Ooh.
absolutely. I
Keep you
mean, I was
fresh
taught
and
that.
right.
All right,
And
drop the
not just
link.
that, it's like the periods and the menstrual and the cramps
Right,
and the
keeping up with
birth
all that.
and
Yes,
it's a lot.
it
The
is.
And
the
keeping it a job
hormonal
when
up
you
and
at
it's
work.
a lot going on.
I was glad to reach menopause and no more periods, boy. That was the blessed thing.
You know what, Conscious? You had me as a viewer,
Mhm.
you had me completely cracking up when you were talking about an exchange that you had with your partner and a girl. You wasn't in the girl, but
Mhm.
you showed that wig and said, "Look at the luster."
What?
Look
Oh,
at how it
You know what I'm
feels.
talking
about
about?
that. Yeah.
You were
The
like, "Look at
Foreman wrote interview. Mhm.
oh my god, that was everything." Like you had
Look,
me
I
dying.
think
I
the
was hooked.
female. I'm trying
Because
to
I used
get.
to look at you back in the day, but it was like on and off.
Mhm.
After that, I was like, what is he talking about?
I'm trying to expand my mind because they say that you can't knock it till you try it. So
But you
I've
ain't
been
actually
taking,
tried
I've
it
been taking
though.
baby steps.
You know, they say the
Let me
inside of the
step that
vagina
pussy,
feel like
right?
how the inside of your mouth feels. So just rub your tongue on the
Oh,
side of your cheek.
Hey, bro.
wow.
Hey, Conscience. Hey, bro.
Yeah.
I respect you. Let me on your panel, bro. I won't have to bow out.
Okay.
But I'm going. I'm subscribed, man. You feel me?
Yeah, because you sound like
Once
you
when
are
I
good
first
and
came
drunk and
on,
ready
you
to
feel
hit the
me?
sack.
I appreciate the conversation and all that, my nigga.
Okay. It was a
Yeah.
joy to have you, man. Don't be a stranger over here.
Yeah, 100, bro. I want, you know what I'm saying, peek my head in every now and again,
All
bro.
right.
I got my own little channel, man. If y'all trying to subscribe, it don't
Sure.
matter who subscribe. You feel me?
Hold on. Well, what
You
you got
know.
going on your channel? Like, what you do over there?
I just be trying to talk about smart shit, or we can cuss each other out either way.
Oh, I'll be over there.
Are you manosphere?
What's the name of your
Nisi,
channel?
subscribe.
Oh,
Oh,
okay. What's
Yeah.
the
What's the
name?
name
What's
of
your
your channel?
page name?
It's Mr. Brown 910.
910.
Mr.
Okay.
Brown 910, you guys. Mr. Brown now. Okay, I'll put it in the chat. All right.
okay.
100. Hey,
All
All
right.
right,
shout
Have a
out
man.
to
good one.
Nice meeting you,
And
Mr.
have a
Brown.
good day.
Don't forget to
100.
check out my information about the
Brown.
gang members on my page. Look at all the videos.
I'm already subscribed to you. I subscribed to you
No, I
like
was
30
saying, look
minutes
at the
ago.
videos. The videos. It's not about being
Okay.
subscribed. Look at the material.
Okay. Well, shout out to Conscious, shout out to Lady T, shout out to Apartment, shout out. Well, he took the names away. Shout out to Sweetness, Reckless, Mama, Jazzy,
Nice meeting you.
Nisi
Yeah.
just scooted in a motherfucker. I'm still looking at your
Nisi
little
slide
default
into his
picture.
DM.
Oh, I'm
All
just a
right, y'all.
All right,
blushing.
Mr. Brown.
Yo,
Good
Mr.
night.
Brown, he out, y'all. The heterosexual of the panel. He came, he saw, he conquered.
The high value man.
The high valued man. My God, today. Is he? Or will any of y'all date Mr. Brown?
No. Conscious, you trying to tell me that you're not heterosexual?
What?
Seem like a big teddy bear.
I am bi curious.
You're a
Bi
perfect angel.
curious. Maybe.
Do you remember
I
in
just,
they used
I
to
just think,
say that the angels had like no sexuality?
yeah, they were.
Because they didn't need it.
Yeah,
Right.
well, they came down this motherfucker and took wives for themselves, apparently.
Well, see,
Right.
I'm
Well,
a
see, that was
Scorpio.
the
Like I
problem. They
don't
weren't supposed to
do
be
that.
using those parts of their body. It was only supposed to be used for reproduction. We only supposed to have sex when we're trying to reproduce. We're the
But they
ones.
Well,
did fall in
We
love.
as humans, we are the most craziest mammals or animals on the earth because we only have sex for the feeling of it.
Did y'all
All
see?
other animals do it specifically when the woman is in heat and it's time for her to
reproductive
produce
purposes.
a child, right?
Did
It's
y'all
like we're the
see in
only
the
ones
chat?
that feel like sex got to be. We got to wake up to it. I got to go to sleep
Amen.
to it. Yeah,
Amen.
it's like
Could you imagine that every time that you wanted to get your rocks off, it had to come with bearing another child? That would just be insane.
Well, I mean, if that's
a
what we was
weird
taught, that would be all we knew. But that's what I'm saying, because we stopped using it for that reason and start using it for pleasure. That's where we got this big old can of worms.
Did y'all
from.
see that Leonard was
You think so,
in the chat? That Leonard was in the chat showing off his 8.7 credit score and talking about this panel. That's what somebody put in the chat.
He put his penis out there?
No, he put his credit score and was talking about this panel.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something. 8.7 credit score is not much.
I was gonna say, I know somebody that do credit. You could get that. You pay her $200, she'll get your credit score up there.
8.7.
I remember Leonard.
Was you could get.
Are you talking about 870?
Right.
Oh, okay. Because you said
a black man, that's a 10.
Leonard, I'm talking about Leonard. Leonard, the man that was up here, the one that was bragging, the one that lives in Atlanta right now.
You nobody having sex with
the one
Leonard.
that got
I think
them
Leonard
teeth.
got to pay for
Baby,
it.
if
He
he
needs a
went
good
down
credit
that
score the way he
street,
looks. Shit.
mouth is a rape. If he went down, he'll give somebody a hysterectomy. The way his mouth.
I think that Leonard is tricking off.
Now y'all know that Leonard is going to drag y'all when he comes back.
Oh, please, he couldn't drag me.
Yeah,
I could drag his damn teeth to clean up the yard of leaves.
I've been keeping myself. I've been keeping my Scorpio self together because
you could not shave.
I can't even believe I'm up here. Like, I love you as a viewer, and when you said, "All right, come up here," like, you know, I was backstage. You invited me, everything, because that empathy panel that y'all did, it started off as something else. It touched my soul and it touched my spirit.
Oh,
no, for real though, because I was like, does he have classes? Like, you need classes.
Look, I will start teaching some shit about Patreon. It gave me some ideas for what I want to bring to my Patreon audience.
Do it on like Patreon a month. Make it digital products.
How much is your Patreon?
$5 a month.
Because I'm gonna definitely make
subscribe
to Miss Michelle ATL.
A $5 box a month.
Get another
But do you do like classes on because I wanted to ask Hearts too, because like everything that was going on in that panel, and you up there too, Miss Barbara. I would never disrespect you, Lady T, Reckless. Like, it was such a good, and it was a release because y'all were talking about a lot of things that actually touched me. Of how to release people that are no good for you, that type of thing.
So, I wonder which channel was that, or which show was that?
I think that was I think it was the Young Pharaoh.
Young Pharaoh.
Oh, the Young Pharaoh.
Okay. And you know how y'all do. You put a thumbnail up and it's
right.
A whole different conversation.
Hold on. Do you guys know that this is titled Jussie Smollett, and we done been here for 10 damn hours.
We ran.
We done been here for 10 damn hours.
We done went all around the world.
All about the world.
And I don't even know you got to the Leandria thing with the
intergalactic travelers and shit.
Right. On the spaceship.
This is ridiculous.
We just really went there.
Why we do this?
Spirituality.
I really don't know. I'm trying to figure it out now. I had a good time, but goddamn.
We have a lot of good sections, so you definitely got to break this up. Got to get.
But this is the thing. I hate doing these kind of panels because I'm just like, nobody's going to listen to a fucking 8-hour and a half long.
You done have people in the chat the whole time.
Part 3,
I know, but like the replay people gonna be discouraged. They ain't even bother.
They're gonna be like, what part is he talking
about?
You gotta do like the lead attorney do. Catch each one of our subjects and put a title on each one of our subjects, because we went to subject to subject to subject. We didn't stay on, we went to one subject, then we went to another subject, then we went to another subject.
I mean, I got it.
Miss Barbara, with all due respect, I didn't even think that I was going to like you at all. But you speak some truth, though.
What happened?
No, Miss Barbara, like, for real, like, just listening from past chats and stuff, I was like, oh my God, like, what is she on?
Oh,
but
me, right?
Like,
Me,
you
right?
speak a lot of truth.
I speak all facts.
Not all of them.
Not all of them.
But I love you anyway, though.
Not every one of them.
Yo, we can have coffee
All facts,
together.
boo. All
Okay.
I might as well go get a coffee and call it a fucking morning because
Yeah, I gotta go to work in like
No, this has been freaking epic, you guys.
Yeah, it's been real.
Definitely, I need to take my ass to bed.
Took a bath and everything while we was talking.
Right, I done cooked hamburger helper. I done.
Somebody just worked the whole shift.
Press the
on
camera
the screen.
and be naked. I was scared I was gonna accidentally.
What?
I took a bath while we was talking. I was scared I was gonna press the camera by accident.
that's why you gotta put the little tape on top of the camera.
Yes.
Part.
You gotta put insurance on that camera lens. You gotta put the tape on it.
You gotta put a little tape on the camera part.
it.
I don't know. I got this AirBook Mac. I could put tape on my screen.
Well, you don't want to put tape on it.
Today, because I think
But they make like the camera blocker things that you can pinch over your arm.
That was the first time. I just had to take a bath while we was talking. We're like, we've been on here
no
for
problem.
like 8 hours.
Maybe get your rubber dub on. I ain't mad at it.
I already did it, child. I'm already finished.
I remember they was arguing on my doggone panel one time. I went and took a shower, and they was stuck. Came back, they was still.
And they were still cooking. Still
Yeah,
cooking.
Black folks, we is a whole trip.
Lady T, you got a channel?
Yeah, I got a channel.
We can't say your topic.
What's your channel called?
For those of you who want readings and all of that, y'all need to hit up the T Lounge, a Lady T channel.
She
Shout out
does
to her channel.
readings?
Yeah, I do.
Yes.
Tarot card readings.
What is that? Is that a psychic or medium?
Well, I mean, that whole, it depends. There's people that are clairvoyant, clairescent. There's people who are mediums, and I'm clairescent and a medium.
What is that?
A medium.
Oh, so you see the dead? You hear the dead?
I don't see no dead people. I don't hear no dead people.
That's medium.
That's why I started with the clairescent. Clairescent means you feel, like I sense. I sense and feel things. I don't see and hear things. There's people who can see and hear things too, but I'm not one of those people.
But Conscious, like, do you charge people to help guide them in their spiritual journey or anything like that?
Not charge per se.
I'll pay you money.
But are you in the Patreon?
No, I didn't even know you had a Patreon.
Well, it's in my description. Just sign up there. Once you're there, inbox me on Patreon, and then we'll go from there.
For real?
Yeah. She like, is that easy?
I'm sorry. Like, I don't feel like that's my thing. For
Yes,
real?
of course. Yes. I always leave my Patreon in the banner and in the description box of any video, so you guys can always find it there. But yeah, just hit me up there.
She dropped some heavy jewels.
If I said that you remind me like of Prince or like a little rich, like those people that are just like beyond sexuality, like they just are.
I wish I was beyond it.
Huh?
I wish I was beyond it so I can stop having it.
Yeah,
I want to be beyond it.
Somebody said they fell asleep, woke up, went to shopping.
Went to the doctor, came back. They done did a whole day's work, honey.
And all we were
Period.
trying to say is, who gonna sum it up?
Jussie Smollett is a liar. No,
we gonna make heaven on this earth. We gonna sue the United States government.
Nah, I ain't doing all that, Miss.
And I'm still trying to figure out, baby, who can drive a train around this motherfucker? Who
Right.
can pilot
That's
the
why I
train?
said we need train driver. We need pilots. Like, cause
Who
we
can
could
pilot the train, baby?
Yeah.
I will say that I wish that Jussie Smollett had the same heart that Conscious did, that then I would believe him. Because it was all.
I wouldn't have never done no dumbass shit like that anyway.
I know you wouldn't. You a sport. Like,
but I get it though. But I understand it.
That shit was flawed.
Yeah,
took it
it wasn't
far.
thought out. It wasn't thought through. He ain't.
It was
thinking.
horrible. Nobody
That
believed that
injustice, they could
story.
have gave that child a year's community service.
But where did he
That
get the
man
news from? That's what I'm
so
saying.
dangerous for him to
They
go.
went and brought it out of the store. Or they got the footage of
He's
the brothers in
hardware.
the store the day before buying the news.
It was
Oh, Lord.
ridiculous.
I didn't even know you could buy
Because
them out the store.
Yeah.
no black person nowhere would be sitting there with a noose on their neck when the police showed up.
Yeah,
You'd be so
it was kinda
traumatized.
crazy.
My
He had to
Yeah.
keep on. He had to stay in character. That's
my
Listen,
ex had
if
called
somebody
me
had a
and
noose on
told
my
me,
neck, I would be pointing to the noose and be like, "My mama biscuits," like Martin. Like I would be so disturbed. my mama biscuits. Like what?
He was really committing, honey. He was really
so
committing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he
and
was
it was
committing.
and it was all the way to the top. Like he had it like a top knot, like a
Oh, like a tie.
Like he
Right.
pulled it up to his neck himself. It was ridiculous.
Mhm.
Even the
A
cop
mess.
was confused.
Right.
Right or wrong, I just can't get over these black Americans wanting justice for a black man, but a white man don't have to give no justice. In other words, the cops could kill us, and he can't even lie to a damn cop and got 5 months, but the cops could kill us and get nothing.
I say
You
they all
know,
go to jail.
injustice.
Yeah, for real. Like I don't care about
Yeah.
nobody.
Injustice.
Cassandra Bland, death is still ruled a suicide.
Right.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Let us not
Exactly.
start it
That's what I'm trying to
again.
say. And they praising these racist ass judges. That I don't care what nobody say. That judge on
But the thing that I want black
Tasha case was unethical, and also this damn judge was unethical.
But Miss Barbara, what I
'Cause
want
I heard
black
that.
people-
Excuse me for 1 minute, baby. I heard that this. I didn't hear the summation. That's what the ancestors are calling it at the ending. That the judge just ridiculed him. I heard.
Yeah.
Was
But
that true?
Miss Barbara.
Yeah.
I'm from a family of criminals, and the one thing I didn't
What the
understand
hell?
about criminals is like, why do y'all do stuff to make yourselves submit to the Pell supremacy?
Yep.
Stop committing crimes if you know you gotta stand in front of a white man.
That
Like,
part.
why do y'all expect fair when you start doing criminal stuff? I never
Right.
understood that.
Yo, I hope
Right.
you ain't lose your thought, Conscious. What was you trying to say?
I'm sorry, babes.
Conscious, what was you saying?
No, I was saying to your point. Yeah, it was like 40 minutes of the judge berating Jussie at the end. I mean, he was
Yeah, that's what I
obviously-
want to know. Well, like, what did he? Because like this black sister was highly upset. I want to know where I could. We're about to wrap this up, so I'm gonna know where I could find that clip. I want to really know.
I actually
you
was
gotta
watching.
watch it. It's
Yeah.
good.
I'm about
It's
to pull.
good.
Hold on. Let me see if I can pull it up to show you because I was watching it
please.
before we went live.
Just
Yeah,
made
please,
all of us
Yeah,
look
that
crazy.
did a good job.
I
He
appreciate
made
that.
all of us look crazy. He like for real. Just like the girls who cried rape when the dude really didn't do it. It's like you make it
Yeah,
you make it
that
harder for
just ripped
everybody.
them
Like you
up
don't realize
poetically.
what
Well,
you're
it's
doing.
really hard what they going through and not getting no recognition. He tried, he scored, and he messed up. So I don't care.
Yeah,
I
he
don't
went
think
around
the
the
brother
wrong
right or
way.
wrong. That judge did not have to give that man 5 months in no jail.
Oh,
I mean, I wish we were talking about like Nat Turner or
That's how I
something.
feel. Oh well. I'm the only one. I knew he was going to jail, and I.
He
And I
all right.
was
He gonna have plenty of food on his books. He gonna have plenty of money on his books, plenty of money on his phone.
Period.
He all right. He gonna probably be in protective custody somewhere by himself with a TV. He gonna be all right.
I hope
Gonna
he's
be
out
just
there with
fine.
the general
I
public.
feel like
watching
Mr.
it.
Brown.
He gonna do
where
something.
you
Something
live
gonna
at?
happen, and they're gonna put him by himself. He's not gonna stay in general population his whole 5 months.
Oh nah, he ain't gonna stay in jail.
That's not gonna happen. We already
No
know
way.
that. He gonna be
And
sent
I
somewhere
think he's
in
going
honey
to do the
bun.
bid in county jail anyway. He's not getting sent up to like prison.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He gonna be in the hole somewhere eating honey buns and Cheeto puffs,
Yeah,
waiting to get out.
and signing autographs. Like
Yeah, exactly.
One of his
Sweetie,
raggedy
I want to be a
autographs.
little messy right now. Sweetie, you ain't see what Mr. Brown did to you and said to you.
You talking about me?
Yeah. When you start shaking, he said, don't do that. Don't do that.
Nah, he all about Niecy. Don't put that on me.
No, when
That's
you start,
me.
no, when you start shaking because he gave you a compliment. He said, don't do that, because he thought you liked it.
First of all, that's
Lord.
Niecy's man.
Oh no, I ain't
I put that
claim.
all on
I ain't
Niecy.
never claim him now. Don't put that on me.
ain't like him. That was DC Man though.
I ain't claim nobody.
Miss Barbara.
Okay.
I'm gonna post a link in my chat, but this is the video. If you type in Jussie Smollett sentenced to 150 days in jail for hate crime hoax.
All right, put the link. I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna say good night.
I'm okay.
To y'all. Love y'all. Take care. Cause I want to catch this link, and that's the only way I know how to do it.
Okay.
So put the link.
Love you, Miss Barb.
Watch it.
I'm
God
about to
bless
drop
you.
it in.
We will meet again.
Yes.
Apartments available in New York.
Yes. Apartments available in New York is Miss Barbara's platform. Make sure y'all subscribe to her channel.
Thank
her
you.
channel name is her avatar name.
Okay.
Okay, now we all gonna drop off. I got to go to damn bed. I love y'all.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, y'all.
I'll see y'all tonight.
Be
Again.
blessed.
Good days. Shoot, I'm all confused.
Good day, yes. Bye-bye, y'all.